I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. So give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars, oh. I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me.
Fighting for a lost cause, or am I fighting for us? Just
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back once again for a fantastic day 5, or night 5, I guess you could call it, as well, as we'll be going through 2 more fantastic games. Tonight is Group A's final showing, as all 4 teams are going to be playing their 3rd game tonight. So let us have a reminder of exactly what these teams are fighting for. Prize pool coming up in just a second here. Babagusta, how are we feeling on this fine evening?
Well, just to start things off, Jack, and also what exactly happened on the previous matchup between Team Mercenaries versus 25 Esports, we did cast the first match. Unfortunately, since we did have a lot of technical issues, the second map had to be gone off stream. So, turns out, the end of the result, we saw MRCZ securing map number 2 and winning the matchup, putting themselves on the first place in Group B. Now, as we take a look at the prize distribution itself, $5,000 for first place, second place for 2,500, third place for 1,500, and fourth place to having a total of $1,000 respectively. So I've got to admit, since that for the region in South Asia, there is still a chance for them to be having at least a spot in towards the playoffs. As we take a look at the format itself, where we are currently in the group stages. The group stages is currently sort of a mixture of both SA and MENA region on both Group A and Group B stages, and only 4 teams, 2 teams in Group A and 2 teams in Group B, will be qualified for the playoffs, which will end up in a double elimination, and the last 2 teams will undergo in a best of 5 grand finals, which will happen in this, which will happen in this week itself.
I mean, yeah, there's about 7 days remaining from the grand finals, and that BO5 is going to be an absolutely amazing affair. Absolutely. But with that said, let's have a look at the groups one more time. As there you have a Group A, Geekay Esports, Take Charge Esports, Shaheens, and Triple Esports. And Group B, of course, 25 Esports, Nobles, Mercenaries, and Geekay Esports. And of course, it is a mix, after all, of 2 South Asian and 2 mini teams on both groups. Now, here's the thing, though. Only one South Asian team is actually looking likely to go through, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But I do have to say, tonight's matches are still going to be pretty interesting. Group A, unfortunately, a little bit more straightforward as compared to Group B at the moment, as 2 teams have already basically qualified, and 2 teams are yet to do so. So let's have a look at the standings and take you through exactly who's going forward and when and where. Group A, as you can see, Geekay Esports and Triple Esports with 4 points already. That's 2 wins, 2 points for each win, 4 points to them. Take Charge, unfortunately, in their 2 matches have only won 1 map. Not even 1 whole game, 1 map. That's why they only have 1 point, and even if they would do win tonight, it'll be 3 points less than what the other 2 have. And unfortunately, even if the Shaheens win, that's 2 points. It'll be less than if Take Charge won anyway. So, unfortunately, from Group A, there will be no South Asian team going forward. However, The spiciness is in Group B. And if you look at, of course, the right side of your screens, you can see Mercenaries are leading Group B right now, undefeated at 2 wins in 2 games, 4 points to them. However, their spot is not entirely secured just yet. Nobles have 3 points, and 25 Esports have 2 points as well. If both of those two teams win their next games, then they will overthrow Mercenaries' top position and put them down into third place. MRCZ is still in hot water, and they need to get out of it very, very quickly. Unfortunately, Kira Esports, 2 matches, 2 losses. They do not stand a chance of getting into the top four. So right now, MRCZ, the SA hopes are all on their shoulders. But let's zoom back to Group A, as those are the matches that we'll be having tonight, folks. Take Charge Esports versus Shaheens, and Nobles, excuse me, Triple Esports. For some reason, I don't know why, Triple Esports' logo, I somehow think of
Mhm.
Nobles every time I see it. I don't really know why. It must be just an issue with me, as it were. But anyhow, folks, Triple Esports versus GK Esports is going to be the second game of the night. The first one, of course, the one that we'll be going through, is an SA. I guess you could call it an SA Classic at this point. They have fought in the Pro Series, in the Nationals as well. So it is going to be Take Charge versus Shaheens. And we're going to see the maps that these two teams are picking in just a short while. But Baba, what do you think? This game, we saw it already in the Nationals, but here we are in the Invitational. How do you feel about this?
Oh man, this would definitely be an interesting match to look at. And also, let's take a look at the rosters as well from the side of Take Charge Esports. Rattler, Chitri, Beat, Sandy, and Sparko. For the past 2 matches that we've seen from Take Charge Esports, we didn't get to see Sparko, show his presence when he was going up against the other two teams. And turns out, even today, we won't be able to see Sparko. Unfortunate, but instead, it will be Silence who will be in the team going out, who will, team up with Take Charge Esports to see whether if they can defeat Team Shaheens. And also, as we take a look at Team Shaheens as well, we have Doctor, Mighty Ali, Caesar, Bulbasaur, and Envy. Yeah, all 5 teams known in this region. You have a lot of heavy hitters, you have great supports, and also great individual fraggers too in the process. So when it comes to a rematch, I'm very excited to see what kind of strategies do we get to expect from both the teams. But talk about their ups and downs that's been happening around in the Group A stages. At this point, it's SA versus SA in the first matchup, and then we have MENA versus MENA region matchup, which will happen in 10:30 p.m., which will be for today itself. But as we take a look at the map itself, this is where we'll be able to at least predict exactly on which team will it favor to, especially on the map wise. So when it comes to the bans, we'll have 2 bans on map. It's like ban, ban, pick, pick, ban, ban, and then the final map will be determined as the deciders. So bans, Chalet, Theme Park, Cafe, and Skyscraper will go out, which means that Shaheens will pick map Clubhouse to be its first map, and Take Charge Esports going on border.
Hmm. Those are a couple of interesting decisions there. Clubhouse and Border, no less. Of course, we have the final map. I mean, looking at it, yep, it was no brainer right there that Oregon would be in play. And it's interesting. Clubhouse, we have Shaheens actually going defense first. I'm just noting that down really quickly. And Border, we have Take Charge going attack first as well. Couple of interesting decisions that have been made in the picks of sides and the picks of course, the maps. Clubhouse and Oregon, I mean, I'm not really surprised. In a way, I'm actually a little surprised that Shaheens didn't just pick Oregon, but it's in the deciders. And if we go to map 3, they'll be in familiar territory anyway. But Clubhouse, of course, again, very familiar to both teams. And Shaheens, I mean, I get it. Clubhouse and Oregon are pretty much their hunting grounds in a way. They really love those maps, and they are probably at their strongest on them. So I get it. But at the same time, I would have liked to see them bring out other maps like Skyscraper, like Theme Park, with Villa even. I know that there's this whole thing that everybody hates Cafe these days, so I'm not even going to bring up that name. And Bank, of course, while I would have loved to see it, it is what it is. We were going to see it yesterday. Unfortunately, the game had to be taken offline between MRCZ and MRCZ and 25 Esports. But anyway, enough about that one. We're going to be starting off with Clubhouse, which is, of course, Shaheens' pick. They're going to be going defense first there, folks, and it's going to be quite the game, I do feel like. Given that Hunters are playing without Sparko at the moment, excuse me, I said Hunters, didn't I? Given that Take Charge Esports are playing without Sparko at the moment, it is going to be difficult for them, I feel like, going forward. But they will simply have to make do with what they can and what they have. Silence is a great player. It's just that the player that he is playing in the stead of is just, it's a big ask for someone like Silence at the moment to step in and fill the shoes of Sparko. But he'll have to do what he can. Clubhouse will be our first battleground.
Yep, a lot of shoulders for Silence, but I'm pretty sure that this will be a bigger challenge for Shaheens too. So, all in all, Clubhouse will be the deciding factor. So we just have to wait and watch. But for Shaheens, unfortunately, I mean, even if we did take a look at the group stage itself, Shaheens haven't secured a single match, but Take Charge Esports did. And if they do secure matchups, maximum they would gain at least 3 points in total. The same thing can be said to Shaheens, where they'll at least secure 2 points. So, without any further ado, let us begin with map number one, Clubhouse. Take Charge Esports on attack, Shaheens on defense. Let's see what kind of bans do we get to expect from both. Let's see what kind of bans do we get to expect from both the teams.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Match number one of the fifth night. And all right. We've got a couple of interesting bands, or at least the first one is very interesting indeed. Iana is going to get banned off the bat from the Shaheens. Now, when you really think about it, Iana has a lot that she can do, right? She's got a Gon 6 for utility clearance. She's got grenades for utility and or player clearance. She's got two drones and then her Gemini replicator that recharges infinitely, mind you. So effectively, she's got infinite droning potential. And she's got a couple of great primaries in the G36C or the ARX. And I mean, both of them are just powerful guns. So that Iana in general is just really, really strong. And the amount of intel that she can get for a team is just outstanding. And that intel can lead to some really, really good plays. So Iana ban actually makes sense. Thatcher and Azami from Take Charge. We've seen, Azami get banned quite a bit lately. I feel like she's going to become, she's on the precipice of becoming a standard ban the way that it's going. Azami in the meanwhile, Thatcher in the meanwhile, of course, we all know exactly why. And finally, Kaid to balance out the Thatcher ban from earlier. Even though with with the advent of secondary EMP grenades, I feel like Kaid could be left in. But Shaheens don't want to deal with the Electro Claws going into the rest of the match, so it is what it is. Bans are set, and we're going straight into round number one, and that is, of course, going to be on the site of Basement, Church, and Arsenal.
Yep, Basement Church will be the side, and also, folks, don't forget there's also Arabic casting going on our on our channel for the esports club. El Conte and John Gon will be your Arabic casters, so go ahead, check it out, and make sure to like. But if you're here for the English casting, we are right here. Round number one will proceed with the Basement side being in place. Shaheens will be on defense, Take Charge on attack, and I kind of like a lot of operator changes being made from both the teams, especially Shaheens. We see a lot of roam operators like Vigil and the Mozzie, which can deny a lot of information and be invisible to it. So for the attackers, it will be a big challenge when it comes to hunting those roamers down. But what's more interesting is that Jittery bringing in the Nook will be an interesting side to look at.
Now that is an interesting pick, and so is the Vigil, mind you, from Envy, as we've got potentially a push in towards Garage. But wait, Envy might be looking for a jump out of Bedroom. There's going to be the roam clear coming in. Rattler with one of the exothermic charges on the construction wall, taking care of a new entryway being created on the map. Bulbasaur watching that particular area, and I think the Mozzie has a drone potentially, but other drones are going to get shot out. That's your Vigil position kind of given away as the mid-stairs hallway continues to be watched through the window from they're from outside. Now, where's the Nook? We saw the Nook coming in. Oh, beautiful peek out by Bulbasaur. Finds Beat. That is a huge, huge kill right there. Jittery coming up Garage, taking his sweet time with this one. Knows full well that he cannot afford to be too hasty about this. There is other piece of utility that they need to watch out for, but Rattler gets one. That's Bulbasaur gone. Jittery now enters into Cash and CCTV. Pretty much all clear. But they just need to get Envy out of this position, and they will be able to move forward with the rest of the round. Already minute 30, though. tons of time has been taken away from the Take Charge side purely because of Envy and Bulbasaur's presence on top floor.
Yeah, construction has been
Oh,
halted down, but Envy, oh, he might be
oh
able to
dear.
know the player all the way from main stairs. This could cause trouble for Rattler, and it will
Hmm.
confirm his suspicions. There goes the Heart Breacher, which means that only Hibana can open up those hatches connecting towards Kitchen and also from Blue. And also, how can I even forget? You still have the secondary Heart Breach from Sandy, the Buck, which is an expert when it comes to opening up lines of sight with his Skeleton Key and also his secondary Heart Breach too. But that
Oh,
C4 though from Doctor, oh boy, this is going to hurt a lot for Take Charge, and Jittery needs to do something about it. All the way from main stairs, he's trying to find at least a kill or two in towards the side, but he's been stopped by the mirrors. So at least his location isn't compromised just yet. Less amount of information, but those yokai drones will give good amount of information from their end. And Sandy, seeing the shotgun opening up line of sight, he's going to be careful about that one particular positioning. Sounds will be heard, and so does the Vulcan shield, forcing him to be all the way till 20 seconds. Beautiful shot from Sherry to take out Jittery, which leads to Sandy in a 1v3 situation. Drop down will happen all the way from Blue Stairs nonetheless. Skeleton Key in hand, sprints around, secures the kill, goes back. But in the end, it will be a trade from Mighty Ali nonetheless. Patiently waiting in the K9 position as we see Shaheens secure their first round.
there you go. The first round going to the Shaheens, and I think, given the way that Take Charge played, they were. I feel like they were just playing on the back foot. Um, just out of the fact that they haven't quite started in this match. I mean, it's only round one. Don't get us wrong. They need some time to warm up. This is Take Charge Esports that we are talking about. However, I feel like that performance could have still been a fair bit better had they managed their time and resources a little bit more. Given everything, I'm not entirely impressed with that first round, especially with how Beat got taken down just like that on the window swing. Jittery coming up garage, just taking a little bit too long to get there, and overall kind of disjointed that first round from the side of Take Charge. Now, hopefully that's not the symptom of something worse, so to speak, for them. Shaheens on the other side, they'll just be happy to have gotten off the ground and gotten around under their belt at the moment, as they are still without a win on any map that they have played so far. This is their chance. Tonight is their final chance, for that matter. Both of these teams, of course, their final chance to win a full match as well, as Take Charge has only won one map, not even a full game. Both these teams, of course, as we all know, playing for pride at the moment, as a win here will just go a long way in reassuring them and, everyone playing with them and their basically them and their staff, support staff in the back, that is, that yeah, the team is still in good condition, just had a bit of a bad tournament, and they will simply have to move on from there. Interestingly enough, Garage already has the top breach, but Envy is playing in Garage as the Bandit, 2 batteries in his pocket as well. But you have the main breach coming off, and there's Jittery, finds the first kill. Envy getting a bit too antsy, on that garage area. Sherry as well has to be so careful. Those angles are very dangerous, as a full breach on garage has been made.
Yep. Envy was unaware of the attack drone that had been placed all the way from the garage side. C4 toss, won't be able to find one. Indications of a Flores explosive drone, which will be there to, open up some important line of sight. Pre-fires from Sherry, away from garage. So technically, Take Charge Esports have firm grip towards garage side, and Sherry is the only one who can counter this. Information and confirmation will be made both at the same time from Beat. So he will secure a kill. Sherry goes out, which means that control on CCTV will be a difficult task for them. But somehow Doctor ends up with a headshot, removing out silence out of the equation, putting themselves in a 3v3 equalizer. And that was happening all the way from mid-rounds. Mighty Ali is just playing in a very dangerous corner. He needs to run away, and he will do evidently so. Wall banks will be made from Beat, but won't be able to confirm the kill nonetheless. Just playing it as patiently as ever. He's still caught up. Information once again given. He's so much in trouble. Jittery and Beat, both of them are in the position, locking Mighty Ali to not be in that position. Pushes will be
Oh
made,
boy.
but trade will be done nonetheless. 2v2, 45 seconds. Shaheens are trying their level best, but there's no C4 for them to go in for the denials.
That Valkyrie needed to be taken care of, and they have been, of course, mighty down for the count. And it's a good pick because that only leaves one C4. And if Doctor has his C4 pre placed, then that is something to watch out for, obviously. But for now, Rattler trying to enter through the breach, but no, going in through the garage, excuse me, already walking away as well. But Bulbasaur pushes up, gets the kill. Here's one in return. Beat gets one, needs to find Bulbasaur, but will not be able to do so. And the Frost, watching the long angle, gets the kill once again. That is, of course, a double for Bulbasaur at the end of the round, and second floor CCTV, despite a great start, goes to the Shaheens, nonetheless take charge, unable to quite, close the deal as it were. A couple of good shots there, mind you, from the Shaheens. And again, well played. They're playing for time. They're not really going out of their way to get kills. They've really pulled themselves in, as it were, reeled themselves in. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Normally, you see them play a lot more aggressive, a lot more on the front foot. They really take the fight to their opponents, but not today so far. The only one instance being, of course, Mozzie in round one, actively peeking out of CCTV window. That was the only one that was all that aggressive from this team. Everything else has just been fairly standard. But for the Shaheens, fairly standard is, of course, a unique day that they are having at the moment. Regardless of that, round number three, as we go to gym bedroom, we have the castle. We've got the Aruni as well. Jaeger, Valkyrie, and of course the Mira. Pretty standard overall pickup that we're seeing with, of course, extensions down below with plenty of castle barricades, so on and so forth. And I do feel like there might be an extension into CCTV, unless I don't think there has been. At least Cash Room is definitely occupied, given what we've seen so far. Yes, there you go. Cash Room is being reinforced off. And a punch hole has been made. Gotta be careful of this. There's one. There's two. The lineup. Sandy finds a big double to start things off. And they are not wasting any time. They're going straight into Cash Room to find the next set of targets.
Oh boy, this has definitely got a hurt for Shaheens. Both Mighty Ali and Shari has been taken off. Now, since there'll be a lot of pressure towards construction site, multiple lines of sight will be opened up, and also the logistics hatch will be opened as well. That could cause a lot of dangers of construction room in itself. So it should be best for them to go all the way back and hold their final site instead. Try to
Oh,
use their C4s to go in for the denials, but Doctor somehow figures out a way to remove Jittery instead. This is looking good because that is the sledge. No more soft wall breaches and grenades that could have confirmed the kill, but it's too much for Shaheens to handle it out. Beat will be there to take out Bulbasaur, which leads to only two players, Doctor and Envy. They need to play against, they need to establish that perfect, crossfire angles to ensure the kills. And turns out it is working out for them. Doctor will secure one more kills. He'll be able to shut down Sandy. Attack drones will give away Doctor's positionings. It's still not destroyed yet, so his information will be given constantly. Flashbang to try to block certain line of sight, try to blind him, but won't be able to work out. And still, there's a lot of tensions happening from the side as well. And Envy is just trying his best efforts to hold out two players. Instant drop down will be done, and Doctor secures it. What actually happened from Beat? Rattler will secure that too, which leads to a 2v1 situation. Take Charge Esports going in for the plant, and Envy is just playing it as safe as safe as possible. With the P10 Ronnie pushes will be made, headshots will be done, almost a trade attempt, but it was way too quick for Envy to secure two kills at the same time. So close for Envy to secure that round. But in the end, it will be that 1v2, it will be Take Charge Esports who will secure their first round of attack.
very close, and once again, very shaky from the side of Take Charge, where they really shouldn't be giving away those bodies towards the mid to end round. The transition from setup into execute seems to be a bit of a problematic time for them, at least for now. However, they've won their first round, and that is all that they needed. Going into now the fourth, it is 1-2. Take Charge are still in a 1-round deficit, and they need a little bit more to go their way before they can safely say that they are in this match 100%. It takes a second, right, for Take Charge to start up. At least we've seen that in this invitational. And I wouldn't be surprised if tonight also is no different. Couple of repicks here for the attackers as Jiri goes out of the Dokkaebi into the Flores, and Rattler picks up the Dokkaebi instead, sacrificing the Maverick. But of course, they've got two Breachers already in beat with the Ace and Silence with the Hibana. So no surprise there. The Echo is back as well from Mighty Ali. We've got the Goyo. We've got, of course, the Mozzie. But one thing I will say, I would like to see a bit more of Solus and Mute from the Shaheens' side. And Solus is also a pretty good, like, roamer, all things considered, right? P90 in hand, gets all sorts of drones and attacker utility, can see them, can give information actively as well. It's a different playstyle, slightly speaking. Oh, Envy. That's an interesting position I've been playing in. Dokkaebi Call goes out, and that will force Envy back a couple steps here. Trying to look for potentially a kill or two towards the bedroom or construction side, but no dice so far. We've got a jump in coming in from the Dokkaebi. No, not quite. Wait, somebody's already in bedroom. Ping has been given. Envy looks for the kill. That's a Jackal coming in. Sandy, oh dear me, not paying attention, it seems like. But here's Rattler to save his behind, and that is going to be the first big kill. Doctor with a C4, already placed on the hallway ceiling. Bulbasaur to fall to Rattler. That's a double for the Dokkaebi, and again, a strong start from Take Charge.
Oh man, that was, I don't know what to say, man. Envy almost had the opportunity to take out Sandy, but turns out it was a bit too late. It could have been best for him to just fall back, but challenging once again might have been the biggest mistake that he, that he could have done in that particular place. But that is a good down though from Sherry. Won't be able to secure the kill. C4, will that connect? Yes, it does. 4v3. The cost of the C4 confirming confirming the kill. Still problems for Take Charge for Shaheens aside, as they've lost both of the players. Roam game has been gone, but you still have some information gained from the yokai drones and also the cams that's been placed around from Envy's end. But if Rattler has stolen one of those cams, then that means they are in a bit of a trouble as well. Time is ticking, 50 seconds, so they will pop out their Vulcan shields to deny a lot of time. But for Take Charge Esports, all it requires is just perfect timing and some important chokeholds that they'll be able to remove. That has to be Sherry. Once Sherry has been taken care of, they are free to push in towards the site and make sure that they'll be able to secure round number 4 without a hassle. Here it is, 30 seconds. Once again, we see Take Charge Esports changing their strategy. Instead of pushing all the way from kitchen, now they're thinking of dropping down all the way towards the church side, and turns out it's working out well. Silence takes one. Plants is going in. Doctor is just still alive, and he's still kicking 2 kills as he removes both Beat and Rattler. A third!
Dear me.
As Silence goes down, that's a huge denial, and somehow Take Charge Esports have lost footing towards the church's side. What just happened, folks? It's just Doctor giving a taste of his own medicine all the way towards the church's side, and Shaheens, they are looking strong on my Clubhouse.
All right, then. Looks like I'm going to have to rescind that statement of a strong start from Take Charge. I mean, not necessarily. It was a good start from them. I will give them that. However, where they unfortunately completely flatlined was on blue control. There was a player there who went down to Doctor, but at the same time, I feel like 2 there probably would have been actually better, as one could have traded the Mira out immediately. There was no blue control for a majority of that round, even though it was a take on Church. Nobody came down the oil pit corridor, nobody came down blue stairs, not until the very end, but by then, blue was still in Doctor's control. The mirror window was still there, and Take Charge never even attempted to take control of that part of the map. 3 of them filtered through the door of Church into the bomb site, and Doctor and Doctor, like mostly speaking, Doctor had easy pickings on that part of the map. Sherry coming in to claim the final kill. That was a 4v2, and unfortunately, Take Charge completely blew it in that regard. Shaheens, it was well played. I will give credit where credit is due. That 2v4 was actually really good to see, but at the same time, it could have been much, much better. Already, we've got a fight going in the meanwhile. As Rattler takes damage, so does Sherry, the Jaeger, trying for a bit of an early peak right now.
Already some major damage has been dealt around from Rattler's side, so he has to be careful.
Ooh.
Ideally, on the other hand,
know.
very risky positioning, but turns out Envy will be there to take out Sandy. An interesting one, but I'm not quite sure exactly what happened. Where did that gunfight happen? I'm quite not sure. Maybe it happened in towards CCTV, but does Take Charge know that one of the players is playing in towards the main entrance? They don't know it just yet. And since they have a lot of information to go through, this will be an interesting one to look at here, Jack. Shaheens, on the other hand, they're currently the ones who has the upper hand. They did secure their first kill. All they have to do is just wait patiently for them to approach their side.
That's the thing, isn't it? Just a little bit of time and a little bit of patience from the Shaheens, and this round will also probably go their way. The Valkyrie has long evacuated the stage door that we saw a while ago, and unfortunately for Take Charge, there's no way that they are going to be able to get their hands on that operator. Envy getting a bit handsy with that CCTV window, not CCTV. Actually, yeah, that was the CC window. Getting a bit antsy on that one, but still, going to just fall back and wait his turn. That mirror window on the cash wall is really giving Take Charge a run for their money. As in the meanwhile, ooh, Sherry missing the cross from Silence right there. The Thermite still safe, still with the diffuser, trying to get a breach done towards Garage. But Doctor will take down Jittery. That is the Twitch gone. Jittery's having a pretty quiet night tonight. As so far, only 1 in 5 going into 5 rounds. Sherry, unfortunately, flashbanged and taken care of. And that will be Silence to clean up on that Jaeger. One taken finally, but the gas grenade goes out. Envy just about gets it out before losing his own life. But wait a minute. Bulbasaur is looking to try and go for a flank here on Garage. The pings are out, and there's about 30 seconds remaining. So the Frost, if they have to act, they should do so now. There's the first. Rattler's been taken down. Envy finds Silence, and here's the Maverick going straight in. Gets one, actually, but here comes the Frost. Gets taken down, and Doctor, my goodness, that was a messy moment in the Red Stairs area, but does get the kill. The Mira, that is, and that will give the round, to the Shaheens once again. It is 4-1 to them. And folks, it really is looking like a Shaheens night so far, as we are one run away from the second half, that is, where the roles will be flipped.
Yep. Shaheens. There is high likely a chance that this map could end up on a 5-1 scoreline, Jack. It is a higher possibility. Especially how Shaheens have been recovering the round, and Doctors, with him not being able to die a lot in the first half it shows in the table here. 10 kills, only 3 deaths. He's been recovering rounds. He's been recovering those man count every single round in a way that it's been favorable for Shaheens for a very long time. And he's been only stuck with Mira here, Jack. He hasn't picked any other operators whatsoever. He's still stuck with Mira. He did ended up getting a lot of kills from that. And since it's working out, why not keep using it in a way that Tec Esports are still trying to scratch their heads, trying to think exactly, what went wrong in their execution, and maybe try to do better. Sandy, on the other hand, he's just going full on all the way from main entrance. But the biggest question is, can he secure this kill? Yes, he does. There goes Envy, and just like that, quick kills. Shaheens, they are lost to one man.
One down, and that being Envy. That is a big drop, mind you, as Envy has been pretty good at the very least on the initial gunfights, and has been, wasting a lot of time away from Tec Esports whenever possible. So that is a big loss, unfortunately, for that side. for the Shaheens, I mean, of course. However, not all is okay. Well, maybe things are a bit more dire. Wait a minute. Okay, we've got two big kills here. Jittery and Rattler finding Doctor and Sherry. Doctor going down. That is now huge, as it all leaves it up to Mighty Alien Bulbasaur, who, while performing admirably themselves in this matchup so far, have not had to be all too active because of Doctor's antics. Where are you going, Mighty Ali? As that is a huge kill for Jittery, and another one. Flawless round for Take Charge Esports, as they will put their second round on board. Once again, better late than never. But again, not the best first half for them. They are going into the defense. It is going to be round 7, which is, of course, where the roles are flipped. Take Charge will be on the defense, Shaheen's on the attack. And as we know, Clubhouse is a bit of an even Stevens map, all things considered. But even then, there is that slight defender sided nature to it. And yeah, that is going to be now the 7th round. But of course, before we do so, let us have a little tactical timeout taken by the Shaheens as they now decide how best to go about this second half.
Yeah, 4-2 is a good start from Shaheens. And I, I wouldn't say the same thing on round number 6. It was, you know, once Sandy started to remove Envy out of the play, next thing you know, we saw the rest of the players from Shaheen start to disappear one by one. And the only round that kept Shaheens together was none other than Doctor. He was the one who've been gaining a lot of attraction, a lot of distractions, securing a lot of kills, and also recovering back an impossible task that Shaheens was, currently in their situation. So he's been doing a lot of work for Shaheens, and it did ended up winning 4 rounds of defense, especially on a map like Clubhouse. But now, since the role's been reversed, Shaheen's being on attack, Take Charge Esports will be on defense. You could say that at this point, Clubhouse especially favors a lot on defense. And even if you do take a look at the bans for both attack and defense, it's one of the most standard bans as you can expect. A Thatcher ban, an Iana, and a Kaid ban. Although Mira is still present, so is the Melusi and Solace. There is a lot of defenders that Team Take Charge Esports could make use of the advantage, maybe going for a full-on trap operators, or maybe just gaining information, just like Shaheen's did. You saw the way how their operators were picked. One was the Mira, then there were some other rounds where we did get to see Envy mighty early picked Mozzie and Valkyrie, which was very good in gaining a lot of information. And eventually, so they did ended up securing good amount of kills with that information. And Take Charge Esports, they kind of neglected that. I mean, they could have countered it with a single use of IQ, but they didn't do it. They chose to stick with the standard push eventually, and it did ended up not working out well in their favor. So on round number 6, they tried to you know try to go on a bit of go on in more of like an aggressive approach, try to catch some of the defenders while they were busy trying to place their electronic gadgets. At that time, Sandy caught one of them, and they did eventually ended up securing most of the kills nonetheless. So now, since the timeout has come to an end, round number 7 will commence with Sandy bringing in the Solus this time. You could say that Solus kind of acts like a pulse. Solus can still use the ability and throw impact grenades both at the same time. So Solus is a versatile operator. You can play as a roamer. You can play as an anchor on the side of basement church, but usually Solus has been playing mostly played for gathering a lot of information, especially the gadgets that the attackers use. So when one of the attackers do tend to check out their drones, their position might be compromised, and it does end up losing a lot of chances. Jittery, on the other hand, start things off by defending the site of actually not basement, all the way from the garage catwalk. As he takes out Bulbasaur, another
Oh,
kill will come in by taking out Doctors, so the entire garage catwalk is in the hands of Jittery, and for Take Charge Esports, this is exactly what they need.
there's a big couple of drops right there. Jittery has absolutely shut down the initial entry from the side of the Shaheens. They have to go for the hatch now, and they'll be able to do so, of course. However, they would have liked to have, all of their players alive for this one. Unfortunately, not quite going to be that easy, as it were, especially given that they have lost Doctor. The rest of the team will have to pick up from where Doctor unfortunately left off, as Silence takes a bit of damage. And he's got to be careful about this. Silence is very low on HP, actively contesting the vertical angles. I'm not sure if that is the best idea for the Mute. That C4 is invaluable going into the rest of the round, especially in the execute phase, where that C4 could be the deciding factor between a plant or a round loss. And Sandy, the meanwhile, goes down as Envy finds a kill. Verticality working out right now for the Buck, but that's just one taken. They need a few more before they're able to safely make this play.
Diffuse has been dropped from Kitchen. And Silence is not looking good when it comes to his HP wise. So what is Shaheens' plan as of now? They're gonna drop down from basement church, maybe open up a lot of lines of sight, hatches, try to establish those crossfire angles. I think that no one is present from tunnels aside. And they're currently thinking of pushing all the way from blue and main stairs. Sherry might be in a bit of a trouble, but nonetheless, like he will secure the kill nonetheless. Mighty Ali, flashbang's been thrown out, taking a bit of a damage, but it turns out he's going to sprint all the way towards that place. Not quite sure if it's a good idea because of the Capcan EDDs giving a lot of traps at that too. 1v2, Sherry's in a bit of trouble, but Envy is still there to take out Rattler nonetheless. My goodness, that was a quick, aggressive push and a half right there, folks. Especially Envy and Mighty Ali being the distraction. Flashbangs was used, a push was been made, even though the EDDs were still present to deny most of the attackers. But yeah, it turns out it did favor a lot for Shaheens this time. 5-2. They are very close to securing map number 1 here, Jack.
And once again, I find myself thinking that, yeah, that should have been around that take charge one. We've seen this before, of course, take charge, on days where they're not particularly feeling great. They tend to lose these sorts of rounds, even though they have a very clear advantage. And that round was one of them. Jittery with that opening double kill. That really should have been it when you think about it, right? Doctor's gone. And if I recall, I think it was Bulbasaur who was also off the board early as well. And yet they maintained, mind you, they maintained that 3v5 all the way into the final few moments of the round, where the verticality led, the Buck to get one kill. And after that, when pushing into blue, they just kept finding bodies in 1v1s. There wasn't a concerted team effort from Take Charge that I could really see that would allow them to win these rounds. I mean, they weren't, watching their crosses or doing, angle like cross peaks or anything like that. They weren't really, I don't know. I'm not really sure what happened right there from the side of the defense, but it is what it is. 5-2. Shaheens are looking very strong to win their map pick at the moment, and they're going to need this momentum because Border, of course, is a tough map to win for, well, just about either team. But Take Charge has, at the very least, more experience in terms of real games played here, full competitive games, that is. So we'll have to see how Border pans out. But right now, let's not lose focus of this map just yet. There are still a couple of rounds to be played at the very least. And right now, you have the E1D coming out. You have the Dokubi calls coming in as well. I'm surprised that there's not a Jackal, a Blitz, and an Ash behind behind all of this. However, we have the breach taken care of, Smoke's position given away, and shots will be fired. Wait a minute, Doctor's is gonna walk in. Have they spotted him? Yes, they have. And Jittery gets one. Envy gets a refrag, but Mighty Ellie falls to silence on the other side. Action, at least a little burst of it, happening in very quick succession.
Yeah, that was a risky decision from Doctor, pushing all by himself without any lines of sight being covered up. That will end up with Shaheens losing two of the important players. The Kirby would have been a huge help, especially with the calls, but that aggressive play should have been done with a bit of good support with the crossfire angles. Now, talk about the mid-round itself. Shaheens in a bit of a trouble, but turns out Envy is there to recover it nonetheless by taking out Sandy from Garage Catwalk. But still, Envy needs to be careful, because Rattler was there in that particular position, and now he decides to hold on towards CCTV. Not quite sure that being in that position would be a good idea, because Sherry is just slowly slithering, walking towards the Garage Catwalk. The find one of the players or two in. We find actually one from the vertical line of sight, but cannot confirm the kill nonetheless. Starting to lose a lot of time. They need to go in for the plant. They have C4s. Actually, yeah, they have C4s and smoke gas canisters, but B turns things around by taking out Envy instead. A 3v2 situation. They only have 30 seconds. Rattler has expended all of his smoke gas canisters, so they need to rely on that C4. Beat will just secure the kill instead, leading to Bolobosor in a 1v3 situation. He doesn't see the head of one of the players, and Beat will just casually get the kill like it wasn't a big deal for him. Turns out that Team Take Charge Esports will hold their ground on CCTV as a timeout will be requested from Shaheens. Not quite sure that the push from Shaheens was a good idea, especially from Doctor, because if he's pushing all the way by himself, it could have been better if there's at least one player holding one line of sight, another player holding from the windows, just to make sure to get the trade and make sure that there's a good trade challenge going on from Shaheen's end. But that individual push kind of costed them the round, don't you think?
It was a very risky decision by Doctor. The last few rounds for Doctor haven't really been all that great. I think we can all agree on that front. But the thing is, I understand the idea behind it, but like you said, Baba, a bit more cover would have been a bit better. Maybe Doctor could have waited until at least Garage was not cleared, but maybe the smoke was flushed out of Garage, so he didn't have to worry about that one. But it is what it is, right? They made that decision. There's not really much we can do thinking about what ifs and what could have been, because at the end of the day, that's not the timeline we live in, after all, right? After all,
Hmm.
we did see Envy still come to CCTV window, right? A bit late, admittedly, but still, he was there to try and take the trade, and they just happened to lose Sherry on the other side to a completely different set of circumstances. So Shaheen's unfortunately falling prey to something similar to what Hunters were having in their own attack half, which was a little bit of a disjointed attack that's kind of all over the place and yet nowhere at the same time. So we'll have to see how they respond from here on out. They are the team in the lead, and Take Charge are still 2 rounds in the deficit. It is still Shaheen's game to win or to lose from here on out. Let's not forget, as overtime is a very real possibility. But for the time being, we'll have to just wait and see how they respond. They've taken another timeout, as you can see, folks. There's a few seconds left on it right now, and we'll see what the decision making is here from this attacking team. They need something to go their way. They need to just win a few rounds and get themselves going, as we will move to Basement Church and Arsenal Room in round 9.
We have only two remaining timeouts left for Take Charge Esports to use if things didn't go well in their favor, and I'm kind of sure that if Shaheen secures match point, we might see it. But all in all, Shaheens are very close on reaching match point, and for the fact that Take Charge Esports are not gonna let away that match point, be in their hands that easily. Changes will be made in their attackers picks with Envy. For a moment there, I thought he's gonna bring in the Nook, but this time he'll just stick with the Buck instead. The secondary hard breach and the skeleton key, which is good when it comes to opening up both soft and hard breach, hard breach stuff. So everything might go well. Bolobosor once again swapping out the operator from the Lion. Secondary EMPs, great when it comes to disabling some of the electronic gadgets that Mute brings to the table. So Basement Church side will be a bit difficult, knowing that there will be one of the jammers present from there. The main problem was that Shaheens did secure this round mainly because of when Sandy was currently in Basement Church, right? While he was trying to detect some electronic gadgets from the kitchen side. Unfortunately, he got caught in that crossfire and ended up losing his life, giving the advantage for Shaheens when it comes to that man count. So Bolobosor, on the other hand, just trying to wait for that perfect opportunity. There you go. Secondary hard breach will be used. 2 hard breaches will be used as well to open up a certain line of sight, one to peak angle and another to just enter into a second floor gym. Now, the biggest problem has to be the aggressive playstyle that Shaheens is showing right now, and turns out it is working out well for them. Speed has gone down. There goes the Melusi. And now, with only 4 players left, you can see how Shaheens are just storming the place. It's like one by one, you see them gain control of one place to the other, which will force the players on the side of Take Charge Esports fall back and put themselves back in towards the side where they can make their final stand. Sandy is going to miss a lot of shots, and turns out he will lose that gunfight to Doctor. And that is just like that, a 2v5 situation where Shaheens are trying to just corner them, or should I say, just box them in a way that it's forcing Take Charge Esports to lose a lot of gunfights.
That's the thing, isn't it? They just keep finding these isolated gunfights and taking full advantage of them. As right now, we're down to the SAS brothers on the defense side of things. Silence and Rattler playing the Mute and the Smoke, but it's only the Mute who's alive right now. Oh dear me, Silence crossing over. That one was dangerous. Now his position is given away in the bathroom. The plant should go off in the meanwhile, as you've got an attacker trying to push into the bathroom. Try and get this Mute out of there. As there we go, Sherry turns around, watches the flank, gets the kill, and that is gonna be Shaheens now going to map point, folks. One round, and the Shaheens can claim Clubhouse as their territory and put the onus on Take Charge Esports, put them under pressure, put them in the blender, as it were, in map number 2. But right now, we're going to be having a bit of a timeout from Take Charge Esports. And is this that moment? Are they going to get the timeout buff and push us into overtime? We'll find out after these couple of minutes now, won't we?
I just cannot believe I predicted that. I did say that if Shaheens, like, if Shaheens goes to match point, we will see Take Charge Esports take a timeout. And it turns out I was right. Take Charge Esports did take a timeout. Would you look at that? All right. Now here comes the breaking point, because those 2 sites that Shaheens have secured is at Basement Church. So the only chance for them to survive is either second floor CCTV, second floor gym and bedroom, or the infamous first floor bar and stage that Take Charge Esports could go for it, but it's very rare for them to pick that side. So in that timeout, are they thinking of going for for the side? Maybe, bar and stage could change the tide for Take Charge Esports,
Hmm.
because if they win that, they have a higher chances of securing second floor CCTV, which could put them to a 5 to 6 score line. So Shaheens, on the other hand, Doctor and Envy is just doing a lot of, Envy's been doing a good job when it comes to securing his initial kills, but just I'm pretty sure that Take Charge Esports might go in for bar and stage. Bar and stage. It could be because
Hmm.
Basement Church not working out twice. Second floor CCTV, it's locked. They could go for gym and bedroom. You still have Mira. They could play the Mira, but bar and stage. Oh boy, why do I get the feeling that they might pick that side? Why do I get the feeling that they might pick the side? No, actually, they won't. Finally, I'm wrong for the first time. Basement just an Arsenal room it is, folks. 3 to 6 as Shaheens are in match point. So basically, Tech Charge Esports are like, yeah, we know we lost that same, we lost the site twice, but we're gonna go for it anyways.
I mean, third time's the charm, obviously, right? We're just missing the bigger picture here, Baba, as we're going to be moving into what is now the 10th round in this matchup. And looking at the overall changes, the one main thing that I'm seeing is, other than a few role changes like Silence taking up the Jaeger while Beat goes into Mute and Jittery bringing in the Wamai, we're seeing a big changer in the introduction of Thorn, who in her own right is a trap operator, and a pretty good one at that, as that explosion of the Razor Bloom is surprisingly big, and a lot of players tend to miss that, especially if they're not paying attention. You have to run away from the Razor Bloom. Even if you're only walking, you will still take a good chunk of damage if you don't escape the radius, or at least the killing radius in time. So you got to be careful with that operator, as has been demonstrated time and again. Shaheens on the other side, we've got, well, we did have a potential Blackbeard pick from Mighty Ali, but of course that has been swapped out for the Hebana. We've got the Sledge. We have a of course, double breacher setup, as it were, with Envy bringing in secondary hard breaches as well. So a lot of breaching is going to happen, but first, we're going to be having the roam clear on second floor.
Breaches will be done. Bolobosor unfortunately had to lose his drone while the breach was happening. That mute jammer, although the mute jammer was present from the wall itself, at least they will have some entryways. So drop down will be made from Envy from second floor site from logistics. Now he'll just slowly make his way all the way towards the basement side. And some information will be given. Lines of sight will be made. Vertical line of sight. All the way from logistics to kitchen. So you have that long sight that it could be difficult for the attackers to secure a kill or two. So actually for the defenders to secure a kill or two. So this is looking good. Protections have been made. No claymores. Doctor has 2 of them. He could place it in a secure way. Breach will be made. No impacts to denial, mainly because they have a lot of deployable shields to give them that extra protection. So their biggest concern is not opening up the hatches. Their biggest concern is how they'd hold the important choke points. But mighty Ali forgot that there is Sandy just hiding in that, hiding in plain sight. He secures the second too, and just like that, we see Shaheen starts to fall apart, but Envy is still there to try to mitigate the damage that's been caused. Secondary hard breach will be used, opened up lines of sight, default camp's been destroyed, and now they're losing time with Sandy making an impactful kill in the late rounds.
Absolutely massive play from the Thorn right there. And those Razor Blooms are still present, mind you. Grenades are going to go out towards the church door, but wait, Doctor has stealthily made his way in towards Moto right now in the hallway of the site, pushing slowly but surely. The Jaeger is watching this door, which means that he's going to have to go through silence first. But there's going to be a grenade tossed in. There's the My Magnet catching that explosive charge and pushing it out of harm's way. Doctor pushing up the hallway right now, really wants to get in the site. He will do so, but gets shut down. Rattler taking that kill. Envy's in here right now, finds one, looking to find a couple more potentially. Sees the smoke, can't quite get him. Gets the Wamai though, and it's a triple kill for Envy. Looking forward to the ace at the moment, but he's got to get a couple kills, but Rattler's all over the place, and he will shut down the entry coming in. Beat cleaning up on a down player on the other side. And take charge, better late than never. But again, a very messy mid-round. They need to stop giving away bodies when it's the downtime of the round. The execute hadn't even started, and Shaheens were picking up kills left and right after that initial set of kills that we saw the Thorn walk away with. So again, things need to be cleaned up by Take Charge Esports, but they are winning rounds, which is what matters, of course, for them at the moment, as we will move into round 11, and boy howdy, the site is second floor CCTV.
At this point, I could say that the defenders are taking charge of this situation.
Aha!
Basement Church looking really good.
Note beside to the Take Chart social media manager social media manager guy, whoever it is, that's Baba's pun counter that just got started. All right, or does that count towards mine? Because I've been doing a lot of Take Chart puns. Right? What am I, 17 or something like that?
17, and this is my first pun of Take Charge. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, Take Charge social media manager person. You have Baba Gusta's counter now to keep a track of. I mean, this is.
I just got one.
Like, you got one, but you never know. You might get more, right? You really gotta take charge of those puns, you know.
Yeah, that's 18 on yours, and mine is still 1.
Exactly. See, I'm going for it. I am happy with these puns. Okay, as bad as some of them have been, I'm okay with it.
All right. Well, as we focus on the match, we see Sherry taking out Rattler very early in the round. This could cause havoc for Take Charge Esports. With the Rattler being down, the Mute's Jammer would still be present, but the Mira's wall being opened up from second floor CCTV could cause concerns for Shaheens, which means that opening up lines of sight could be an issue for them. The only thing that they can do is just, go for an inverted rappel and maybe open up line of sight, or better yet, use the Selma breach charges to just widely open up the wall and just give an entryway for the attackers instead. But what's more interesting is that the Capitao is in play. from Mighty Elite. So if there is a chance for those firebolts to capture one of the defenders, you could say that Take Charge Esports might be in a bit of a state of bother because they've already lost one of the players, and Garage Catwalk might be in contention, might be in danger if they start to lose that control as well.
That's something that they will have to keep a hold of no matter what. Drone's going to find the Wamai, and that is Jittery's position given away. He now has to be so much more careful. Mind you, the breach hasn't exactly happened all too well for the attackers here. Bulbasaur taking a ridiculous amount of damage, but Envy will be the one who finds Jittery and finishes him off. Beat gets one back. That is Bulbasaur taking care of the Lion. Gone. Better late than never. And he finds Envy as well. That's a big double to have. Needs to find a couple more. Jaeger's position will be given away in just a second here. It is the Capitao who's pushing, so Mighty Ali can get the Jaeger out of that position. But Silence goes down in the meanwhile as Doctor gets that kill. Huge kill inside the site. And that's going to force these defenders to try and get a few more. But wait a minute. Beautiful shot there from Sandy, but loses a lot of health doing it. Doctor's really pushing right now, but Beats now in the 1v2. It's all up against Sherry. Position will be given away. Oh, he nearly had that. Nearly had the wall bang. The dip in and out. And the shotgun is in hand. Beat looking for the kill. Pushing out. Sees him. And that is Sherry taken care of. The 1v2 for the Mira. Oh, dear me. It was a game of cat and mouse. And what a time for Beat to have won that particular engagement. It was messy round from Shaheens again. This time, they were the ones with the early kill. They were the ones with the advantage first, and yet they seem to have lost that round in a little bit of an awkward position, as it were. So, folks, we are now in what I think we all thought at one point wouldn't really happen, but we are in the round of ones. 6-5 is the scoreline. One round for Shaheens to end this and take us to map 2, and one round for Take Charge to put us into overtime.
Oh boy, we're back at the match of ones, Jack. Match of ones for Take Charge to OT and one round for Shaheens to secure that round. And Beat, especially in the end of the round, you kind of see him just silently charge his way to victory, especially with the shotgun kill that I seen from the secondary. Although it's funny how it says that it deals 75 damage, especially on close range. It really is a devastating gun, to begin with. But all in all, Shaheens, man, they were in match point like 3 rounds ago, and Take Charge Esports, they're just they just bring it back up 5-6, and a pause will be requested from the side of Shaheens. Oh boy, this has got to be nerve wracking for them because they had the advantage in the first half, and then suddenly taking things in control from the defensive side has definitely got a sting for them.
That it will be. Going to OT from the current situation that they are in is not something that they probably want to do or even be in, for that matter, as they will simply have to once again get themselves in a bit of a favorable position for this next round. We are of course still in that pause, as it were, but the Shaheens, they need this time once again to really talk it out between themselves and give themselves a little bit of a pat on the back, just get their energies flowing and give themselves a little bit more give themselves a little bit more credit for what they have done already and what they can still do. Take Charge, on the other hand, one more round and they can push to overtime, try to take Shaheens' map away from them, and go into border with the momentum on their side. We're just waiting for the ready confirmation here, folks. A little bit from Take Charge. All right, looks like they need a second. Well, I mean, they need a moment, I should say, as right now we're just waiting for that ready confirmation, and then we will be in to round number 12. We know that pauses like this when it comes to the action are not exactly something that anyone really likes, but here we go. Ready confirmation is in, and we're going in. Round number 12 is now on Well, good to go, I should say. I almost lost my train of thought there. Gym Bedroom, the site of choice as Take Charge have what amounts to pretty much one of the biggest stakes in this match they could possibly have. Losing the first map is not exactly great because the pressure on them in map 2 is going to be huge. So they need the overtime, they need the victory here, and they are very much doing everything they possibly can to get it.
You know, Jack, for the past 13 rounds, actually, for the past 11 rounds, I just realized that Osa is still in the table. It's not banned.
Oh yeah, we have not seen a single Osa pick so far, have we?
They could have used Osa to contest second for CCTV, or better yet, they could have used it to contest second for Jim. But instead, we see the Blackbeard being brought out once again from Mighty Ali.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, I did not notice that.
Okay. Mighty Ali
Blackbeard,
with Blackbeard. Buck from Envy. He's still sticking with Buck, and turns out it is working out well for him. 15 kills.
I mean, yeah.
But if this spells doom for Shaheens, then this will definitely not look too good for them, man.
I am very not. The Blackbeard pick just doesn't make sense to me. If you want secondary EMPs, there's better operators to use than Blackbeard. There's Dokubi, there's Lion, and amongst others, there's Osa. Osa, literally the operator we were talking about, has a better shield and better utility to boot, and some would even say better guns. Don't get me wrong, Blackbeard's guns are decent, especially his battle rifle. But even then, like that's Osa just has more reliable guns. Even the PDW, I would argue, is better than the Scar. And the DMR is decent, but there's better DMRs. Wait a minute, we've got a push up from Sherry right now. Ooh, I am not sure where Jittery was going with that peak. Envy will shut down that Womai very, very quickly. And we've got ourselves an interesting and very quick take into CC and Cash, while the rest of the defense has hold up around the site. There's only one player offside, and that is Sandy, mind you, who is currently, I believe, all the way downstairs in pool. Yes, sir. Let's just see how things go as Take Charge. They need to rally around the fact that they've lost a body very quickly, for that matter.
Yeah, so technically, Sandy and Rattler, both of them are like the game changers for this round at this point, because they're the only ones that they can catch some of the attackers off guard. And one of them is currently trying to watch the flanks. Bulbasaur is slowly making his way from second floor side, but turns out that C4, especially with the pings that they made, will secure Sherry. That too, it's the IQ. The IQ could have at least detected that, but turns out the detonation was too quick for him to handle. They're losing a lot of time. 35 seconds. Here comes the Blackbeard securing one kill. There goes B, the 3v4. Now they're slowly pushing in, but turns out Rattler and Bulbasaur, both of them, immediately take turns and get those kills. And now Take Charge is in big trouble. Sandy just patiently waiting once again. Information, will that be given? No, I think not. Yellow pings will be given, but Doctor is still sticking with the plan. Okay, not quite sure. Sandy, a bit too late for that. Post-plan it is. 1v3, 5 to 6. Shaheens, what could go wrong with them? They have every single control, and Blackbeard going up against a Navy SEAL Valkyrie will be going off with the 1v1 gunfight, and Sandy will win that nonetheless. 1v2 Doctor, he loses that too. Oh no, that's trouble for Shaheens. It's 1v1. Sandy can have a chance to recover this once and for all, but Bulbasaur just patiently waiting once again. He's going to hear the sound cues. The defusal sounds will be given.
Wait,
Bolo,
he's on the other side of the
does he
wall.
have the answer? He does not. Bolo is going in for the
He can get this.
Oh,
He can get this.
Oh
my goodness!
No! Just no!
Yes!
No!
What a play! What a play by the Valkyrie! What a play by Sandy! Shaheens, you goofed it! You had it! You had the match point, but folks, we are going into round 13, so say it with me now. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for overtime? I don't know why I had that dip in my voice right there, but I'll tell you what a way to go into overtime. The 1v3 post-plant clutch. And what a clutch it was. Those 2 kills, beautiful shots, and smart play as well, knowing full well that the hardcover that the mattress is on, right? That metal sheet, whatever it is, right, is gonna afford him enough cover if he just stays behind the soft wall inside the logistics. There was enough distance to basically long arm the plant. You don't really call it long arming it anymore, but you get the point. Basically, do it at a distance and a safe distance at that. And what a play! Awareness, just the awareness on Sandy to go for that. Beautiful stuff. Shaheens, unfortunately, I have to say that was a massive, massive bag fumble. And really, they really should be feeling bad about the fact that it is overtime. It was their round to win. But here we are, overtime. Baba? Is he back? Oh, there
Yeah,
he
yeah,
is.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm back. I just needed a second, all right?
No, I get it. I get it. Like, my goodness, that. All right.
I'm just.
Even our
Oh,
producer in the back
Shaheens.
is. Even our producer in the back is taking shots right now. Oh boy, Echo Drone being taken out by Sandy as the roam clear is well underway. But are there any roamers out at the moment? There's players on first floor, yes. But is there anybody on the second floor? Or is there anybody on the first floor at all? I think all 5 defenders are in the site, turtling up. Yeah, it really seems like it. So, Take Charge will simply have to take a, quick peek around the map, make sure that all their stairs and flanks are blocked off, and move forward with the breach.
Yep. The breach will be done. Take Charge Esports have managed to put this on OT. Cannot believe that actually did happen. Okay, never mind. I'll just focus on OT. 6 to 6. Breach will be done nonetheless. They will open up the hatch. Jittery is still present to open up some vertical line of sight in towards the kitchen side. Important ones that could force one of the players on defense to get out of the Arsenal room. But turns out Cherry will be in huge gunfight all the way from Church's
Ooh.
side. Okay, that's a good kill coming in from Invi's end. Taking out Jittery while he was establishing that vertical line of sight towards the kitchen place. Red pings will be given, which means that Shaheens have good
dear.
amount of control, and Sandy just denies Doctor in just a flick of his weapon. That's one. Now, with the trades being intact, Sandy's just firmly taking control of the situation. Rattler,
dear
silence,
me.
all 3 of them. That's a total shutdown from the side, and Bolo Basor goes down too. What is happening? Shaheens!
Yeah, I think turtling up in the site was probably not a good idea. I don't know. It's just maybe just a hunch, but I feel like not taking the fight to Take Charge and letting them get comfortable on the map was probably not the best way to go about that particular round. Unfortunately for the Shaheens, it's a lesson hard learned, and they will simply have to try and go onto the attack. Onto the attack and try again. I mean, it looks like we are getting a rehost request from the side of Take Charge. Maybe there might have been a game crash or whatever have you. The game is paused and Jittery has disconnected. And looks like we are going to have to go into a rehost. Unfortunately, folks, it is what it is. Technical difficulties, as you know, and we're going to be going into a rehost right now. What a time for a rehost! One of the most hype clutches we've had. Well, one, maybe not the most hype, but like it's definitely up there. It was a great clutch and a massive slip up from the Shaheen side, and then a beautiful round from Take Charge. They really seemed like they were taking charge of the situation. That's not even me trying to make a pun. That is genuinely how I felt about that round, and then we get a Rios. So yeah, oh, what a time for the Rios. Baba's just dead staring into uh into the camera right now, dead staring into our souls, as it were. I get it though. My goodness, that fumble from the Shaheens was astronomical. I haven't seen one that bad in recent memory. So yeah, they're gonna have to live with it. And if they lose this match, If they lose this map, I will say, then it is squarely that round's fault and really nothing else. Like, sure, you could say that they like the fact that Hunters went from 6-3 to 6-5 in the first place, right? And then managed to win the rounds as well. Yeah, that's also something that Shaheen should be thinking about. But more importantly, it was a 3v1. The plant was in the corner in the perfect place, and yet and yet it just wasn't to be for them. I was like, that round's gonna be replaying in my head in my dreams tonight, because it's just one of those situations where looking at it from the outside perspective, from our perspective, you can just look and see and like just think of a million different ways to do it, right? And even then, that round had some pretty big missteps from the take chart side of things, because that C4 from Sandy should have come in much earlier. I'll tell you what, should have just tossed it on one of the red pings and tried to get it over with. Had the plan been denied, they wouldn't have even needed a play like that at all. But it's just what ifs at that point, right? None of those things happen. We don't live in those timelines, clearly. So we're just simply gonna have to move on from this point forth, folks. But I will say this much: Take Charge Esports, they have fought hard, and this overtime is very much deserved. They are in the lead as well, too. First time for this matchup, and what a time to do it. Again, this rehost is unfortunate, but again, we're just gonna have to wait and watch how post rehost overtime goes. Again, it's one of the more frustrating moments for the action to be paused on, but we'll simply have to live with it and wait for the players to join back. So far, looking like a pretty even Stevens map between both teams. Given that we're on overtime, I think I can safely make that assumption. But the question is, who wins round 14? Is all take charge on the defense? And should they go to, let's say, basement church or second floor CCTV? Maybe church, but second floor CCTV or even gym. Uh, okay, maybe not gym. So I think they'll go CCTV. CCTV is the only set that they've really been comfortable on. Basement Church, it took them a couple tries before they finally won that site. So I don't know if they'll go there. But if they do go CCTV and they play it correctly, play everything correctly, then I don't see any reason why they shouldn't win. Again, this match was Shaheens' to win, and Shaheens' match to lose. I said that way back when it was 4-2 in the first half. Here we are.
Yeah, here we are. OT 7-6. Shaheens. And they had it. They could have just ended the round. But here comes Sandy out of nowhere, just oh man,
Oh man.
I kid you not, Jack. I am in disbelief right now. I'm in disbelief. I just cannot believe that it just happened. A 1v3 post plant. Sandy misses the C4. It was mistimed. It was 1v3. You had a Blackbeard with a rifle shield. You had one player still inside, and Bolobosor was on window. Just
That's the thing. They
how
had the
can you mess it up?
positions, right? They had the positions.
How
Just
can you mess it up? I'm sorry, Shaheens.
they
I
lost their
know.
gunfights.
I feel like I've been trying to, be, very rude about Shaheens. And yes, do have to apologize if I'm being rude for Shaheens, but that round was just, it was their round and it's just gone because of it. Clubhouse. It's your map from start to finish. Shaheens had just gained such good momentum in the first half while they were on defense. It was 4-2. It was 4-2. Shaheens had secured match point in second half, and guess what happened? Take Charge Esports puts us to OT. And now it's 7-6 with Shaheens losing on defense.
That
Just
is the nature. Such is the nature of Rainbow Six Siege competitive esports matches. Such is the nature of life itself. As a certain great movie quote goes, life finds a way. as it were. And in this regard, I guess we can say uh, running and gunning finds a way, as it were. Still waiting on the rehost, mind you, folks. It's going to take a couple more minutes, as it were. You're still stuck with us until then. But hey, it is what it is, right? We just got to make sure the players are comfortable. They are ready to continue the matchup. And I'll tell you what, this rehost, it is taken by the side of Take Charge, but Shaheens definitely need this time to just talk about what they've been doing wrong, because I think the answer for them will be a lot in this moment, and they will 100% need to try and fix that going forward from here. We'll just have to wait and see how they go about doing that, how they end up actually deciding what to change, what not to change, and how to change what they do need to change, as it were. I said change 4 times in that sentence. Happens
Change is
sometimes.
good.
Word yes, change finds a way, as it were. But regardless of
That's
all of
six
that,
times now.
folks, uh, I mean, you were the one who
Like
said the fifth
including
one, so
mine, it
yeah,
became six.
yeah. Still, jokes aside, I do want to point out though that this game has been an interesting game. I won't say it's been like a massively amazing game, because there have been a couple of not massive, but there have been a lot of mistakes made by both sides, and it's been slow going in the middle, especially, right? I would say from round 6 to round 9. Not a whole lot was happening. It was just standard siege gameplay that we were seeing from both teams, even though we know they can do so much more and have done so much more before. So I'm not entirely sure what happened to them in the middle there, but maybe they were just taking their time until they could really awaken, especially for the side of Take Charge Esports, because they took a break, not a break, but like a pause on round 9, if I do recall correctly. It's been just Take Charge for the last 4 rounds straight. So yeah, they actually did get that tactical timeout buff that we were talking about when they took that pause. So, all things considered, it was great going for them. Again, we're just waiting on that rehost to end and we can continue with this matchup, folks. I know, it's frustrating to have a rehost at this moment of all times, but that's the thing. The technical nature of these tournaments doesn't really allow them to be the smoothest affairs, as it were. So you're just going to have to wait for a little bit longer. But hey, there's more to talk about while we are, of course, still here. There is that second game of the night, which is a Mina versus Mina affair. Triple Esports taking on GK. That's going to be an amazing game, as well as you have these. Well, I want to say giants from the MENA region going head to head. Triple Esports, a very good roster in their own right, but GK, oh man, they are a fearsome set of players there. I do believe that 3 of the players from GK are formerly Oshtek Warriors players as well, and they placed second in the Saudi E League. So there's a lot that they've already done in recent memory, and of course, that's something that their opponents at Triple will have to watch out for. And of course, tonight is not the end of group stages. There's still one more day of groups to go, and that is tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a very important day for teams in this stage, because, folks, of course, groups are. Group B is basically the group of uncertainty at the moment. The only thing we can be sure of is that Kira Esports, no matter what they do, I feel like they're completely out of the running. But Mercenaries at 4 points, they could still get knocked out if Nobles and 25 Esports win both of their games. If I recall correctly, tomorrow is Mercenaries versus Nobles and Akira Esports versus 25 Esports. So 25 Esports, they're on 3 points. Should they win their match, actually, wait. Are 25 and 2 points? Yeah, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Because Nobles won a
Yeah.
map in that match between 25 and Noble. So 3 points. If say 25 Esports win their match, I lost my train of thought there. If they do win that match, then they'll be at 5 points, overtaking Mercenaries. Nobles, on the other hand, are actually on, if I recall correctly, 2 points, right, already, because of a couple of map wins that they have had in their 2 matches. So if they win against Mercenaries, then they get to 4 points as well. And then I think it'll become like a sort of head-to-head tiebreaker rule sort of situation. I'm not entirely too clear on those at the moment. We will talk about those more in the running as it were. But I think it has to do with like rounds won or maps won, so on and so forth. In which case, Mercenaries might still have an advantage because both of their games have been 2-0s. So that is something to keep in mind. And after that, of course, we'll have to just see. It's very close, and Mercenaries still have to win their match against the Nobles to really secure themselves at the top of their group. And even if they win one map, I think it'll still be okay for them despite a 1-2 loss. That'll still be 5 points more than what Nobles have. So they're very comfortable right now, but they're not out of the woods just yet. So MRCZ, they are basically South Asia's only hope at the moment for a presence in top four. And I'll tell you what, top four is gonna be even more difficult, all things considered. So that's something that MRCZ will need to remember. After all, Tuesday, I do believe, is a bit of a break before we go into top four starting Wednesday. And of course, from there on out, it is all chaos all the time. So we do hope that you've got your evenings cleared out, ladies and gentlemen, at home, as we'll be bringing that action of Rainbow Six straight to your screens here at the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. Speaking of which, you want some great gaming gear. Excuse me right there. I was going to go into a bit of a segment, but then my throat decided no. But if you want some fantastic gaming gear, head up Zotac Gaming. Link is, of course, in the description below. And if you want more esports action, Rainbow Six or otherwise, make sure to subscribe and follow the Esports Club here on YouTube and our streaming platforms, and, of course, our social media platforms at the Esports Club on Instagram, Twitter, so on and so forth. You know the whole deal. And after all, if you're watching so much of Rainbow Six and you want to play it, if you don't have it, well, first of all, you should. And if you don't, well, you can go to Ubisoft's official store page and get yourselves the game. It is a fantastic game, despite recent decisions that have been made. We're not going to talk about this here. But yeah, overall, very good game, very good time to be a Siege player as well, given so many tournaments that we've been having. Shout outs to the Esports Club for those. And this interregional tournament also really, really good stuff. Again, yesterday's match, we really like to talk about Mercenaries around here right now because, after all, they are the hope of SA. But the other thing is that that match yesterday, map number 1 that they played, was amazing. I would have loved to see map 2, but unfortunate server issues took the game off stream. It is what it is. With all that said, folks, it looks like the technical difficulties have not quite been taken care of just yet, and it's going to take a little while to take full care of them. So until then, unfortunately, we have to call for a quick break, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gusta as we are back, of course, after what is admittedly a little bit of a break that we had to take because of rehost, technical difficulties, so on and so forth. You get the point. But folks, we are back into the match. It is round 14 as we now move into overtime match point for Take Charge Esports in map number 1. They have fought hard. They came, excuse me right there, from a 2-5 down going into round 8 into a 7-6 advantage. They are now on the defense and they are headed actually to Basement Church and Arsenal Room. Now, why that's surprising to me is because me and Baba, we were speculating right when we were on the break, was that they wouldn't go to Basement because they've lost there twice and it took them a couple tries before they were able to win this site. And Shaheens have at least have shown to have had a pretty decent control of this particular part of the map. However, it seems that Take Charge are confident and they want to take on this particular site with as much vigor, as much gusto as they possibly can. And Shaheens right now will have to try and figure out what they want to do for this particular round. They lose this round, they lose their map pick, they go into border on a disadvantage. And of course, they can't be having that. So with that said, round 14, let's see it.
There you go, boys. Overtime match point 7-6. 7-6 for Take Charge Esports. Total of 2 C4s. Beat still has one of the jammers. Bolobos are already inside the building, which means that he's going to catch at least 1 or 2 players who are currently caught roaming all the way towards second floor side. But I'm pretty sure that on first floor, no one is currently present, but at least he'll be able to find some footprints. And that has to be either Sandy's or Beat. So, since Doctor is bringing in the cabbie, it's very powerful to, find those gadgets. And also, since Shaheens are currently the ones on disadvantage, Take Charge, all it requires is 1 win. That 1 win, will be very difficult because if Shaheens wins this, then we have our final round, round number 15, where this map has to go with at least one of the teams. Will it be Take Charge or will it be Shaheens? We're starting to pass from the mid rounds, and yet not a single body has been dropped from either of these teams.
So far, so good for the Take Charge defense as they are yet to lose a single player. However, their overall presence on the map has been a little less than what they normally show. Normally a road presence, but this time they're doing what Shaheens did in the last round and basically letting their opponents get comfortable on the map. C4 has been pinged by Sherry, and we're gonna have a breach coming in. There you go. I don't know if the scan went off. No, Bulbasaur didn't actually get that scan. The footprint got deleted by the breach charge that was used up in that moment. Unfortunate, as it were. But for now, let's just wait and see. C4, I think, has been dealt with, the one that was pre-placed. And that was probably Beats C4 as well. Sandy still has his, but slowly but surely they are approaching the side. Beats found one. That's a big one as well. Bulbasaur gone. That's your Jackal taken care of. Here comes a call from the Dokkaebi, and that means an entry could possibly be coming soon. Jittery on blue has to be so careful. But there's also a potential push towards Moto that is currently being tested. Sherry is close to blue. Beat finds another. Silence gets one more. It is all over the place right now for the side of the Shaheens as they are losing bodies left and right. Mighty Ali throws a flashbang. Can't quite get that. Here's Jittery with one. Last one's on blue as well. Will it be a flawless round? Not quite, maybe. Doctor has given away his position. It's a 1v5, and there's only so much that this player can do right now. And get... Oh, my goodness. Okay. That's a double kill. But Jittery Peaks gets the kill. And with that, Take Charge will win their 5th round in a row. And more so, they will take map number 1 with quite the comeback on their hands. 8-6 is the victory that Take Charge have just taken on Clubhouse. It was the map pick of Shaheens as well, so they will be very happy with this result.
Yep, 8-6 Take Charge Esports from a major disadvantage in the first half to a comeback, securing the round win on Clubhouse. 8-6. Now on map number 2, border is the deciding factor to see whether if Take Charge Esports would end things off on a 2-0, or will Shaheens put us all the way to map number 3, which is Oregon. I'm pretty much guessing, right? Oregon is third map, I believe. Yeah, Oregon is the third
Oregon is
map.
the starter, yes.
Yeah. So we'll actually get to see that in map recap itself. Clubhouse at the hands of Team Take Charge Esports, 8-6. Now we are here on map border, which is a map being picked by Take Charge Esports. So they've secured their first map. Second map, if they do win it, they will end up securing 3 points in the group standing tables, but they'll be in third place mainly because of GK Esports and Triple Esports. Both of them has already 4 points accordingly. So talking about that, the main thing that Take Charge Esports needs to do at this moment is to ensure that they have highest round win difference. Round win difference that if they did ended up on a 7-1 or a 7-3, it would look good for Take Charge Esports, is because in the group stages, if things did happen to have an equal scores from either of these three teams, Take Charge Esports might have a chance to, go back upstairs and take at least a second or first place chances. But winning things off on an 8-6 might have a lot of problems in their round differential, a round win difference. But let's take a look at the match summary itself. 17-13 kills to Beat and Rattler. I was about to say Jeet and Bitry at this point.
Yes.
Shaheens, on the other hand, 17 kills to Envy and 15 kills to Doctor.
That's the thing, though. When you look at the overall trades and kills that we have seen, I think it is still Take Charge, pretty much in the lead for the scoreboard as well. Primarily because on the Shaheens side, you have Bulbasaur at 611 and 36% on the cost. Had a good start in the map, but unfortunately fizzled out by the halfway point, never to be really seen again. Mighty Ellie as well, 4-11 and 36% on cost percentage. Whereas if you look at Take Charge's bottom of the scoreboard, you have Jittery 9-14, 36%. Not much in utility, but getting a few impactful kills and entry kills as well, going 3-2. Silence, on the other hand, a pretty quiet map, but still better cost percentage than Jittery, which means Silence was still doing what work they could on the support side of things. And those 5 kills were still pretty impactful whenever they managed to get them. So good stuff from the side of Take Charge Esports. Unfortunately, a couple of straggling performances, especially in the second half, from the side of the Shaheens, led them to a disappointing map 1 result. They have lost their map pick, and now Border is going to be a very high pressure situation for them. Will they be able to overcome this gigantic wall that they now have to scale to try and win this matchup, this best of 3? Or will they fizzle out of group stages with no wins to their name? We'll find out on the other side of the short break. Stay tuned.
Just watch me.
target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club, Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back once again for map number 2 in this fantastic encounter between Shaheens and Take Charge Esports. It is an SA on SA map match, I should say, tonight in this best of 3, and we've got another map in store. Of course, map 1 that just happened, Clubhouse, went 8-6 in the favor of Take Charge Esports, and Border is, of course, now Take Charge's pick, which is map number 2. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get straight into the action as we go into the band phases. Baba Gusta, what are we expecting? What do you think? Map number 2.
Oh boy, at this point I am clueless to know exactly what's going to happen. But Shaheens, on the other hand, will make a decision to ban Osa this time. Although Osa was nowhere to be seen on map Clubhouse for the entirety of the match, they will decide to ban Osa on map Border this time. Take Charge Esports, they're currently the ones who made a decision to bring Border to the table. So what kind of bans do we get to expect from these teams? Montaigne, a shield operator, which is in fact mainly used maybe in from the server side or maybe in towards tellers. He's great when it comes to blocking off certain long hallways that you always expect in a 90 hallways on second floor armory.
There's
You have a lot of long
also
hallways. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
the archives rush plant strat, right? Now,
Yeah.
granted, we don't really see it in pro play all that much, but it's still there, and Monty is very, very good. He's like the default pick if you're going for that rush plant as well, right? So that's why the Monty band. Ooh, all right, couple of spicy bands tonight. Azami, of course, we know exactly why, folks. No real reason to elaborate on her too much. Portable barriers that are basically hard cover for defenders sitting behind them. Yeah, very good, very, very good indeed. And that is why she gets banned, but also Castle. So we're going to be seeing a lot more open ended plays, a lot more long lines of sight, and a lot more of a helter skelter match between these two teams, I feel like, as we go into round number 1.
Yep. Round number 1, and talk about the bans itself on defense. Shaheens have totally banned operators that can block lines of sight, and has a that would force the attackers to use any explosive projectiles to destroy that protection barriers. And that is none other than the Azami and the Castle, which is very powerful on a map like Border, especially on a site like second floor armory and throne room. Sorry, not armory and throne room. That is in that's in theme park. Armory and archives. Yes, armory and archives. You'd usually see a castle's armor panel being placed on the double doors, which is very good when it comes to protection wise for the defenders. So they really need to rely on good amount of information, and turns out Shaheens are definitely going in for that decision, bringing in the bring in operators like the Solace, the Valkyrie, and also Vomai with some, denial of explosive projectiles. But, Vomai can only catch one of them. But when you have a cluster charges that can throw 5 pucks, Well, they definitely have to be prepped and ready for that. Vulcan Shield, one of them will be popped out. Information, I believe one of the attack drones have been destroyed. So, Doctor is trying his level best to deny any information that has been given or directed towards the attacker's side to make them blind. Make sure that they don't have any information before they get inside the building. So Pete needs to take charge, go all the way towards that long hallway. And to be honest, I'd like to call that hallway the hallway of death, because once you make that first, there's a likely a chance that you might get yourself picked off in the process if there's a defender holding that angle.
Well, there certainly is one, and that's Envy now watching the east balcony. Shots fired, and that's a wall bang. Envy's on the floor. The call-out will be given that, hey, I need some help here, guys. I think someone might be coming up metal stairs into 90 hallway, but got to be careful as the positions are quickly being taken. And one entry from Jittery is just going to seal the deal on to Envy right now. The call is out, but I don't think they're going to be, too hasty on the deal here. They've got second floor control, and there's not much that anyone can really do about this. There you go. He's going to be spotted. Jittery will take the kill, finally putting an end to Envy's misery. Sherry, however, fires back. That's beat off the ground. On the ground, I should say, or 6 feet under even. As we have a trade between the two teams. The EMP is being requested for now, and the Thatcher should come in. Actually, wait, there is no Thatcher, but there is the cluster charge of the fuse, and you also have Dokkaebi with the 2 secondary hard breaches. So plenty of things that are in play. Oh my goodness, Sherry playing around the area. Playing around the area where the cluster charges are going off, at least the first one. Yeah, gotta be careful about that one. Breach should be taken care of, and a C4 was tossed. Has it been detonated? I feel like it has been. No, the other one definitely hasn't. It's still on the floor. But the other thing that I should just point out, Basazoku is actually joining the team for Shaheens, as, oh dear me, Iana gets one, but walks right into Mighty Ali's open and waiting arms. Oh dear, Basazoku's in a bit of a bad position. There's one. Oh no! The team kill from the cluster charge. It's all back to year one, folks. And there's Sandy to take down Sherry. It is now the 1v2. The plant is happening. Mighty Ali now has to play post-plant in this situation, which is not a good one to begin with. And Sandy could just set up a cluster charge if he so chooses and take out this approaching Valkyrie. 1v2 in this moment, as there's only so much that Mighty can do. The upside down rappel is there. The door is being watched. Oh, beautiful shot right there from Mighty Ali. But what can you realistically do here? The plant is in such a good spot for the attackers and is being watched as well. Movement. There you go. Flashbangs thrown. That's just to keep Ali off the diffuser. Make sure he doesn't get much going. He's going to stick it slightly. Yes, he is. Shots fired. Okay. The toss of that flashbang was a little botched, but the kill was taken and the round was saved. Silence gets that kill and take charge. Start off with a round win.
Yep. A shaky start for Take Charge, but in the end, they will secure their round win nonetheless. So round number 2, Shaheens, Ventilation and Workshop, once again, will be the site for them. I mean, they're trying to give it a go for the second time. I believe the main problem had to be the control towards server room, where Goyo was all by himself. He didn't had a lot of protection to begin with, mainly because Solus was playing all the way from the first floor side. So once they lost control on servers, they just basically just pushed in and gained control of that situation as quick as possible. But once that team kill happened, though, from the cluster charge, for a moment there, I thought for a moment that Shaheens could have got the round, but turns out you still had Silence, who had the upper hand in post plant. So even if the Valkyrie could go in for a run out, or maybe even try to bait the repeller, it's still a difficult one to remove that powerful angle. So Silence really did a great job at securing the round, the first round win. But now here comes the second part. Once again, it's the same side. No changes at all in their operator specs from both the sides. They still want to stick it with Fuse. What could be the main difference? The main difference had to be the early pick. And I just realized that they had Goyo on defense. So instead of Goyo, we'll be seeing Frost being brought out from Envy. So deployable shield, a lot of protection will be given from second floor armory. Drone's been detected. Doctor is a bit hesitant to remove that particular gadget because he might think that it's a trap to lure him out. We're just gonna wait for now. Both Valkyrie and Frost will be playing on that particular angle in Armory's side to give protection and also establish crossfire angles. So if things go south, you still have the trade to come in. And let's not forget, you still have the mute, the jammers. It's very quick to counter the Kebby's call instead of just stopping the ringtone for 3 seconds by tapping on it. So it's a good gadget, and mute jammer also has the ability to block the drones too. So less information, more problems for Take Charge Esports that could force them to go blindly in towards the place. But turns out they don't need it. Silence and Jittery finds out both Envy and Doctor, and turns out that this is a huge battle going up in front, 3-2, as Take Charge Esports currently has the lead.
That they do, but it's a hard-fought one. C4 from Basazoku, but will it find its mark? Oh, here's the cluster charge, but that is a bit too far, unfortunately. Sees the fuse, but not quite. Can't line up the shot and has to run from the cluster charge. There might be another one coming from Sandy. There you go. It's on the ceiling, and it is out. Shots. Oh, damage done. Basazoku is now low, which means this mute has to be extra careful with their approach to the rest of the round. You still have more that fuse can, throw down, and each cluster charge is 5 of those damage dealing grenades.
Oh no.
What happened there? Oh, another one. And oh, there's only so much you can do. That was a Pogmat that had Basazoku on the floor, but there's going to be a big push out. But Sherry loses a ton of health in that push up metal stairs, and there you go. Sandy had already dropped down, got the information, peeked out, and got the kill as well. It was an attempt, but Take Charge continuing to show that this map is truly under their charge, as it were, under their grasp. There's a reason they brought it out, and despite the little moments where we've seen Shaheens fight back, it isn't enough. Unfortunate disconnect from Basazoku, and we're going to have a timeout taken by the Shaheens. I mean, they've lost 2 rounds in a row, so they need a moment to talk about what's been going wrong and how they can improve going forward from here.
Yep, that's pun number 18 to Jack and pun number 2 for me. Round number 3. Shaheen's currently on timeout, mainly because another player, Bozozoku, currently had some technical issues, so we just have to wait for him. Still have a lot of timeout, so we could talk a lot about map border itself. Bringing in Fuse is definitely working out well for Take Charge Esports, but they really got to be careful of that destruction which could cause all the way from the first floor. It could take out their own teammates if they aren't careful. But in the end, it did work out well, especially when the Pogmat heads from the window side. Rattler was stuck. You know, the defenders were actually thinking of going in for the confirmation of the kill, but turns out the cluster charge had saved his life so that they could revive his teammate nonetheless. So it was just unfortunate timing for the player who was trying to get the confirmation on the kill. But nonetheless, Take Charge Esports, a strong start on their attack, 2 round wins, and for Shaheens, maybe they're kind of regretting the decision of banning Castle, because Castle could have helped them on blocking good lines of sight. They could have established huge roam potential gains that they could have, helped them in forcing the attackers to focus more on those Rome fortification sites more than the site itself. Castle could have been a huge potential deal for Shaheens that they could have, wasted a lot of time. And then once they realize that they're about to come to the late rounds, at least it could have helped them in gaining some protection. But banning Castle and the Azami just left no protection to them whatsoever. The only thing that they can rely on is the denials of utilities, Jaeger, Wamai. You can have intel denial operators, the mute and the Mozi. But the problem isn't the information at all. They're denying great amount of information though from Shaheens. The main problem has to be the challenging duels that Shaheens are losing apparently. When Silence and Jittery go in for their usual push in towards second floor, they have good control in the half rounds, right, Jack? Because every time you see Take Charge Esports for the past 2 rounds, in the early rounds, drone works has already been done in prep phase, and after the action phase, you see them go always towards east stair main entrance. They start from east main stairs and then proceed to just, divert their way. One player going from fountain side, the other player going in towards the server. They're just clearing those rounds one by one, and at the time of mid phase they focus on the side in which they start to use their utilities like the cluster charges to to force the defenders off in a position in a way that they can end up getting those crossfire kills. So that's exactly what Take Charge has been doing for the past 2 rounds, and Shaheens needs to figure out a way to at least waste a lot of time on second floor where they're forced to make a lot of decisions and put them in a lot of pressure.
For now, we'll have to see how things go from here. Wait a minute, Doctor, what was the bandit thinking? Wait, where is the fuse already in 90 hallway? I think Sandy is. Beat's gonna find Sherry. This is a quick take here. Beat with another. It's all down to Bosuzoku, excuse me, and Mighty Ellie. They have to try and get in the site. They just rushed in, and Take Charge are pretty much in control, but that is a good switch and a kill from Bosuzoku right there. The fuse on 90 hallway has to be very careful, as we have, that's a good use of the Goyo, using enemy utility against them, keeping the Valkyrie down below. My Daily still has a C4, mind you, so the plant cannot go off just yet. Jittery will take that kill, and Bozuka sees one. Oh, dear me. Not sure if Sandy spotted the player or not, but mind you, the site itself is first floor. All that setup was on second floor to try and deny the entry, and now they have to find this smoke. It's a very possible 1v2, actually, that Bosuzoku has found himself in. There is no breach that can be done either, even though the hatch is actually open. It's going to come down to the gunfight. And the smoke at close ranges has a good chance of winning these, but not at that range, and not against Jittery, who will take the final kill and stop the smoke in their tracks, who could have potentially had an ace clutch there, but it is what it is. A very quick storming of the second floor, and you find yourself in this situation that Take Charge were just absolutely dominating. And really, the only issue that they had was that they didn't know where the smoke was going half the time, and were kind of giving away picks, 1v1s and all that stuff. But even then, well played. None of the Shaheens could stand up to them other than the smoke, other than Bosuzoku. So, good stuff from the side of Take Charge Esports. A lot better in that round as well, overall, as compared to other rounds before that. So we're going to go back now to, well, the side that, I guess Border is most known for, regardless of rework or not, which is, of course, second floor armory and archives. And Shaheens now have to, just try and hunker down. They have to go back to basics. Doctor's, well, he's on the dock, living up to his namesake right now. Envy has yet to pick up a kill either. Bosuzoku going 4-3, Sherry 2-3, Mighty Ellie 3-3. They've been the ones doing most of the work, but Take Charge, they are looking solid at the moment. But all they have to do is keep up this momentum. But then again, saying that might just jinx them, which is a very real possibility. Commentator's curse, never again, folks. But here we go, action phase as round 4 gets underway.
Yep, there we go. Round number 4. What can we see here from Take Charge Esports now that the second floor is the site? Most of the time for the past 3 rounds, we saw Take Charge Esports just rush in towards Armory. But now, since Armory is currently the site, it's going to be a difficult time for Take Charge to gain control of that situation. So there will be a lot of security. There will be a lot of fortifications being made on second floor security room. Informations will be given from the runout, which it kind of feels like Sherry wants to challenge one of the attackers in long-range gunfights. I believe that distraction could cause at least a kill or 2, and turns out it will succeed in 1. Sandy will be gone. That's the fuse, taken care of. The heavy hitter for Take Charge Esports has been eliminated, which means that Shaheens are got off to a good start.
That is a huge start as well. The fuse has been a problem for them for quite a while now. Mighty Ali is really contesting this against Rattler, but he's so low. And the double peek as well gets him taken care of. Rattler did get downed, but will be able to fall in and get revived, as it were. Doctor going down on the first floor, saving himself as he needed to in that moment, I'll be honest with you. needed to be just alive. Stay alive right now. Sherry's position kind of given away by the Gemini that was sent in by Jittery. The site is armory this time, so second floor take is very much needed. 1 minute 15 remaining for the side of take charge, as they now have to get a couple clears. They're trying to get into Fountain, but of course Sherry on the 90 hallway has to see this approach, does so, but Jittery finds Doctor immediately, trades from both sides, as now the position is given away. Big approach happening right now as Beat finds one, gets traded. Bosuzoku inside a Fountain, making it the 2v2. It's all down to Envy and the Mirror against Jittery and Silence. They need to figure out where these two are, take them out, and take the round. Shots will be fired. Envy at that range can't quite secure the kill, and neither can Silence. 2 kills in quick succession, and Take Charge continue to take charge of the map. I mean, I just had to get that one out there. I'm sorry. But it is 4-0. Shaheens are yet to win a round.
Absolutely, Jack. Shaheens are yet to win a single round on defense, and that is definitely going to be a lot of pressure for them. Because Take Charge Esports, they have secured 4 rounds on attack back to back. And I still have a question for you, Jack. How do you pronounce? Is it like Basuzoku or is it Bosuzoku? So I'm still getting
I mean,
confused with the name itself. No?
if you look at it in the spelling, like the spelling of the name, it is Boso, right? So Bosozoku. But this is how I pronounce things. I end up saying Bosozoku without meaning to sometimes. That's just how my pronunciation works. I'm too used to saying that sometimes. But Bosozoku is actually, the proper way to say it.
No, I thought it
think
was
anyway.
like something to a name related to a character or maybe name of a protagonist, and I mean that's what I'm guessing, but I don't know. I mean, you never see Baba Gusta to be a protagonist or something, now do you?
I'll be honest with you, with your white striped suit and red shirt, you could very well be a Yakuza game protagonist.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
Kiryu, bro. Come on.
I mean, I know, but it could be you as well.
Yeah, I can just grow a beard and just sing.
Why not? Try it.
I can just. I already did that in the stream. All right. Okay. Interesting use
Wait,
of the
hold on.
exothermic charge.
Huh?
I mean, yeah, I think he's doing that to open up the soft wall connected towards the ventilation.
Like get a
That's what
little.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get a
I mean,
little good
yeah.
soft wall breach. Yeah, I thought it could. It's, if the site was on first floor, it could have made
Oh,
sense.
dear.
But turns out you don't have to worry about it. First early kill, Sandy removes Mighty off of the equation, and Sherry is falling back into the site with so low HP. Take Charge Esports, my goodness, the amount of aggression that we are seeing on border. Shaheens really have to understand that the way that they're pushing is not from the main entrance, is actually quite the opposite.
They're coming in from the back towards customs and on from there. And they haven't even used much of their cluster charge or other explosive utility just yet. The only few things that have been used are breaches, and Sandy has opened up a nice little angle here that goes all the way to even, I think, the door of ventilation, which is a huge point that could be cut off from the Shaheens if they play this properly. Now, there's a main door approach. We can see that fuse is looking, and oh dear me, the Valkyrie peeked out and got, unfortunately, put down for their trouble. That's Doctor on the floor now, and it's all down to these final few players as they are losing bodies left and right. That's one more for Rattler, and will the plan be stopped? Shotguns out, but no, this time Bosuzoku will miss. And another round will go to Take Charge. They are 5-0 up and very much looking to end this map as soon as possible. They've got a train to catch, methinks, because they are really just running away with it right now here on border.
Yes, indeed, Jack. Take Charge Esports 5-0. This could potentially be a flawless first half win in round number 6 if it happens. And Shaheens are clueless about this, especially the exothermic charge. Once I saw it in the barricades, I kept thinking, why is he placing the exothermic charge in the barricade? He did it only to remove the customs wall, which was so easier and so unexpected for Shaheens that it did ended up, getting picked out by surprise. So changes once again in the operator select of Shaheens. Trap operators from Doctor and Envy with Legion. Two mines. C4s. That's good when it comes to denial or maybe trying to catch players off guard. And also you have the Aruni, the Surya Gates that can help them in forcing the attackers to expend one of their utilities. But the main problem they need to focus on to has to be the Frostmat traps, because one of them, aka Rattler, got caught in one of them, unfortunately. So they have to be careful on that. And Shaheens are going in for the usual, the usual standard strategy that you'd expect. A deployable shield from the 90s angle, which means that Take Charge Esports will be expecting heavy resistance towards second floor security room. So one will be on the room, the rest of them will be holding on towards the server room itself, and also you have Envy that will do whatever it takes to hold a lot of time, force the attackers to stay in their ground, and once the timing is right, they'll just fall back and just waste time. If like from starting to end. So at the hands of Envy, once again, his position will be compromised. So he'll fall back and make sure that whatever damage has been done, he will be he will be dealt with. He'll just casually fall back. Maybe he wants to challenge this one. Maybe he wants to challenge this once again. Calls will be made from the Kebi. This time they don't have the mute, so oh boy, Envy is going to be in big trouble unless he's thinking of a run out. Impact still in his hand. He could go for that. Wall bang. Nope, he's not going to get that kill nonetheless. Cluster charge. Doctor will at least try to deny some of those cluster charges. One of them will be used to destroy at least one of the gadgets. A minute and 30 seconds. Take Charge Esports, they are making progress as they're slowly pushing their way in towards the hallway side. Envy is currently in a bit of a trouble, but at least on the bright side, Shaheens are holding on.
That they are. As right now, oh, beautiful shot by Envy and an immediate escape down the hatch. It's a lot slower pickings this time for the side of Take Charges. They have been, unfortunately, not quite up to that same task, it seems. And yet, we've seen them get faster takes in much less time situations. Situations where they have much less time, so to speak. Allowed to see if they do one of those again, as right now, chasing that Legion has only left them with less utility than they started with and one less body than they started with. They're not going to go for the main breach. Once again, they made their way into the map already without it, and they're going to continue to do so. They've lost their breacher as well. I mean, that I think we should take that into account. 34 seconds, though. Where are they really going to go from here as Mighty Ali inside a fountain? Ooh, that's a good bit of damage right there from the cluster charge. But again, no death. That's the important thing here. No death, as we have only 20 seconds remaining. Where are these attackers going to come in from? They need inside the site, and they need in there now. They're all filtering through the main door. This is not advisable, as we've got so many kills happening. Beat will find one in return. One defender down. There goes the Jaeger, but Mighty Ali comes around alongside Bosuzoku to take the final two attackers down. I'm sorry, after some beautiful border gameplay here in this match of Rainbow Six Siege, Take Charge, what did we see here? What was the idea? What
Jack,
were they trying to do?
The idea is to take charge of the situation.
Oh,
that's what happened. That's what happened, Jack. They wanted to take charge.
I'm trying to figure
10
out
seconds
what they were thinking going into that round. They had the pickups. They've played Armory before. They have made second floor control look so easy. And what was that?
It's like one of those Viking wars where one of the leaders would just yell charge, and you can just see all 3 players just pushing in towards second floor armory. They just lost all time, yeah.
They could have done that like 2 minutes ago, and the result would have been the same. I feel like,
No, actually, they were just trying to get the rousing speech, right? They were just trying to make a motivational speech before they charge into the site.
I mean, I get that, but this is not an MCU movie. That stuff doesn't work here. Okay,
I
this is
wasn't
not a.
talking about an MCU movie. I was talking about AC Valhalla. Come on, man.
Surprisingly enough, Assassin's Creed Valhalla does not actually have that many rousing speeches. It's a totally
Maybe in
optional thing
Odyssey.
in that game.
Maybe Odyssey.
Not even in
Or,
Odyssey.
or or maybe three. Or maybe three.
I mean, back in the early days, but like not recently, dude. Rousing speeches haven't been a thing for a while now. Only until the plot demands it. But anyway, why are we talking about Assassin's Creed right now? Oh, all right. Run out from Sandy.
Okay.
That too out of the waiting room door. That's not a door that you normally see an attacker, defender jump out of. So that is, of course, a huge, huge start, as Sandy has found Bosuzoku as well, one of the players who's been fragging out pretty well so far, I would say. Shots fired towards Doctor. There's 3 players here. My goodness! And Beat will be the one to take that kill. The aggression from Take Charge on the defense, clearly putting, just being put to good work right now. As Sherry puts out a concussive, I feel like, towards East Stairs. And there we go. Another one has been sent. And they've got to be careful of East Stairs. There's like multiple attackers in this region. Oh, dear me. Multiple defenders again. I need to make sure I'm saying the right things here. Silence and Jittery fall. And so does Rattler. Because, oh my goodness, I've said this so many times already. But don't peek so much. Good Lord. Beat will take Envy down. And Sandy finds one more. That's going to be Mighty Ellie of the board. Sherry now in a 1v2. This Zofia coming into Fountain. Coming into Office through. Coming to Fountain through Office. There is the rotate there. Shots fired, which means Sherry now knows that the site itself is clear. But wait, there is the Solus. And Sandy will shut down the player and get the round. And that will put, the side of Take Charge into match and series points. 6-1 up going into the 8th round. But my goodness, that round was very nearly thrown to the wayside because everybody in Take Charge, everybody wanted a piece, wanted a kill. Everybody wanted a piece of the action. Guys, you don't have to. I say this so often for the MENA teams, but not enough for some of the South Asian teams like Shaheens and Take Charge. But guys, you have a 5v3 advantage. You can just afford to hold angles for the rest of the round. It doesn't sound fun, I know, but you need the points. Even if you're playing
Everybody
for pride
wants
at
a
this
dodge
point.
charger, Jack. Come on.
What?
Yeah. I mean, the way how fast paced they were, especially so quick with their spawn peaks. For a moment there, I could call it as a dodge charger peak.
Huh?
That was awkward. Yeah, match point it is for Take Charge Esports, 6-1. As Shaheens are currently in a bit of a trouble here. So,
Right, yeah, that they that they absolutely are. Shaheens, I mean, you can see it in the mid bar of the scoreboard right here. The only way for them to win is to win like 8 rounds, 7 rounds straight from here, I think. Yeah, that's not exactly something that's very possible now, is it? I mean, sure, we've seen it before. We've seen massive comebacks from 6-1 downs, and they've taken a pause. They could get that pause buff and try to push for overtime, but they would have to wait 5 rounds for that. And with Take Charge just absolutely feeling themselves right now, I don't really know about that, We'll have to see. The timeout has come to an end, and we are going to be moving into what could be the final round for the South Asians here in Group A, as it is 6-1, and round 8 is about to get underway.
Yep, round number 8, Take Charge Esports currently in a match point. And I've got to admit, this is going to look good in their win-loss difference, because if they do end up on a 7-1 score line, if Take Charge Esports do end up having an equalized point score win up against any of the Group A teams, then there's high likely a chance that they could be in the advantage. and try to have a chance to be on the playoffs. But just have to wait and watch. We still have a lot of matches to go, folks, especially the Mina versus Mina team match is going to happen after this. Triple Esports versus GK Esports. But for Shaheens, since that they've issued a timeout, and I believe that will be a lengthy timeout for them, they just have to figure out a way to see exactly how to counter Take Charge Esports' defensive maneuvers. At the starting of the round, they were very aggressive. They did ended up getting 3 kills, but Shaheens did answer back with a following recovery being made from Envy. And this time they'll do it once again, and this time it will be Sherry to take off Sandy. So, since the aggression has been halted already in the early rounds, Take Charge Esports losing Sandy, the P90 often doesn't support a lot, and Doctor once again will succeed in taking out B. B. So I've gotta ask for Take Charge Esports, why are they peeking? Like, they are way out in the open, and they're just giving those kills to them. They're losing a lot of bodies. It's a 2v5, and Rattler once again wants to contest this place all the way from the fountain side. I know it is match point, Take Charge Esports, but still, you still got to be careful, especially with the timer that's been requested from Shaheens. They know what kind of plans that they're going through, and they're succeeding it. They have 2 minutes, and it's a 2v5 already, with a lot of times for Shaheens to work out on.
Now, mind you, there's still some things that Shaheens have to do. They have to get into the site, despite the very quick take that they have had. Oh, silence. Running around like this is a bad idea. You got shot from waiting room. Why are you still running? I get it. Vents is an important part of the map, but not like this. Rattler coming up this late in the round. What? I give up. I give up with these. I give up. I have nothing to say about that round. I really don't. It's been stated so many times, and this is purely just Take Charge getting ahead of themselves. They were like, yeah, it's match point. We can just play however we want, and it'll be fine. And I get it. Don't get me wrong. You're on match point, and it is a near impossible task to win from here, but it is always near impossible, not absolutely impossible. Something that I think bears remembering. Shaheens, if they get the kind of momentum they need, I would very much like to see Take Charge, then stop them from there. Because Shaheens loves their momentum. They love having a leg up over their opponents. Any leg up, for that matter. And Take Charge peaking like that is doing nothing but giving them that leg up. So, maybe don't do that. They've gone back to bathroom and tellers once again. And, yeah, we're going to see how they defend this particular site once again.
Yep, let's see. Match point once again for Take Charge Esports. And again, Take Charge Esports, you still have to be very careful. Don't just peek out wide in the open without confirming the information, boys. Come on. Just have some patience, wait for the perfect timing, and once you get the information from the Valkyrie scams or from the default cams being destroyed, or even more so Pulse's cardiac sensors, then and only then would it be a good idea to try to go for those aggressive peaks. Sandy being very close, his information might be given away. Yellow pings is given. Needs to be careful of Sherry, because Sherry was currently the one who was watching all those peaks. Information once again from the attack drone. Envy will detect a lot of players, and he will make a decision to go all the way towards supply room. So if he catches Beat and Silence off guard, then that means he'll have the entire side control in his hands. But turns out he'll just take control of Rattler and just fall back to safety. This is good because of the Pulse cardiac sensors, which could give them tons of information, and the C4, which could have helped Take Charge Esports gain momentum, especially in the half rounds.
Yeah, a lot of things that the Pulse could have done, unfortunately, no longer in Take Charge's pocket, as they will simply have to do without that operator. But let's see how they regroup and recuperate from here. There's a drone on the bomb chassis inside of the site, primarily because, well, there's nobody inside of the bomb site. There is now one player inside of the bathroom. That is something to watch out for. But for now, we've got a couple of breaches coming in. That, of course, will be verticality being set up by the side of Shaheens. They're just setting things up. They're doing what you normally do on this bomb site. Oh, the double! Sandy from down below is going to get a huge C4. That's going to take care of Sherry and Bosozoku. And that double kill is going to be very influential for the rest of the round, methinks. Doctor, Mighty Ali, and Envy, they are still very good players and very dangerous players at that. But the IQ and the Zofia would have been very, very useful in the remainder of this round. They'll simply have to do without them. Envy falling to beat as well. That was a tight angle. Okay, then Sandy's just kind of standing still right underneath the vertical angle as we have Doctor going for the plan. This could be huge. That is a bait, mind you. And there is some defender movement happening. Jittery wants to try and contest this, but it has to be watched. There we go. Jittery's going to get that, and Doctor can only do so much. There was a moment where things would have been very, very, very dicey, but it all worked out in the end. Silence gets the counter defuse. Yes, the body of the Dokkaebi fell down the hatch. The Frost nearly shot the Kaid coming in from the other side. Lots of things happened in that moment, Baba. But what matters is Take Charge. We're able to seal the deal. 7-2 on border, and that finishes off this map and this match. Take Charge will end group stage with 3 points to their to their name. Unfortunately for Shaheens, no points for them in this tournament, as it were.
Yep. Well, congratulations for Take Charge Esports as they will secure their 2 points in the group standings table, totally accumulating 3 points. Will currently be in third place. And for Shaheens, unfortunate that they had to end it all the way towards border. Map number 2. Map number 1, Clubhouse. It was supposed to be their game. Shaheens had everything under control. And then Sandy comes out of nowhere and clutches a 1v3 post-plant situation. It's just too much to talk about, folks, especially this whole matchup. But in the end, it all came to an end. And here we are once again as we take a look at the map picks. Clubhouse going all the way to maximum OT 8-6 in the hands of Take Charge Esports, and Border 7-2 again at the hands of Take Charge Esports. You could say that Shaheens were unprepared on both attack as well as on defense. They had no idea on how to counter Take Charge Esports' attack. Although there were a lot of situations where Take Charge Esports were overpicking a lot in several occasions, and that wasn't really good. There were a higher chances that Take Charge Esports could have ended up losing a lot of rounds in which Shaheens could have capitalized on that, putting us back all the way to OT, but alas, it did not happen. Decider, Oregon, well, since it's a 2-0 in favor for Take Charge Esports, we won't be able to see map number 3 Oregon be in play. And now we get to see the final end of this match and also the map itself, the summary on both the teams.
Here you have it, folks. The match summary, the scorecard, the final scorecard for both sides, and it is it's not looking too good for the Shaheens' end, is it? 7-9, 6-7, 6-7 to Sherry, Envy, and Mighty Ali, respectively. Envy going 2-1 on entry, and 56% cost percentages to Envy, Mighty Ali, and Bosozoku. Doctor, unfortunately, having a very quiet map overall, only really picking up right at the end in those final 3 rounds. But 4-7 with 44% is one of the quieter nights that Doctor has had so far in the tournament. As far as Take Charge goes, a pretty good scorecard from them. 3-2 on entry for Sandy, who's going 11-8 and 67%. 9-7, 67 to Jittery as well. Silence at the very bottom, 4-7, but still 56% on the cost, which means that he was doing his utility work as and when required. And overall, a pretty good scorecard for the side of Take Charge Esports. With that said, let's have a look at the player spotlight, aka the MVP of this particular matchup. And there you go. It is not really surprising that Beat is the one at the very top here. Player spotlight, because of course, high cost percentage of 65% across 2 maps, 1.21 rating, 50% headshot percentages, one of the lower ones I think we've seen in the tournament so far, but 50% is still good. That means every excuse me right there. every other shot or so is well, a headshot, and that's half of 25 kills. So 12, anywhere between 12 and 13 kills was a headshot there. So that's something to, keep track of, as it were. But with that said, folks, of course, player spotlight goes to Beat, playing Mira and Maverick, interestingly enough, across the entire matchup. And that is going to be taken into consideration. Again, this was the final match for both of these teams, actually, Take Charge and Shaheens. So, really, they showed us everything that they possibly could. Take Charge walking away with one final win on board for themselves. And yeah, that has been the player spotlight. I think there's like a head to head, and then we'll show the group standings before we are, of course, done, and we're just waiting on a couple of things to fall into place before we go there. But all things considered, great performance by Beat. And let's have a look at the player head to head. Of course, one side will be the spotlight player, the other side will be the other spotlight player. And there you have it, Envy coming in with 23 and 19, 1.11 rating, same cost percentage as Beat, but a higher headshot percentage and a roughly similar number of kills overall. That is, of course, the player head to head.
Yep. 1.1 ratings in V. Just he was just on point with the shot, especially while he was playing as the Buck on map Clubhouse. He was securing a lot of important kills, but nonetheless, it started to, you know, falter down in the second half itself, when team Take Charge Esports started to gain momentum, winning a lot of defensive round and also putting us all the way to overtime. That really demoralized Shaheens a lot in that endeavor. I believe the same thing did happen on map border as well. It was 7-2, I believe. 7-2 was the scoreline in the end. And if you total all of that, yeah, just you could say that Shaheens were definitely having a bad day. And for Take Charge Esports, Sandy, the man who was making all of those incredible plays, will currently be the one to save the team, and also Beat, who has been, you know, doing support as well as doing a lot of important clutches, as he did well for the side of team Take Charge Esports. So as we take a look at the group standing itself, we'll get to see Take Charge Esports winning their first matchup up against Shaheens, which means they'll put themselves in a total of 3 points. 1 point where they did go up against GK Esports, securing only one map, which it did go all the way towards deciders. But yeah, I believe that will be a Group A matches done. But you still have another one, folks. Triple versus GK Esports. The winner of this match will have the first place spot. And also, it could be good for them, mainly because when they head in towards the playoffs, they'll at least get to know what kind of opposition team would they go up against.
Well, we'll have to see how things progress from here, of course. After all, Group A is about to end its run here at the Zotac Gaming the Esports Club Rainbow Six Siege Invitational, supported by Ubisoft. There's only one more game in this group to go, and that is, of course, the game that we just talked about, GK Esports taking on Triple Esports, which is set to be a fantastic match in and of itself. And of course, both of those teams are already locked in to go into the top four, because after all, Take Charge only has 3 points. They have no more matches to play, and Shaheens, unfortunately, no points for them in this group standing. Unfortunate as it were, but Shaheens having a bit of a lackluster tournament overall. With all that said, we do hope you're excited for the GK versus Triple game. That'll be coming up in a short while, but before that, we're going to be taking a quick break. Stay tuned.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
up my time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want.
Just watch me.
was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move.
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud grunts.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zotac Gaming TC Invitational for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here with a lovely Grace on my side for this cast. And after what happened in the first half, I feel a little bit sad. Both of the SA powerhouses have been knocked out. But the MENA region, they have teams that do pack a punch. GK and Triple, they're going to try their luck to see exactly who's going to be first seed going on over onto playoffs. But we got to see which team really wants it, because at this point now you're fighting for seat placements. So I don't know, maybe they could be saving strats. Maybe we're gonna see something fun, because both of these teams, they have it to just easily win out against their opposition. But who wants it even more? Do they want an easier playoff run, or maybe something a bit harder?
This is it. We might see a bit of kind of standardization in this best of three. Again, this is a final group day for Group A. So if we look at the standings here, we can already see that Geekay and Triple, of course, they are at the top of these standings for their group. And again, they're going to go against one of the, two of the chaps in Group B, which might be a bit more scrappier. We have Mercenaries on the top there, Nobles just closely behind. But again, tomorrow is a new day for Group B. For now, though, Geekay and Triple, they're going head-to-head already, whilst they are both expecting themselves to go into that all-important playoffs bracket. Is there anything on the line here? Looking at this realistically, no. Again, Take Charge and Shaheens have already played against each other. It has been a dominant group stage for the side of Geekay and the side of Triple. I'm not sure if they'll really go with their full power right now. So again, what we might see is just a very boring map veto, to be honest. This is where I'm expecting, your Oregons, your Clubhouses, maybe a Chalet or Villa at the end there. But if they do decide to bring the Razzle Dazzle today, that's where things start to get a little bit more interesting. Granted, they have about 2 days or so to kind of prep something new, or even look at different maps that they have. But I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, these two dominant powerhouses. I mean, wow, look at the roster of Triple already. Aggressive. It has been an amazing one this season.
Yeah, Dovtakian's just been that highlight player with his almost literal twin brother. They look the same, other than the hairstyle. I don't know about this, but someone needs to confirm to me if they are brothers or not, because me and Jack have been memeing about this for the longest time. Those two alone can easily turn around. If you're a 2v5 against those guys, be scared, never peek a corner, just play for the crossfires. You are not winning a duel against them. That's how good their coordination is and how good their trades are. But GK, on the other hand, though, they are very confident, not dropping even a single map other than, of course, to Take Charge previously. They are the ones to be the highly contested players, but at the same time, because the members of Triple got a 2-0 against Triple, that does mean that maybe the members of Triple have that upper edge here. But GK, good, consistent team. They know how to play it out. We're going to head on over to the map video screen, see exactly where we are going to be headed. And let's say if your hypothesis is correct, where it's going to be quite boring when it comes down to the map selection. Already the 3 most hated maps are out of the pool, so Villa's gone.
The Villa band
Yeah,
too.
it's going to be the standard. It's the standard.
Chalet. Yeah. Chalet and Oregon, there we go. And probably, Clubhouse or Villa for the end. Clubhouse being banned out there, so perhaps a Villa. Yep, there we go. It's going to be the Villa to finalize things for this best of 3. Do you
Oh,
know
Border.
what? Oh, Border, actually. Border.
Yeah, Villa got banned out.
We've already had the Villa ban. I do beg your pardon. Yeah, Border. Okay,
Mhm.
so that's a little bit more interesting. We've already seen in the previous best of 3 today how Border went, especially for the side of Shaheens. Again, they did really, really well to go to overtime in the more even Stevens playing field of Clubhouse. But when it came to that Border map, they just had a dominating loss there. But here we have two really disgusting powerhouses. They can probably bring the thunder a lot more when it comes to that final Border. I am expecting us to go to the third map here between these two. And again, I'm so excited to see what they bring to the table here in terms of operator picks, especially setups, what kind of things that they want to try against each other.
For me, the bans are also going to be pretty interesting for the first initial map. Chalet does warrant a couple of targeted bans from time to time, Nomad being a good possibility when you think about the ups and downs. Flores, pretty much a must ban, because if you are on the defensive side, you want to have those deployable shields ready because of the
100%.
amount of different entry points the map of Chalet has. But the thing is, Triple, they're the ones. Oh, sorry, GK, they're the ones who banned it. My bad. I mixed up who was where. GK, smart ban from there, and Dokupi, also a very standard ban. Now, pretty much a must ban for a lot of professional level teams, as we have seen in this tournament and also in international tournaments, because of how much information she can give you. One call, and you pretty much know what's happening through the entire map. You can paint that picture, the IGLs can make the calls. It's beautiful. The bans, very standard, but very important for this particular map. It's no longer a Thatcher must ban each and every time. You now have those options. You now know what to expect. But now this final defensive ban could just be a Melusi because of how strong she can be on this map. Wait a minute. Okay, that's spicy, actually.
We've seen this a lot this season already, though. The Goyo being taken away. Again, it's the same kind of vibe as having no smoke canisters on the table. It's that air effect that really holds off that final execute, that final collapse into the site. For a majority of these site picks as well, you can really use those Vulcans on any map, really, just to hold off for as long as possible. The importance of Chalet is, of course, that map control. We do say it is attacker-sided, but only if you know how to attack, only if you know how to gain that full map control. And that's why something like Goyo is very powerful here. And again, even the Flores, as you say, that's another, nature of that beast when it comes to Chalet as well. Of course, though, this still lets good old-fashioned Solis come through in play, the new operator within the game. We've spoken numerous times on how powerful she's already been in so many tournaments, and again with the P90 to boot. Lovely little bit of action to come through for the defense nowadays. They've still got that kind of slow burn hold back of that collapse too when it comes to those toxic waves on the smoke. And of course, we are seeing more and more of the Warden being brought to the table. Just because of how much people are doing that Flores ban, it means that you have to rely a little bit on that kind of flash and utility burn meta. So of course, having that kind of utility in pocket is important. It also gives you the extra edge if you do go down to that garage site as an example. People start to pop the smokes of those classic kind of collapses.
I love how much the members of GK are now expanding their sidelines. They've not only expanded the entirety of the first floor, they're also sending players over towards basement so they can just go for that proper pincer, deny as much control as they can on every part of the map, making the center stage being almost secondary. If you use all of your utility to try and get into the first floor, trying to get in the basement, then you're pretty much stuck in the middle of nowhere without any way of getting into the side itself to plant down the diffuser. But I do believe that the Wamai is in a pretty tough spot to be in. He's stuck inside of a corner, he's on an island, and he needs to wait for his teammates to bail him out.
100%. I love this aggression almost from Trixid as well, just holding onto that bar, but watching the upper window. Ready though, beautiful shot. Seriously, of all people, falling down. A very capable fragger for the side of Geekay. As Trixid falling down too. John getting a beautiful pick there, and Hashon finally goes down as well. A 5 versus 2. Man, Callum, something to say about that. Gets the pick onto John before being taken up by EIZ. And there we go. Beautiful stuff there from That was so smooth.
Yep. That's what happens when you don't try to go for something a bit more aggressive. They expanded themselves. I like the idea that GK were going for. They wanted to expand really far out. They wanted to take the first floor. They wanted to take basement. They wanted to go up into the second floor. But that's the thing. When you spread yourselves out that much, you don't have trade potential whatsoever. It's better to have one portion of the map for yourself, maybe the mezzanine hallway. Then you're pretty much safe for almost the entirety of the second floor, because no one's gonna run into the master bedroom and then be able to kill you if you have a two-man hold over onto mezzanine. That's the thing. I don't know why GK tried to spread themselves a little bit too thin here. Hold one portion of the map, which is really powerful for your holds, and then play for the default. You can waste time, you can waste utility, and if you die, at least you can play for trades, correct?
I mean, that's it. I think the main thing was that they were trying to get that early round aggression under their belts a little bit, hold off that delay. I think they wanted to spread themselves out to try and deal with some of these engagements, but as you say, that makes it a little bit riskier for those trades. And again, Triple just came in so smoothly. They didn't really go for that full clear. I think they saw that areas of the map were empty, and they were like, well, we can just kind of go a little bit more aggressive here. So let's try that. But this could be massive.
They're trying to fight this.
Wait, ready and waiting for the spawn peak. Doesn't try quite land on anyone. So again, that hasn't really created an opening kill for their side. However, it does start to apply that all-important aggression. Speaking of aggression, I think Triple looking to get that garage wall open as soon as possible. Only one Cal holding onto the site as well. This could be a little bit interesting. Again, an extended hold coming through from Geekay. The confidence on these boys, certainly something to admire. But again, if Triple clock onto this very quickly, this is where things can get a little bit squiffy. And often we see this classic setup with that shield on a few of the other sites. But for Garage, it feels a little bit overkill to me, to be honest. But
No.
massive. If they're not aware that Reddy is holding this long line of sight, that can be a bit of a nasty engagement on both sides, especially if one of them decides to go for the ult bait and switch. I don't know if they're aware of Bay. Well, they certainly are now. There we go. A little bit of a spray and pray to get the dub. They fall down a second one there onto guards as well. This makes this a 2 versus 5 technically, as John is also down as well. And oh no, and it's not looking good for Triple right now. Can Geekay come through and secure this round to bring it to even Stevens? John has been picked up there by Easy.
Nice.
It seriously is ready and waiting at the entrance to this library. And this is where things get a little bit freaky, because there we go. He is indeed down. We've seen him do some amazing things before, but Mancal comes through with a trade, a 2 versus 4 with a minute or so to go. It's looking pretty nice.
Yeah, he just did God's work by getting those first 2 kills. They got denied mezzanine and also the main living room. There's no way you're going to be able to push straight in. You've taken over lobby. You don't have mezzanine. Where are you going to entry into? Yeah, you run into the other side of library, but that's not going to give you anything. You're not going to be able to get much out of it. But now it's all up to Diana. Yana needs to get a kill. Hash doesn't have any bullets. Does have enough to maybe find the kill, but the P90 doesn't deal enough damage to try and find that finishing blow. John's going to be able to get the shutdown kill over onto 140 seconds still left on the clock. Ample amounts of time to work their way into the site. But in this 2 versus 3 scenario, they need to hit every headshot. They do not have enough HP to try and even go in for a fight at this point. Slow and steady wins the race. Clear out all of your angles. You still have time. Don't let the clock fool you. 20 seconds is a lot in terms of Siege. You just need to get close enough for that first kill. But I like the fact the members of GK, they are not even trying to go in for a swing. They don't want to get the fight. They know they just need to play the clock. Force them into unfavorable engagement. That's 1, that's 2. And the bodies just drop with the members of GK getting the first round. You deserve a gold medal for that one, because that was phenomenal.
And the crossfires were there too. Really good stuff. So again, it's going to be an interesting one. Again, I think going into this, I was like, this is going to be a massive back and forth between these two. Again, I am expecting us to go to that 3rd and final map. And I also am expecting us to go to that also spicy overtime. It's just that kind of filler in between that we really want to be looking at. Again, nothing too outside of the box here. Like nothing too extraordinary coming through. Just a good old game of Siege, really, is what we're going to see between these two. Classic utility setups, classic attacking setups as well. You know, a lot of hard breach destructibility, some utility to get rid of whatever defensive setups may bring. And again, of course, the spicy solar setup there, as we see Mancal prepping for this bedroom site. Presumably, we will see Triple push from that library and then maybe apply additional pressure to either solar window or bedroom window. That's usually how most teams choose to approach it. If they do decide to go for something else, maybe a few nades underneath, you know, Easy of all people, they could go underneath and start playing those nade games that we see so much when it comes to Chalet.
You gotta play it smart as well here. Looking at the setup that they have gone in for, Ashe is now their favorite pickup. Maybe a heavy rush over from the main lobby. You never really know yet because the members of Triple, they haven't really played the map of Chalet that much. We don't have that much information of what they really want to do. We have seen GK play up against Take Charge, but Take Charge did a phenomenal comeback to get one map off of them in the past. And we know that, hey, maybe the members of GK, they're not as potent on this map when it comes down to the late game where their strategies start to run dry. You gotta be a little bit more systematic, and you need to get as many rounds as you can on the defensive side because you know your attack side is gonna be a little bit better. It's gonna be a lot stronger. But you can never underestimate your opposition. Reddy once again working his way, trying to work his way actually, over towards Mezzanine. Not really getting much. No one's overpeaking him. No one's taking those aggressive engagements. And the members of Triple, they're kind of stuck on an island and they need to try and force something because they're losing time. Even though it's 2 minutes, unless they get something forward. Yep, that's the first workout pick that they needed. And it's going to be John getting the first. But seriously, okay. Catches out the player who's trying to run on straight in. Good shots. Those are the trades that you want. And those are the trades that you're going to get, maybe. John with another one. 4 versus 3. Still ample amounts of time and tricks. You got to be careful there. Yep, that's going to be the kill.
Another one for Seriously before it's traded back by Reddy, and now poor Mankal is left in a 1 versus 3. It's where things start to get a little bit dicey for the player on that Jaeger, but there we go, Reddy. A little bit of a bait with the Nomad air jab. Yep. And they go for a little bit of a swing around the corner. Goodness me, that's a little bit spicy, a little bit of a moment there coming through. Thank you, Reddy.
Yep. He just wanted to show his dominance, but seriously, he had a couple of nice shots. He knew what to expect, and that Warden is doing work, but the Warden's not getting as much value because, first of all, GK, they're playing the Warden because they're expecting a Ying to come in. Those fast, heavy rushes over towards the side. But that doesn't really happen that much when the sites are over on the first floor and also in library. That primarily happens when it's basement and if they're holding bar. Those are the two sides that the members of GK haven't really gone in that often. So picking up this Warden could be an in-between strategy for them. It's gonna work, of course, but maybe the reads to get something stronger will be better. They need more information and something to stall the attackers without really, face-peeking them that often, fighting for trades. Or if they want to go that aggressive, they need more information to play around with. A Valkyrie could also be good here. Valkyrie's completely out in the open. And maybe with a Valkyrie, they can play a lot more defensive and fight for trades. Instead, this strategy right now looks to not be working as well as you would have expected.
I think this is the thing, right? It's it's the classic kind of lineup, so to speak, but then the way that they're all approaching each other is slightly different. It's a little bit quirky at times, a lot of aggression really on both sides. But I think we would be disappointed if we weren't getting that, right? If we weren't getting that from these two, we would be like, if it was a suddenly like very boring, everyone being very passive, we'd be like, are they okay?
Point taken.
Have they had their dinner? Are they okay? Do they need water? Like, what's going on? Why aren't Triple being aggressive? Why aren't Geekay being aggressive? I love the fact this is turning into a slogfest. This is exactly what I wanted to see between these two.
Yep.
Just about really playing around that map control, playing around that aggression, not thinking too much about the setups. Maybe we'll see more of that in playoffs and potentially finals, depending on who gets through that playoff stage. But again, for now, just some good old-fashioned Siege with lovely parts of aggression. Selma's opening up this wall nice and early as well. Again, it's really important to start to open up these walls as quickly as you can. This gives you those additional lines of pressure. Oh, beautiful shot there.
How does he see those?
No need to trade back just yet. I think they are desperately trying to go for that trade, but again, slightly difficult. This very extended hold right now. Good old-fashioned Chalet. Again, the hold from below, the hold above. It's good stuff from the side of Geekay.
Oh, this is actually so good. Here's where the Warden's going to come into play. Guards is going to be able to work out a pick over on the one. But the Jaeger, got to get that setup ready here. He's already gone down. They need to try and fill up these gaps. Look at the amount of control that the attackers have gained, and look at where the defenders are. They've now ran all the way back towards the side because they know they're pretty much screwed here if they try to go in a bit too aggressive. They need to buddy up and make sure they fight for the trades. Deployable shields are still on the map. No one has gotten anything here. Plus, look at the amount of information that... What? Where did he get shot from? Through the Selma breach charges? Pretty sure that was a mezzanine hold. They're getting caught out. It's gonna be a tough one to fight into, and guards still looking for more here. Getting kill after kill for this man. He needs to get one more, but ready. He's just so good when it comes down to those corner duels. He knows what to expect. And Dove Tukeen. Beautiful on this man. His shots are just immaculate when you look at him. And now they're just looking for more. One by one, the bodies are gonna drop, and the members of Triple, they're finding everyone out on an island. And there is nothing to rescue them here. There's a chance. Look at the HP.
Desperately trying to get those picks. There's at least 2. So again, the plant hasn't gone down. They're running out of time. A 1 versus 1. Ready, you know you have to push them. You know you have to go for it, or at least try and stick that plant. There we go. The ring down the road around the corner, but Trixit knows they can just hide. And DK, just from playing into that timer at the end there, not willing to peek, not willing to engage that gunfight. They just about scraped that round by the skin of their teeth. But you know, this is a really interesting thing. I loved the way that they played that defense. As you said, you know, Triple, they got so much traction rather, getting that map control. But again, it's the fact that there were these moments where it was like, okay, I'm using that warden utility. I can see for the smoke, they're not pushing in. This is my opportunity to fall back. Except they've taken this map control, I will fall back safely. That is more padding of the defenders on site. Granted, it still came down to a bit of a dicey one there, but that was exactly how Geekay should have played that. It's not just about like, you know, oh, you know, the attack have gained that map control and that's wonderful for them. It's thinking about the defense, not willing to take gunfights that they know are a bit silly sausages. They pull back, they be safe, they hold their angles. Beautiful on both sides. This is exactly what I wanted.
Yep. And they played it really smart too. They wasted so much utility over onto library that of course they're gonna win. Normally, what do you do after you open up the mezzanine wall? You throw a smoke there, then the planter is gonna be able to go in, plant the diffuser properly, and then he or she can run out. But that's not going to be the case here because you don't have any more smoke. So you used it to try and block off a warden who was trying to stop you with library. The amount of utility wasted was beautiful, but you got to be a bit careful when taking these fights, especially with the scope that you have. I know you have really good aim. You've been hitting a lot of nutty shots, but you've been doing this quite often too. They know that he likes to play that aggressive angle over from lobby or from the mezzanine window. Two sidelines they have to be careful about. Look at the members of PK. They are showing their tootsies a little bit here. Maybe there's like a catch. Dr. King, he knows, but he can't find the angle for it. Drone gets taken out, and now we are back to square one. No real map control whatsoever from each of these sides, but it's all down to the timing. How does Triple even want to entry this point? Because look at the extension. There's 3 players on the second floor, and unless they clear this, they're pretty much done for.
This is it. They're going to try and push from Fluke and library windows as well, just to apply that additional bit of pressure. They now have library control, I believe, too. So again, they don't have to worry about the verticality until they start working, but they do have to worry about Mancal and seriously coming through with beautiful picks of their own, whittling down that initial approach. But Yin Candela's not really doing a lot when you have a warden on the board as well. So already the utility setup being really decent, really nice for the side of Geekay. Guards looking to get a little bit frisky around Fireplaces. Reddy gets tagged up loads from Office. Goodness me. There we go. Drinks a beautiful shot onto guards as well. And poor Ayazio is all left in a 1 versus 5. You got to at least get one. Don't let them take the flawless here, surely.
Yeah, I don't think that Easy has it in them for this one. I think they know his position. They should, considering how much noise he made trying to run and back down. Pretty much just waiting to maybe pad his stats a little bit here. One aggressive player. He still has a minute to play around with, but this 1v5 is pretty much close to impossible for him to win out. He has no information. He still has 2 drones, so I did not notice that. He still has 2 drones. Maybe he could make this one work, but he's trying to find a pick. He needs to find 1 kill to maybe make them scramble. But things don't look that good for him. Triple, they need to start thinking what to do in the following rounds. Looking at GK's setup, the 3-2 split that they're doing, sending 3 players over onto that second floor and holding down inside of the side with 2 anchors. It's pretty smart, but what's the primary differential that they're going in for? Maybe you don't want to fight for that second floor as much. You want to give that up for a little bit, fight for that basement control, and pull away a couple of the defenders on that second floor so that you can get something a bit better. But looking at the fights that they're already taking systematically, Easy's going to be able to shut down one, but that's pretty much it. 9 seconds left on the clock. No one's really peeking him. Takes the final fight and tricks. He's going to be the one to get it. But back to the point that I was trying to make. Maybe they need to pull a couple of the rotations and force them to engage on different parts of the map. Things are not looking that good because GK have such incredible crossfire. So you need to try to bait them into different spots away from the players pushing into library. Because that library hold coming in from GK is just almost seemingly indestructible. They don't have any cracks.
I think this is the thing, right? It's even then, I was saying, I really hope that at least one exit frag can come out here where it's not a flawless. They at least got that, okay? They at least got the exit frag, so it wasn't a flawless. I think that would have been a little bit of a bite in the rear. But again, so far, very neck and neck. Again, we do often say that Chalet is attacker-sided, but only if you know how to attack it, how to approach it, how to make it meet its maker, so to speak. And that's exactly what these two are doing. Again, I'm expecting DK's attack to pretty much go similar. I think they know exactly what kind of control they need to gain and maintain. And again, I would be very surprised if this doesn't go to overtime. We are seeing Chalet be picked more and more as one of those more kind of standard picks. For group stages especially. It's not just your classic Oregons and Clubhouses anymore. I'm curious whether that's, due to the fact that we have Solus and Azami on the board now, and that's kind of making it a little bit naughtier at times on both sides. And again, the way that the bans have kind of forgotten almost about the Thatcher and hard breach shenanigans. It's really focused around kind of, your Floreses, your Oses, still of course a Thatcher now and again, but it's really focused around countering the utility of things like the Solus, of things like the Yazami, and that's made it a lot more flexible on both sides, I think. So things are getting a little bit more even. Much to think about really in that regard.
And that's the thing. People have started to pick up the fact that, hey, maybe with Thatcher, it's there. Like, of course, you want to try and disable as much utility as you can, but the Thatcher disables a certain portion of utility, and you're losing out on one very important attacker. Maybe you had something like a Flores on your team, you could destroy the deployable shields a lot more easier. And what does the Thatcher do? Throws an EMP, and at that point, you get the hard breach open, and done. You're now completely relying on your gunfights, and maybe the defenders have placed something on the other side of the map, a little bit further away, maybe a deployable shield that they're using to fight you through your own breach. What are you going to do about that? These are the problems that have been addressed with getting that Flores off the board. Now defenders are the hackers are forced to use a lot more utility to clear out that one specific player. These are the options that you need to consider, but for Triple, they are doing exactly that. Look at the amount of rotations they're able to catch out and see exactly where the players are holding. They're forcing them back on multiple different fronts, and that's the first kill. Trix is going to be the one to go down. John, he's looking for even more. Sham needs to be careful on this angle. The Solarium hold maybe just not going to be the thing that holds it down. Too many satellites to hold, and Hasham's pretty much on his own to try and hold on an island here. Maybe good for one kill, but even that one kill will be hard to find.
100%, this is ideally where you need to kind of fall back a little bit. Again, Triple know exactly what setups to bring, what crossfires. Again, the pressure on all the windows, the pressure coming from the bathroom and piano as well. Okay, does get that pick bow onto John. That's at least something. Lighten the load a little bit and take all that IQ utility away. I assume at this point, they Triple already know what kind of setup they're working with, because that info would have been given ideally at the start of round. The run out though, it's a bit of a fail. Hasham falls down. Goodness me, no medium traders. This is a 2 versus 4, and all the pressure is on Seriously and K right now. They're desperately looking for the heads of the players of Triple. They do know there's one lurking around that bedroom window somewhere. And again, there is Toxic Babes in hand, but only one has been placed. The final Toxic Babe, and it doesn't go out. There we go. Seriously falls too. And K, tickle him and he'll fall over. How long can he stay alive? Not very long. Goodness me. Triple winning their last attacking round.
Pretty simple, pretty standard. Triple just corralled all the members of GK over into a corner. Remember what I said in the past, that, hey, maybe they need to throw some control over on the master bedroom to force a couple of the players to run on back and fight them. That's the thing. So many of the players were focused on that library hold. And because they didn't show that much aggression on library, they were worried about, hey, maybe we need to send a couple players over towards master bedroom. That's exactly what happened. They gave away the library push. They didn't hold it as hard. They only had 1 or 2 players holding on that particular corner. And when the mezzanine players came in, they only had to deal with one, the deployable shield. As soon as it got destroyed, as soon as the player holding the shield got thrown back and the drones caught him out, the members of Triple, they were golden. They already went inside of the building, and that's one of the primary things they needed to do just to get that slight bit of an edge going up against GK. Sorry, going up against the members of Triple. GK already found that out, and they were able to run it down. Now, moving on back to this round in particular, with the side swap coming in, I want to see how this one's going to pan out. I have a feeling that Triple, looking at their track record at least, they like to peak very aggressively and take that first fight. Real question is that what they really want to do? Looking at their setup, they want to bunker down inside of the side as much as they can, with Easy being the only one on the lurk.
Where these all-important EMPs come through as well. Again, because we don't see much of a Thatcher ban, I do think things like that garage will get opened abnormally quickly, but you do have to go through with the timing, just in case people are going for any kind of those electrical tricks, bandit tricks, etc., etc. In this case, it's only the Kaid clause to deal with, so that wall is going to be opened up nice and promptly by the side of Geekay. So already opening up that line of sight, applying that additional pressure and really forcing the defense either offsite or more towards that wine and barrels area.
Pretty much a stalemate between both of these sides now. Not really showing much presence on either end. They opened up the wall, but they're not really going to do much with it until the players have worked their way into the first floor. Looking at the extension as well, the members of Triple, they haven't really expanded as much as GK did when it came down to their own defensive side. So it's that slow burn strategy. Get as much util as you can. And Sham? Where did you even find this kill? He's all the way over towards blue. God damn it. The man made it through. Absolutely fearless when it came down to his frags. He's going to be able to find a very important kill over onto the mute. And now that he's gone, that's one less shotgun you need to worry about over towards the side. The blue hole's going to be strong. They've already worked their way in. And the players outside of Garage, now they are going to be the ones to shine on them through and ready. He's always ready for these fights.
Wow.
The man's name is synonymous with his playstyle. He knows exactly what to expect. Sham's now off the board. Blue is now back under the control of the defenders. They have the control. And yep. And Cal doesn't really get anything done there. They're spread out too much here, Grace. Things don't look that good for them.
A little bit, yeah. We look like a duo play is going to start to happen now as they approach blue together. I think that's certainly the better bet. They still have to deal with that Malusi Banshee, though, that wasn't giving away their teammates' position before. That allowed for a little bit of that old swingaroony. There we go. Speaking of swingaroonies, round the corner, Reddy falls down. Trixon maintaining his life in that encounter, but guards will fall too. It's already Geekay doing a really good job of switching this round on its head just by going for that duo push and having that pressure. John with the run out though. That could be massive. No, it's not, because K is there. They can shut that down, but IAC is there to trade it back with a second inflicted. A swift cleanup there. Goodness me, that was intense then on both sides, but the clutch coming through at the end, the stuff you love to see.
Cool as a cucumber, this Easy guy. He knows what to expect as well. And that run out was so ambitious, but honestly, if that worked, you know that would have been a miracle. He was expecting the player to plant straight up in the open, but that just did not happen. Good plays from the members of Triple there to just hold down their ground, but it was down to the wire. The members of GK, they did a really good job isolating each and every 1v1. And Triple really did not show them the same level of respect as you would have expected. But at the end of the day, whatever happens, he got the round. 4-3. Make it a lot more cleaner as we head on down over to the second. A bit more of a switch up, I would say, from their usual setups. Mozzie comes into play, a Valkyrie as well, which is pretty much expected. You want to have a Valkyrie on Chalet because of the amount of corners that you can play around with, the amount of line cells that you can create. You can pretty much fight a person from one side of the map to the other if you have a good enough Valkyrie camp for it. No IQ's getting picked up as well, so GK, they have no idea that the Valkyrie's been picked up, or they don't want to do anything to try and deal with her yet.
Speaking of dealing with things, I think we saw them kind of hover around the Osa there, but they decided to go again with that classic Thatcher. I think the Thatcher worked really well for them last time, again, just clearing lots of utility. Yeah, because you can kind of make your way through those office walls nice and quickly. So again, just applying that additional line of sight of pressure all the way through, often to the very back of bedroom, because the defense will often have that setup where they're trying to contest that line of sight themselves. That works both ways. So again, as soon as you open up that wall, it's just a bit of a dicey one to hold that on both sides, a bit of a spicy one. So people tend to hold back a little bit, especially on that defense. This is where I'm interested, though. Will this library pressure come through? Will this library control be maintained? IEZ ready and waiting like a shark in the water. We saw them pop off that previous round towards the end, really clutching out that round for their teammates. How long can they maintain this control over this side of the map? And as you say, yeah, John falling already. Of course, those Valkyrie cams still on the table, though. The intel's still there, but ready can shut down Hashom in retaliation.
Good shots all around. Both of them are able to find a lot around, but what's your game plan here, buddy? Guards is going to be the one to go down over on the other side. It's always, man, Cal, he knows the playstyle of these players, and that's the thing. These MENA region teams, they have fought against each other quite often in their own regional tournaments. They know each other's playstyles. They know what to expect. They have an understanding of each other's tendency. And that is what's going to be the kryptonite as well for either one of these teams. They know how to adapt. They know how to switch up their playstyles because of that exact same reason. But looking at Triple and the way that they're holding, they want to play a lot more defensive in comparison to GK. When GK were on their defensive side, they like to play it aggro. They want the map control to stay for them. And maybe that playstyle could just be the thing that works out. Again, the Ash is going to be able to find a follow-up kill and find the trade over onto another 2 versus 3 man count immediately nullified. That's the difference here. That's what they're able to find. Reddy's gonna get shot down to very low levels of HP. Tricks on the back end's gonna be able to shut down Reddy. One by one, their bodies drop, and it's up to Dovtuki to maybe find something. Not gonna happen, not today. The death deployable is not gonna give you anything when you have this many angles to worry about. Good shots and good plays. GK with the map control, they take another point. 4-4 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna be in for a long haul, that's for certain.
100%. Again, bringing this back up to even Stevens. Expected, so it's not really too much of a surprise, but you just love your expectations come to fruition. Beautiful stuff there from the side of Geekay. Already, the spice is getting heated. And again, this is the interesting thing, because we've seen this a few times in a tournament. When it comes to this kitchen site, when it comes to this dining site, the importance of opening up not only that dining room wall, but the office wall as well, maintaining that pressure, maintaining that control. There's such long lines of sight in this map too. Can we just point that out? Like, regardless of which site it is, the potential for just the nastiest pixel peaks really comes through strong. And again, I think sometimes, depending on the site, that can really benefit the attack. You know, we see it often. A garage is a perfect example of that. You know, you can pretty much hide in a bush and no one's going to see you, but they have this long line of sight. As soon as an external is open, you could just kind of click the tiniest little flicker of a pixel moving, and that's a headshot apparently. So it's again, it's one of those maps which I always say, you meet your maker on it. You either understand the energy and the tempo of the map, or you're just going to fall apart in seconds. But these two, are we surprised that it's 4-4 at the moment? I can already smell overtime on the horizon, and I hope it goes to overtime. This is incredibly entertaining to watch. Two teams that know exactly how to tame the beast of Chalet, and two teams that really want to tame the beast within each other as well. So all across the board, it's looking to be a nice one. It already is a nice one. I hope we finish it as a nice one too.
It should be the case. They know how to play each other really well, and that's going to be Hasham opening things up. John's going to take a back seat. It was a bit too overly aggressive, and that is going to cost you, because, once more, the aggressive playstyle nature of Triple when it comes to their defensive rounds, it's going to be the thing that bites them. They want to play aggressive. They want to take these duels to just get some information. They don't fight for kills most often. If their opponents miss, and even if they miss, they gain that information like, hey, players are outside of mezzanine, players are outside of lobby, they're maybe going for a very aggressive take over onto mezzanine. Let's set up around that. Let's play defensive. Let's double up, get some players over towards the second floor from the back end, and try to hold them back. But if they, that's the thing, the playstyle, if they do die there, you're pretty much screwed for the entire half. That's why mezzanine is now theirs. They're able to open up the wall, and this side take that they have over on that second floor, they're in a pretty massive ditch. Yeah, of course, a lot of utility has been used, but now that they have that second floor control, those hatches are ripe for the picking.
100%. We're also expecting K at some point to rotate downwards and start to work around that dining wall, as well as the rest of the chaps start to work these lines of sight against the remaining players in that bedroom site. As you say, those hatches, that verticality that can come through. You know, we have Hashem on the Ash, so lots of soft destructibility there. Endless, pretty much soft destructibility on Seriously too. If they can really contest this top floor now, there we go. The line of sight being held. But yeah, it's open. It's open for the picking, ready behind that mirror window. That might be a little bit of a ruckus going forward. But look, they have a sheet of glass of their own, this Osa of Mantkal, that can really create an additional line of defense. And look at this. The way that they're hoping to set it up is maybe on that just external, that slight external, just to give a little bit of leeway there. Unless they're trying to cheese the plant here, actually. It could be it. They could be going for the cheese. There's no way, indeed. Looks like Mantkal for now is just going to stand there, but K, there we go, they're going for the plant, they're sticking it, 15 seconds on the clock, rightfully so, but K is actually taken out by a C4, but Mankal's just behind him to pick up that diffuser and start sticking it himself before being down. Look at this hold right now by Triple, the team kill, desperately trying to hold on to this diffuser, and this is where things get a little bit risky. Hashem with a pick bounce already, guards to trade it back, but the diffuser's planted! Oh! The pick comes through, the melee to the face. Guards a beautiful clutch there for the side of Triple. How chaotic was that execute?
I think that at the very end, they were like, just go plant, bro. I don't think we're going to be able to hold this on for that much longer. They lost so much map control. They had pretty much none of the map. They had zero control of the map after they ran into Mezzanine. They saw the shield over onto Piano, and they're like, okay, I think we're screwed. We don't have enough utility. We don't have the time to run all the way to Library and maybe go in for a Solarium push. We have nothing. We need to run into Kitchen right now without any form of control. And you know what's going to happen if that's the case, right? You're just stuck there in the middle of an island with a Mira, mind you, who was playing inside a basement with a C4. Where are you going to plant? That is so smart. The Mira broke the hatch, dropped down, because he saw the Osa. And it's like, oh wait, if the Osa is playing here, they're probably going for a plant right next to the bomb. The diffuser sound came in, a simple C4 toss, and the entire plant just went up in smokes. Triple played that so beautifully. Yeah, of course it was down to the wire, but they played it smart. They forced the hand of GK into an absolute corner. And they got it all. They are the real playmakers here. I love the way they played that round. But now, will they be able to replicate it? It's down to the wire each and every time. And because of this, looks to be a little bit more interesting. The side's in a pretty standard place. Both sides have picked up the generalized attackers, but I don't know how I feel about this, Grace, but this Thatcher and Thermite combo, yeah, it's a good old combo, but maybe an Ace could have been a slight of a better option. Let me think about it.
I think given, again, it could be an interesting one, because when it comes to that basement, of course, if you're trying to open the garage, you can kind of bring whatever without worrying too much about things like C4s. If you want to open wine, I'd say it's maybe same again, but you have to get up close and personal to that wall. So that's kind of more of the risk of taking the Thermite over something like the Ace. Again, could just be a preference thing. You know, some people just prefer the gun, but for me personally, it's more the amount of soft destructibility when it comes to what Geekay are bringing here. Of course, they're bringing, you know, the Sledge and the Ash. They've been doing that for majority of the rounds. Brought the Buck to the table as well, so more destructibility there. Feels a little bit overkill.
Oh no,
again,
the drone.
Depends on how much they want to keep alive as time goes on. And again, potentially using that. Oh, well, I was going to say using that, but there we go. Shotgun to the face as Hashem falls. Seriously falls right behind him. Beautiful pick there by John on the vigil. Okay, can hold on to the sign of sight still. And again, we see a little bit of a trapped member of a Triple. That's a little bit awkward for IZ. Again, I think they're, oh no, they're just going to go for it. They're going to escape. Well, the timing is right for them, because again, Key wasn't even looking in that direction. Trixie does it again as well. They need to try and team up. They need to try and go for maybe a bit of a duo play here. Very uncomfortable, though. Look how split up they are from one another, and they have 5 opponents to go up against.
GK pretty much digging their own grave at this point. Not looking that good for them here, but looking on the other side of the map, not really going to be the thing that expects him. Trix is going to be able to find another one here. John on the back foot. And they do have a little bit of time to work with, but I'm not seeing them make any form of ground just yet. One more kill from Key should be the thing that opens up the side, but they don't really have enough time to work this one out slowly. 26 seconds left on the clock. The other member still not in towards the building just yet. He's just stuck, and look at the canister just raining down hell. They need to get this plan down somehow, but the diffuser, how are you going to get in without getting shot from like 3 different cyclines? Poor old Thatcher's not going to be able to help you. He's on the other side of the map. They're just stuck here. 6 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely nothing to do. Another player just running around from the outside. It's done. It's dusted. It's going to be Triple getting their way over on the match point. And with that, they have another round to close out this entire map. Looking for a pause here. The members of GK, they're probably going to try to think over their strategies, because I understand the preference of the Thermite, but I'm starting to question how much it's really achieving other than just taking that one hatch. Sorry, that one wall. Because they need hatch control.
I think what would have been nice there is if, again, I understand bringing all that destructibility in terms of soft destruction, but again, I think maybe, you know, we've seen how powerful global utilities can be at the moment. It's why we've seen a resurgence. Of course, Doki those EMPs in Pocket 2, but yes, the Lion or even the Jackal, to be honest, as well. You've still got that secondary.
True, I forgot Jackal exists.
Self-destructibility. You also have those smokes in Pocket 2, so you can cut off lines of sight and again enable and help that final collapse more and more. And of course, the Jackal utility allows you to go for that live ping. So again, something that just gives them a little bit more intel, a little bit more information. Yep. I think would really help, because again, Geekay are aside, they can hit them hard if they get the opportunity to do so. It's just, again, the information being the name of the game. Granted, also, you know, Triple, they haven't really brought solos that much, so why not exploit that a little bit? Why not, you know, really go in with the drones? Of course, you've got the Ayana there too, but if you're to bring something like the Lion or the Jackal, you don't have to worry about the Solus really, you know, clocking that. You can kind of just be a bit more relaxed about it. Yep. I think that's what I'd want to see. They are choosing to take the Nomad, it looks like, too, for this next round. Again, just worried about some of these flanks and these aggressive pushes that are coming through from the side of Triple, but they know they have to get 2 rounds in a row to push it to that also favourable overtime that I am hoping and praying for right now. Not sure if we've lost aggressive there, but again, for now, it's just a case of these two teams trying to push themselves over that finish line on both sides, I would say as well. You know, we do have obviously Triple here on match point. They ideally, you know, they want to get to that 7-4, a victory on this map, secure that first map under their belt. But again, Geekay, they want to get those 2 rounds in their pocket to try and push themselves to overtime. We are expecting overtime, ideally on every map between these two. You know, these are 2 of the best teams in this group. They are at the top of that leaderboard. Again, I pretty much think both of these teams are confirmed for playoffs right now. Yes, I can. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. I was so confused. My mic was on as well. I was trying to say that, hey, maybe GK need to go for the strategy that you were going in for. They need information ops to run their way in. I was telling my whole life story. 2 seconds later, you're like, aggressive, you there? I'm like,
It happens.
So this is what it feels like to be
good old network infrastructure, good old hardware. But no, I was just saying to the ladies and gentlemen at home, you know, obviously at this moment, both these teams want to give that final push. Triple want to bring it to match win. Geekay want to take it to overtime. This next round, especially with that pause coming through, should get a little bit intense.
It's a big momentum breaker. And with that momentum finally broken, Triple, they're in a tough spot because okay, they're probably going to be overthinking. Maybe there's a different strategy coming in. Maybe this is going to happen. Maybe that is going to happen. But Triple, they're in such a position that they're not really worried about much. Ready now playing with the Thorn. Now, that will be pretty interesting because Thorn has just been one of those trap ops that gives not only a lot of information to play around with, but also pretty much denies one portion of the map entirely if you're not careful about it. They're playing trap ops to just slow down GK and force them into a slow burn strat. And that slow burn could just be the thing that stops GK in their tracks. They're looking to be aggressive and maybe find that first duel once more. The members of Triple could be biting a bit more than they can chew here, but after what we saw in the last couple of rounds, they know what they're doing, and this calculated aggression is what's giving them this many rounds.
100%. Little bit of a quiet before the storm. Hashom is maybe expecting a run out here. John does fall down though. Mancal looking to get those lovely entry engagements under his pockets already. The opening kill going in the favor of Geekay. That's a nice bit of breathing room with no trade coming back from Triple just yet. Hashom is still very wary of the fact that a run out may happen here. Could it be the old bait and switch? C4 goes out, does no damage. Hasham just waiting for that head to come into his line of sight. K going for a little bit of a bait here. Hasham, the timing! The timing! Hasham just ready and waiting. They have to now be careful of that long line of sight from bedroom throw. If someone suddenly pops up from the closet area, he's a little bit done in. But guards ready and waiting. I mean, I hate this kind of standoff that's happening. It looks like there's pressure happening towards Piano as well now. Too Ready has indeed spotted out Hashom though. So that's going to let guards know your patience isn't unwarranted. Guards can also feed back this at least 2 onto the balcony too. So again, it's just a case of batting down the hatches. This is what I'm talking about. You know, I thought it'd be a bit squiffy on both sides. There we go. Guards finally taking out seriously on that Nomad. The shotguns around the corner.
What is the shotgun?
No! Down. Mount Cal, beautiful kill onto Ready, but he knows where Guards is, and Guards presumably knows that information too. Hash, there we go. Finally finishing off Guards. A little bit of a ring around the rosy for most of that round on the side of that kind of office area. Dolphin actually taking out Trixie as well. So already Triple evening out this count to a 2 versus 2 for utility. Nearly getting rid. Well, Mankel's actually disconnected. That's not good.
Yep. Yeah, that's gonna be sad. There's nothing that you can do there. He disconnected right in the middle of a round. That's pretty much done and dusted there. Small network problems can be a nuisance, but there's not much that we can do about it. He's gonna get taken out, and Triple, they are gonna be able to hold this one down. Triple, they played that phenomenally. When you think about it, Grace, I've never seen a defensive setup this strong on Chalet. Normally, the attackers always have that advantage. They always know what to expect because of the different lines of sight that they can just run in from. So many windows to think about. But here, the members of GK just were playing a bit too by the book. Like, if you open up the Siege handbook as a completely brand new player, they're going to tell you, Thermite, Thatcher, beautiful combo. You can win pretty much any round with that. But in professional level of play, in this current meta, at least, do you think
this
that's
is it,
yeah,
right?
This is it.
This is it, aggressive. This is it, right? We said at the start of the best of 3, these 2 are already confirmed for playoffs, okay? So realistically, maybe in playoffs, they will go head-to-head again together. Do you want to show your hand too much before playoffs when you know you've already got it? You have today, maybe tomorrow, Tuesday, before you get to that playoffs moment. These 2, again, if they end up going head-to-head, there's potential revenge tour. I don't think they're going to be showing their full hand here. They're going to certainly be hitting it with everything they've got. But if they've got anything secret under their belts, they don't really want to show it just yet. They don't have to worry about winning or losing this. Playoffs is secured. And that's not to say that teams suddenly, they just decide like turn off their monitors and be really lazy with it. It's more that the pressure is slightly off. You're already secured. You know you're already going away with a cash prize, first of all, our lovely cash prize that we have for this prize pool. But again, you know that, okay, if this doesn't go too well for us, we can at least hit them harder when we go to those playoffs. And again, we're going to go into Oregon. So it's like, let's have a look at the map summary before we do go on about Oregon for a while. But again, you know, this was a good map on both sides. We see the kind of standard really cost levels going across. Again, there's lots of standardness happening here on both sides, in my opinion. Yes, some really nice picks here, there, and everywhere, but we need to consider the low cost there always indicate to me that potentially both sides, again, they weren't really playing for trades. You said from the get-go even, this is a very spread out defense coming through from the side of, Triple. So it's kind of like, are we too shocked by that? Are we too shocked by that? And Geekay as well. Their defense rather was very spread out. So it's this idea of like, they're not really playing as aggressively as they most likely will play in those playoffs. I think that last round as well, in particular, I was a little bit disappointed because, again, usually after pause, we expect a little bit of the old razzle dazzle. Of course, there was a lot of funny action around that kind of fluke balcony office take. But it's the additional dimensions of pressure that you'd normally expect weren't quite there. And that's where I'm kind of like, okay, they're playing the kind of long game here. Which, again, going to Oregon, I mean, that's anyone's, to be honest, and even Steven's playing field. Potentially old school utility we'll see there too. Who knows, aggressive.
I feel like they need to maybe switch it up just a tiny little bit. They have the gunfight. They're winning out a lot of their duels, but it all really does come down to those closing moments. Will the members of GK be able to come on back? Because the seeding at the end of the day really does matter. At the meantime, you're going to be able to dictate the pace of what happens in the playoffs. But we're going to be finding that out really shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be heading on down over into a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just tell me, is it worth it all? Feels like I've been doing way too much, babe. Feels like I've been working through this stuff, babe. Over time, lately it's been getting kind of tough, babe. Feels like make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
time. And I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait to see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me. Just watch me.
Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Hello and welcome back to the Zotac Gaming TEC R6 Invitational, supported of course by Ubisoft. Aggressive and I have been taking you through map number 1 of Chalet, and we're back to take you through map number 2 of Oregon. Again, pretty standard maps, especially now that we're still in this group stage, but this is the last day of groups for this group A. It will be Geekay versus Triple Esports, and already Triple taking a little bit of a cheeky lead here, Aggressive.
Yep. With Triple just being an absolute dominant force on Chalet defense, mind you, Chalet on defense, they were not even able to get like one round. Maybe other than that minute detail. No, it was what? 3-3. They got only one round on the attacking side for the members of GK. Which is surprising when you think about it. They need to be a lot more decisive in the way they want to take over the map. And we were discussing this. Maybe the members of GK are holding back a little bit here. Because, of course, they're fighting for the seeding, but that also does mean that you're not able to dictate the pace of the matchup that you want. Oregon, on the other hand, pretty much a poster child when you think of maps in Siege, other than Clubhouse. Clubhouse and Oregon are pretty much interchangeable. What do they really want to do? Triple getting that first man, taking out the OSA, pretty standard. You do not want to deal with an OSA on Oregon. Absolutely no. That dormitory hold becomes completely impossible if an OSA shield just gets up in your face. You can no longer hold dorms. That part of the site is now gone for you. Smart ban on the OSA.
100%.
Let's see how GK are going to be able to counteract.
And the counteract will be a Ying. So again, just really expecting a bit of a util dump to come through there from the side of Triple. Again, you know, we are seeing these more unusual bans when it comes to the banning phase and comp in the last like month or two. It's been really interesting to see. These defensive bans are where the spice happens. So in my opinion, will we see the Solus or the Azami? We'll see the Goyo come through. Again, we've seen so much Goyo. The ban rate really coming through strong. Again, just the area of effect those Vulcans can create, especially when you're going for those final collapses. We see on every single site, kids and bunk especially, and even in basement, to be honest, you know, we think of the default plants in basement and how the Vulcan shields can really cause a ruckus if you're not mindful of the time. Final ban though, the Azami, of course. Again, the ban rate has shot up with Azami, essentially just an endless supply of cover and almost shield utility, one could argue there. So, yeah, I would, you know what, for these two, I would say that's pretty on the nose.
Azami has to be one of the, let's say, strongest characters I've ever seen on the defensive side. Melusi, from what I remember when I played her, she was the most absolutely broken Giga Chat that you could ever have on your team. You couldn't even shoot the goddamn mines to try and destroy them. I still remember those days. Shooting the mines didn't work. You needed a goddamn explosive to try and break it. There was nothing that you could do against her. Azami is kind of in that same position. You need to have a character that can play for explosives. A Zofia is a must-have if you let that Azami through the ban phase. Without that Zofia, you don't have that option of breaking those extra barricades, that the keeper barriers that has been set up by the Zami. Going on back though, to the matchup itself, we do see a pretty standard setup from the defenders, but the attackers have something a bit more interesting. Dokkaebi is now in the open with Nomad and a Habana. GK, they're going in for something completely unorthodox, but this bandit could just put a full stop in their plans. They don't have anything other than the Dokkaebi EMPs to hold this bandit back.
This is it. This is where the bandit trick can be a little bit fruity.
Oh, they have a
if it does
Kaid and a
come
bandit.
through. They
Oh,
have
no.
the Kaid and the bandit and a mute as well. So again, lots of versatility here. Presumably the mute's either going to be used for countering any of that information game, especially we just saw one beautifully placed as a little pre-place for that double window positioning that I think they may be expecting from Geekay right now. Geekay already looking to get a little bit of that armory pressure, a little bit of that bedroom pressure. So already from the southeast, it's looking pretty standard. I'm assuming that at some point they are going to try and maybe take a bit of attic pressure, but we see Seriously also going to small tower. So a three-dimensional kind of nosy around which approaches to take. Of course, the double window is a good place to hold the ring around the rosy, just missing K there. But Guards is still contesting this very aggressively indeed. They have the longer line of sight as well. They can use that shotgun on. X-Kairos already getting tricked out as well. This is exactly what you were talking about, aggressive.
Alright, the Kaid claws are in a very unorthodox position. You have no idea where the Kaid claw is because the mute jammers are set up right in front of it. They don't know where to throw it. They have no idea where to throw this one at. And considering it's a Kaid, it could even be on the first floor. We have no idea where he placed that claw. They have no way of taking entrance. They're done for.
There we go, beautiful trade vote to start things off. John does take a little bit of damage as well. Being pretty low health isn't going to help. But K, however, shutting down that flankaroonie that was about to come through from the side of Triple. And it appears because of that Dokkaebi call going through, they are aware of another player lurking in the midst as well. John gets finished off. There we go. Guard's getting to a bit of a tighter, more aggressive position here, ready for that approach to come through this window. And this is where things get a little bit spicier. Will the drone spot him out? Well, it certainly will if you're going to push into it like that. So again, the repositioning needs to come through right now. Kay still contesting from Trophy very hyper-aggressively. The things you'll have to see, again, a bit of a scrap fest between these two aggressive.
Yeah, it's just fight after fight all around, but I have no idea how the members of Triple lost that one because looking at the setup, they had no way of breaking into the site. The members of Triple, they took very hyper-aggressive duels and they just lost out on each and every one of their fights. You had no reason to take those fights anymore in that 4v4 situation. You just needed to play slow, play inside of the site. Don't go for aggressive pushes because they don't have the powerful positions in the map. They do not have big tower open. They do not have attic under control. They don't even have master bedroom to play around with and run into games. The members of Triple, they started to take duels thinking that, hey, we're going to win because they have no map control. But no, that's not the case. GK, they just out-aimed them and won the round.
100%. It's again the setup that Triple brought. I think from the get-go you were saying like, "Ooh, this is a little bit naughty." Again, just for hyper aggression, but we saw how aggressive K was being in Trophy, and I do think that was a really nice linchpin for the side of Geekay. It really set the pace and the momentum for how they were going to play out that round. Just go for these gunfights a little bit, take that initiative. It's just a bit strange that you get that from what is usually a supportive role. Again, the Habana, your hard breach, being the one to take those aggressive pushes, pretty much to sight doorway. It's like, okay, that's an interesting one. I'm here for it though, and it really works well. As I say, it was a linchpin that completely pivoted the way that Geekay went for the rest of it. And of course, look at this, the Jackal and the Dokkaebi combo aggressive. How'd you like those apples?
That's a lot of roam clear. If Triple get a wind of this, all of their players who are playing on the first floor, they're going to run to the other side of the map. Mantical's going to be able to take down Guards a bit too over-aggressive on the peak. That's going to cost you there. Now GK, they have that early man advantage, and here comes the sound cues, and Hashem is going to be able to take down one. Easy's going to be able to find that trade over on the back end of it. It's a good 1-for-2. They have control. They can wait things out, but Easy's very low on HP. They need to start hunkering down in the side pretty much at this point, or Easy needs to get the perfect timing to work out one more frag. They need a frag to clear things out here at this point. But looking at the positioning and looking at how this is going to be playing out, doesn't bode that well for the members of Triple.
100%. Selma's coming through, opening more and more lines of sight, more entrances, more access points. Things you'll have to see ready, trying to get a little bit into a better position there, but choosing to go towards that attic area instead. And it's where the crossfires need to come through pretty strongly. You see Dovklin and Reddy already preparing themselves potentially. IAZ as well. The flash is coming through. Drixon actually going for the Verti is going to tag him, but get actually a bit of retaliation coming through from Dovklin as
shotgun.
well. A little bit cheeky on that alibi, and Reddy falls in retaliation. IAZ 2 for Dovklin left in a 1vx, and there we go. Seriously. We've seriously seen Seriously do some serious things thus far in the series, but goodness me, today he is feeling himself a little bit.
You seriously did say a lot of seriously in that sentence, but
Seriously,
moving on back from... Yeah, the man's
He's
name
just so
has
good,
to be
though.
there.
He's just so good. Yeah, you have to do a nice little bit of alliteration in honor of Seriously. A very capable fragger for the side of Geekay. We've seen him pop off all tournament. Like there's nobody's business.
The guy knows how to take control, and he is so systematic in the way that he plays too. The man just does not take a lot of risks. That's the thing. All the risks that he does take from time to time, it's so calculated that even if he takes a peek or takes a duel, there's a very small amount of chance that he's gonna die from it. And that is the type of playstyle that GK have under their arsenal. Going on back from that though, how do Triple want to try and take this? They have a pretty strong strategy in mind when it comes down to it on paper, but their execution seems to be a little bit too lackluster. They're losing a lot of their duels by taking too many aggressive engagements, and they're not playing on sides of the map that will give them that advantage. You know that, hey, there's a lot of hyper-aggressive players, and we have already roamed pretty far away from our sites. Maybe it's time to hold back our roams because they're starting to pick up Jackal. They're starting to pick up characters that will be an absolute nuisance to us. We can't roam in these type of circumstances. We need to just hold for the buddy system and play for trades. Because yeah, the Jackal can scan one person, but can the Jackal scan the second? No, that's not going to be the case. You use that main person as the bait, and then you run on back in. These are the options that the members of Triple need to play around. Play for the trades, and you are guaranteed a win against GK.
No, I completely agree with that. I really agree with that. Again, they're just able to kind of pinch out Triple a little bit here, a little bit more effectively. I think Triple are going for these crossfires, but again, it's the timing sometimes. Hashom already spotting out the fact that John is there, and there we go, before you get my words out, Mancal is going to deal with it. So again, just a really nice roam clear coming through already from the side of Geekay, giving themselves lots of breathing room for what I assume is going to be a little bit of freezer pressure.
There's two players over onto Big Tower near Attic. I don't like the odds for this. You need to run on away here, buddy. Get back in towards the side. I understand what I'm saying. You don't want to give up that control this early, right? But no. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock. It's better to set up crossfires at this point and just waste the time of the attackers and play with your team. The defenders are all in the side. It's a complete and utter hunker. And at this point, the attackers, they know this as well. It's a full-on brawl over in towards the side, and who's going to win out on the first engagement is going to be the real question. The Ace needs to survive, still has the Selma charges to open up the walls, but Easy in such a rat position can easily take a fight and maybe win it out. No one's peeking him, though. I love the way that GK are playing this. They are not taking any risks. They're waiting to open up all of these hatches. They want to use this clock down as much as they can, and Reddy comes in with the kill over from Blue. They hold down the fort, and now here comes the attack. 40 seconds left. They need to entry soon.
100%.
Oh, I don't like this.
Getting a bit frisky around the electrical hash for fire going back, though. Again, they know that someone is willing to get hyper aggressive here. You don't like it, but maybe Triple like it a lot. Those toxic babes really delaying this collapse for as long as possible. As I say it though, Hashon, look at this breathing space that he has created. They can now go in and start to gain this site control, and they need that site control so the plant can go down. 10 seconds on the clock. It's getting very scrappy on both sides. The ring around roses around pillars. Dovklin does fall down.
Winning
though,
this?
At least one of those players dealt with. Reddy gets to pick fly easy, and Devkin are finished off by Hashon. already left in a
Wait, where's the diffuser?
Time. Where is the diffuser?
Wait, the diffuser isn't blue. The diffuser was outside of blue. I don't think they were able to pick that one up in
A
time.
miscommunication, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's so gutting. Look how well they did. They cleared, the entry coming through on that Jackal. They cleared it well. They just did not have the diffuser and thus ran out of time. Good
That
going on the
is
side of
why
Triple,
the
though. To not
smoke.
be, oh my god, I'm going to peek it now. He just kind of held back. Yeah, as you were about to say, yeah, that is why he held back, because he knew I see diffuser, they don't have it. I could just hide, basically, and let that timer do its thing. As I often say, time is the sixth defender until you get that diffuser down. That is the additional crux that you have in your pocket as a defender. If it gets to that final 10 seconds, and you don't think that they're able to plant, or you don't think they have the diffuser, you can just play it safe. We see lots of amusing times happen because of that fact too. A lot of ring around the rosy kind of hide and seek moments at times in various tournaments. I think earlier in the week, actually, we did see exactly that. We saw a kind of ring around the rosy upstairs in Kids and Bug. I can't remember which teams it was, but it's again this idea of just constantly working around that timer. Whew. Triple getting their first defensive round on the board.
Yep. Triple, they really needed this one too. It was down to the wire, a bit sloppy when it came down to the hold, but I think Triple in general have a tendency of being like that. They're a bit sloppy on the defensive ends, but they do get the job done. Because Geekay, when it comes down to the last 20 or 30 seconds in a round, they are very cool, calm, and composed. They don't try to, over-aggressively rush things without any reason, but when it comes down to the early rounds, stuff like this tends to happen a bit more often than not. That's going to be the first kill, but Hasham's going to be able to shut down the other. The DMR doing work here. There's a reason why the Dokkaebi DMR is just this strong. Guards on the other side, though, getting kill after kill, but the trades are just synonymous. GK closing out two defenders right in the process of getting one kill. Triple, once again in the man disadvantage, but still, they have strong positions to play around with. The attackers still need to work their way in, and their HP is almost non-existent on two players.
A bomb has been located.
100%. He's going out just to clear up some of this utility. But speaking of clearance, John doing massive things here. Yes, indeed. Getting that diffuser on the floor, but again, knowing it's time to pull back. We have whittled down these attackers as much as we can. We can play a little bit safe in our 2 versus 2. And this is where things get very spicy indeed. Dovklin can get a bit of aggression on the split connector here. John as well holding on to Classroom. So again, really playing around that duo. The movement as well, they're a bit wary here of the fact that there may be an approach from above. This is it. If Dovklin can manage to get up into attic, they can play that hatch so nicely. That nade's not going to do anything because they're not in position just yet. But John is waiting around the corner, waiting for a potential collapse into kitchen. This is where things get very chaotic. The shots through the drone hole. Beautiful shot there by John. The trade move from Hasham. A 1 versus 1. Do you try and hide here as the Frost, the shotgun around the corner? That's going to keep Hasham on their toes, certainly. But there we go. Not the most ideal gun to pull out. The Frost shotgun, it's not really the best. I understand if you're like a smoke in that situation, the SAS shotgun is a lot more powerful, but it's one of those things where it's like I understand, but also no. That is so upsetting. But Hasham landing that final shot, again, just a very strong gun there. But the ring around the rosy, I think realistically, if you're in that situation, you do try and pull back a little bit. But I think there was just a determination of sorts for a spicy little end round kill there.
Yep. And he probably got the call that, hey, the player's at 1 HP. Just take out your shotgun, you're going to be able to breeze him away. But Desham played it pretty smart. He broke the Jaeger ATS, baiting him out into the open. Gorgeous when it comes down to their micro playstyles. The members of GK, they're able to win out these duels purely because they're very smart in taking individual gunfights. I'm really hoping that individual gunfight playstyle is going to bring them even closer forward on the following roundup. I was expecting one player to run over to the hatch, maybe be a bit of a nuisance from that particular angle, because there's a lot of hatches to play around with if you're taking this first site hold. This first floor hold. And how will the members of Triple use this verticality now? We didn't see that as much in the last round, but hopefully this time around, they're going to be able to deny the control and maybe get a kill or two in the process. Because GK, the way that their roam clears have been, those roams have not been really working out for them. But maybe, just maybe, now that the Jackal is gone, they don't have to worry about, you know, the problematic pings coming in every single time.
The thing that I'm slightly a bit like, about Decide Triple right now is they are very much struggling against this attack, of course. And if they don't get 3 rounds on the table, that might make things a little bit more difficult when it comes to their own attack. We've seen Geekay have a very hyper-aggressive approach to how their Oregon defense can be in the past. So again, that is where you want Triple to kind of pull their socks up a little bit and be like, okay, we need to play this a little bit smarter. Again, playing into those duos has really worked for them in the round that they did win. And again, going for some of these friskier kind of roam games, knowing when to pull back, that's where things start to spin on the head. But see, still mistakes that are costing them right now. A lot of pressure being held towards Big Tower. We see a little bit of a flankaroonie into basement as well. The attic wall being opened nice and quickly. It's already a lot of map control falling into the hands of Geekay. As I say that, John actually gets that pick onto Hashom. Mancal falls to a C4 too. That's a lot of utility taken away from Geekay aggressive.
Yep. That's 2 pretty much very important players just getting thrown off into the wayside. Thermite and the Thatcher is still there, but never mind. Thermite's now gone. I spoke a little too soon. That's going to be another kill. One by one, their bodies are just going to drop, and we are stuck pretty much in a no man's land situation with the Nomad and the Thatcher. Yeah, they don't have utility. They have 1 drone on their side to maybe work things around with, and then they're just done. They're just waiting for maybe the members of Triple to go in for a hyper-aggressive peak, but that's just not going to happen. Not right now when they know they need these rounds as much as possible to get a 3-3 scoreline to play around with for their own defensive side. Last player remaining, they know his exact position. The Pulse just gave away all the information in the entire world. They're looking for the duel. They're looking for the fight. And maybe, just maybe, 1 kill for Trix and his stats. Yeah, they're not giving him anything.
No, they want this to be a flawless, I think.
It's a morale boost for them, at least.
100%. Again, you know, if they can end this on a 3-3, granted, they'll be going into a less favorable attack, but again, it's still good going. It's still making sure you're not getting completely steamrolled. You're not handing those rounds to Geekay. So they still have a little bit of work to do on their own defense themselves. Windows getting broken because people are feeling cheeky, and there we go. The flawless for Triple. But can they do that again? That's the thing. They need to get this 6th round under their belts.
And they need to do it in the most, let's say, how do I put it? In the most convincing way possible,
Clean
too. Because,
yeah.
Convincing in the way because from what I've seen, the members of Triple, they've been playing a bit too lax or relaxed in this map in particular compared to what they did in Chalet. They're not really going in for the same level of strat calls that we see in the past. They're not buddying up as much. They're spreading out, but somehow they're falling asleep on the wheel. And that's not the Triple that we have witnessed in map number 1. While GK, they're fully alert and ready for each of these engagements, no matter what happens to them. And if Triple really want to take this one away on a 2-0 victory, they need to start getting themselves back in the driver's seat once again. Play it smart. Play it systematic. It all starts here for them. Looking at the setups that they're going in for, it will be a Bandit, it will be the Mira. So pretty much, if the members of GK don't opt to go in for a Thatcher, they're gonna have a pretty rough time trying to open up any of these walls. But not going for the Kaid means that Triple and their hatches, they're a lot more weaker.
I do see Geekay try and get a little bit of info before they dip their toes into this map again. I think they're expecting some kind of obtuse roam game from Triple. It's something that has been working for Triple a lot, but look at this already. A little bit of pullback as they hear that garage wall open. Mankel already taking out John as well, so That's some Lucy off the board. Of course, those Banshees will still be in play, though we see a pre-play C4 on the Garage wall too. I really think Triple are still expecting that push from Garage to come through from Trixid. Let's see what happens. Already feeding a lot of information to the team that the push isn't coming from Big Tower. So again, the focus for Triple is really watching that kind of main stairs push down to Laundry, and again, the back from Small Tower, which for now, I don't think they've really contested much. I think they've left that pretty much free for the pickings. We see there already Hasham and Mankal have made a lot of ground. IEZ as well being tagged up significantly there. Might get pinched out a little bit here, to be honest.
Well, they already know where he is. Pretty much down out in the open. Reddy's going to be able to get a return frag over on 1, but it's still not a favorable one. It's a 3 versus 4 situation. Pretty much the entire site has been opened up as well for them to walk into. Laundry control is gone. So how do you really want to play this one out? You're all in towards the site. It's all about the timing. It's all about the placement. And Reddy is pretty much the only player that can slow them down even slightly here. Electrical is now theirs. They just need to hold. All of the hatches have been open, and the members of GK, they worked this map flawlessly to this point. And look at the time here, Grace. Still 1 minute left on the clock, and you cleared out the entire building and forced the the defenders into the site. You couldn't have asked for a better setup here to win out this round. They just need to win their duels and get slight bits of information of where the defenders are going to be playing now.
Yeah, precisely, and that's certainly one way to start it. Seriously spotting out the positioning. Of course, they could already guess that someone was going to be behind that black mirror as well. Dixcaro's hope is going to open up some additional lines of sight for the side of, well, I was going to say, as I say that, you know, the shots coming through, it's going to deny a lot of those X-Kairos. It still gives a little bit of a peek. On that approach from Blue, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Tricks are desperately trying to clear some of the utility around the corner, trying to contest this all-important Blue elbow site, but a C4 coming out. There we go. Seriously falls down. A second one to Trixid. Already cleaning up top. The pre-fire coming through from K as well as Hasham takes down guards. Poor Reddy left in a 1vx. They have to be really mindful here. There we go. Hasham to clean that up. Finish the job. A very, very strong execute, to be honest. Granted, those X-Kairos really didn't go to plan. The shutdown from Triple was there, but they were still able to collapse in with the player advantage, and that allowed them to just get that dub at the end.
The close wall near electrical, it's been cleared out almost 3 or 4 times now when they were trying to entry in before. They can't play that exact same position each and every time. A little bit slow when it came down to the adaptations, but the members of Triple, I have to give them that. 2 and 4. It's not the end of the world. Could have been better on a 3 and 3, but maybe their attacking side's going to be able to bear a little bit more fruit. Small mistakes from their end have been costing them a couple of these rounds. And GK, they're just punishing all of those mistakes. That's the thing. GK, they're not doing anything out of the ordinary. It's all by the book Siege. But they're doing it in such a clean and consistent fashion that Triple, they're making so many mistakes. They're being punished by their disciplined playstyle. That is not how you want to take these duels. This is not how you want to play this particular matchup. This Surya Gate? To block off any form of utility that could be coming in. I haven't seen Surya get usage like this in the longest time. So it's been a while since any team has done that.
One's being in play can always be an interesting one too, because of course out of all the trap operators, I would say personally it's the hardest one to spot out. That again, a lot of versatility and flexibility. It's similar to the black eye cams on Valkyrie. You can really hide them in some very annoying places, but often the time you realize they're going off, it's too late. You get that audio cue, you don't quite see where, and jobs are good. And so again, Trixid maybe putting them in some little spicy positionings. Geekay, though, going into this defense with the round advantage, certainly going to booster things for them a little bit, but already the pressure being applied to Green Corridor there. John Fools, however, seriously getting the opening kill for the side of Geekay on this defense.
Strong kill on the other end. Lurk's going to be able to work out. And with that, the Wamai is pretty much going to be sitting pretty with the Jackal getting taken out of the picture, and that is a massive kill. Now we can go in for as many roams as you want. Tricks on the other side catches out Dovtukin with his pants down, but now they just need to hold it out down strong. One more kill and they're pretty much golden for the entire round, and yep, that's it. It's done. It's pretty much dusted. No map control whatsoever. And the members of Triple, what just happened there? You took the fights one by one, taking 1v1 duels, while the members of GK, they're just winning out on their fights no matter what happens to them. Flash is going to be good, but look at the amount of HP that was dropped for Ready to even find that kill. And they still have to work into the side very slowly. They have no control whatsoever.
This is it. It's a difficult position to be in. Flash is going out just to push back the defense even more, give it a little bit of breathing room. Guards, however, being taken away by seriously a poor Ready left in a 1 versus 4. This is where you try and take a little bit of time, maybe. Yeah, you can go for a little bit of clearance, but this is where your IGLs really need to be thinking, okay, what went wrong there? What can we be doing at the next time? Because that was pretty ferocious coming through from Geekay.
Yeah. Geekay with their setups just look to be a lot more stronger on the defensive side of Oregon, and we've seen this as well in the past. Oh, but Ready. Good pixel shots coming out from this man. Just spots out that tiny black dot over on the side, and he's going to be able to find that dome, but with only 26 seconds left, he's not going to be able to do out much here. Maybe find one more kill at the end of the day, but with his gate now opened up again, yeah, I think he's just done for. He's looking to pad his stats a little bit on the side. He does have a 9 and 4 to work around with, but I think they're pretty much done from here. What's going to happen in the next round, though? Because I do believe that Triple, they need to buddy up a lot more. Taking these one-on-one engagements is not going to give them anything. Yeah, the Jackal's going to be able to find out one of the players and give you a live ping, but that live ping doesn't instantly equal to a kill unless you have someone with you to make these plays happen.
100%. Geekay edging closer and closer to match point, though. Again, though, it's looking really good for Geekay. Obviously, they lost map number 1, so this is where they really wanted to make their mark. They want to bring it to that third and final map. They want to drag it to Villa and still be in it to win it. And we did expect it would go to that third map between these two. So again, it's unsurprising, really, if we do end up there. At the same time, what is surprising is that Triple aren't really keeping up as much as they were on that first map like we expected. Geekay really do seem to be taking this one. Just for timed aggression, you know, it's been starting to come through a bit more from Triple, but it's been there on Geekay from the get-go, able to secure and maintain the map control that they want, timing the aggression perfectly, getting their picks where they can too.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's all about that systematic play. And if they're not able to pull that one off, I don't know. We could be looking at a map 3 GK. They look to be running away with this entire matchup. And it all could just burn to a crisp if they're not careful. You gotta look strong, and you have to look it in the proper fashion. How do they want to go into dormitory? Establish control, take big tower, or maybe go towards the first floor, force a couple of the trophy players to push into you and hold on to armory. You need to do something to divide the attention of the members of GK on the defensive side. Unless you have pressure on opposite sides of the map, GK's attention is just going to be over towards the dormitory, towards the master bedroom hold. And look at Trix. He's all the way down over onto the first floor waiting for a C4 toss. Oh, sorry, he didn't get a C4 this time. He's playing barbed wire on a bandit? Or am I tripping?
Yeah. No, he's playing barbed wire on the bandit, which is, again, maybe just to hold off some of those staircases, but especially for sites like that, you'd love to see them bring the C4s through. Seriously beautiful pick there onto Ready. So that's an ace off the board. No more Selmas to be used either. Well, the Claymores being brought by Triple, actually. I think we haven't really addressed that so much. They brought a lot of Claymores to this when perhaps it's not really as needed, I would say. There's not really been any run-outs from the side of Geekay. Look at this high-progressive angle, though, on Laundry Stairs. Goodness me. All the way up. All the way to cover that for your teammates. This is what I love about Oregon too. It's the verti plays that you see on Oregon. Granted, not on the basement side, but the rest, because of how destructible the rest of it can be, you just get some really nice holds coming through.
One of those tough spots.
IZ taking on seriously.
Easy. Is that a 4-man rush from Trophy? Nah. How is this gonna work out? You have no control. You don't even have someone on dormitory window. How are you gonna take this fight? You're purely relying on your gunfight capabilities to make this one work. The Buck's gonna make the B around over to the other end of it, but still you're dropping bodies a little bit too early here, buddy. One by one, they're gonna just get taken down, and it's gonna be Mantical coming in for the final frag over from the side. Look at this man. Cool as a cucumber, just getting all of those kills. Geekay, they do get match point right on the cards. This was absolutely gorgeous. And for Triple, what was the game plan here? You tried to run in from Trophy on a 4-man? That's not how that matchup is going to go well.
This is why we're seeing Geekay now at match point. Is this going to be a 7-2 to Geekay? Given how that first map went, this is a little bit of a burn for Triple right now. Again, this map's already gone too great for them. A 4-2 split for their defense, not the best, especially when you are on a map that is a little bit more defender-sided. Of course, as we spoke at the beginning, because of various op picks, because of new operators that are now in the pool, it can be very 50-50 because of how the bans have changed. But even so, that should have made it a little bit more evenly matched anyway, and it was kind of like a takeaway, a storm almost from Geekay. Could this be it? Will we be going to the third and final map?
Possibly. Looking at how this matchup is going, Triple have kind of lost their fire, the same fire that they had in match number 1. They're not showcasing it as much for this particular matchup. Map control is key, but the way that the members of Triple are gaining that map control is a bit questionable, but never mind, because John, he catches out the Solace. She's now back down deep under. How do you really want to take this fight? It's already one of the other players have been spotted, knows exactly where they are. Just needs to make the rush and maybe take the fight through security. It's gonna give that one up, get that castle barricade opened in. Now they have an entry over towards the side. Goalkeeper Paul is going to give a lot more information away of exactly where the players are going to be holding. They have the timing. They have everything under control. But Key with the C4 toss, long range as well. Passes him out and sends him back down over to spawn. 2 and 6. Do or die for the side of Triple. This 4 versus 4 does not look that favorable for the attackers, but honestly, at this stage, they got into the building without losing a lot of their players. And they have a clear idea of where the defenders are playing from as well.
So they were maintaining a lot of like control and pressure. 2K taken down ready, though. It seriously gets tagged up a little bit. Of top floor control could be maintained and gained by Triple right now, but I think maybe they might try and just stick to something a little bit more direct. The Skeleton Key coming through. It's exactly what I was talking about in that last round. The verticality on this map, if we're not going to basement, can it be so interesting? A little bit of a hatch being open just to give an additional bit of pressure. I think Dovklin and IZ may try and go for a pinch here onto K. We'll see what happens. No, Dovklin can just clean it up themselves. So again, whittling that down. Krixen can retaliate though with a 2K. And poor guards, it looked so good for Triple. But Geekay potentially could be about to take this. There we go. Despite their best efforts, guards just couldn't quite hold on at the end there.
That was bound to happen. The members of Geekay just had a lot of control. They read into the playstyles of Triple, and Triple were a bit too all over the place, I would say. They were not really droning out their corners properly. They were not giving their information to their teammates as often. Nothing really came out of a lot of their attacking side strategies. It was too one-dimensional. They were not playing together as a team. There's no other way to put it. This is not the same this is not the same Triple that we saw in map number 1, because at that stage they were playing for duels. They were taking very hyper-aggressive engagements, but at least they were doing it together as a team. What happened to the team play here? Because did Triple just lose hope after what happened on the defensive side? Because this is a complete another 180 from what happened in map number 1.
I mean, this is the thing, though. As we can see below, both of these teams have won their map pick now. Definitely, it was more decisive on Oregon for the side of Geekay. But again, as you say, Triple going into that, the moments they would play in those duos, they would play really patiently. They'd go for those pinches. They'd do really well. It's the overextensions at times. Again, it's something we kind of touched on map number 1 that maybe is why, Geekay lost it. It's about keeping together as a team and working together to whittle them down. Again, if you can get yourselves into like a 2v1 where there's 2 of you and 1 of them, perfect. But you have to work as those duos. You have to go for those pinches. Again, when it comes to operators and utility, I don't really think we can touch on that too much between these two because they know exactly what they're doing. They're not going to bring anything razzle-dazzly to the table, at least not until playoffs, I reckon. So again, it's more about that map control, more about those duo plays, and more about the pressure they're putting on each other. And I just think Geekay had a better bit of control over the pressure and the general vibe of the map. Again, it's just the aggression that we're seeing on their attacks, the abilities. We even saw their supports kind of swinging trophy doorway, going for those quick jiggle swing peaks. And it was like, goodness gracious me, that is a lot of aggression for a support player to be bringing to the table.
He was confident in his frags. Like, can you say anything about that? We're going to be heading on down over to the match summary to just look at the statistics once again. Like, we got to talk about why he just was an absolute chat here. Like, look at this man. He's on a 6-6, but he's the support that's taking a lot of the entry frags from time to time. He's been dying a lot because of that as well, but he dies after he gives his utility to his teammates and after he takes entry for his squad. Shom's been another absolute unit. Whenever he is playing inside of the side or whenever he's taking that first engagement or that first duel, he does it based upon information given to him by his teammates. He does not take the initiative by himself to try and take any of these duels. That's one of the main reasons why GK got so many rounds ahead. They got 4 on their first half. Their attack side was absolutely spot on. Control, then execute, and if the members of Triple went for any form of shenanigans, they droned out pretty much all of the possible corners before they ran out of spawn. Half the time, I didn't see a single member of GK hold for the common spawn peak angles because they know, hey, we have our drones on the common positions. We don't have to worry about them anymore. We can get into further, better positions a lot more earlier when you don't have to hold a certain window for a really long time. Triple, on the other side, they did not really go in for any form of adaptations. And looking at their cost percentages, they were not also utilizing their utility enough to give them those proper round control, because all of their utility was just funneled for one specific line of sight or one specific area. And after they get that area, they forget that, hey, if we funnel in from one side, that just means they have to look at one particular corner, and Siege is not that type of game. 2 people start shooting at you, you're going to die guaranteed if you're going in through a hallway. It's a one-shot headshot, reminds you. It just was a little bit too all over the place. This wasn't a Triple that we know and love from what we have seen from them in the past.
Yeah, I think, again, like going into this third map, I think it's filler. That's going to be an interesting one when we speak of defensive or attacking preferences. Again, Defender, the largest map in the map pool. Whoever starts on that defense, if they struggle with that defense, that's where we need to be waving those red flags and being like, hang on a second, what is happening here? We will touch more on this very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We will be going for a quick little break. Do not go anywhere because we will be right back.
Say something, something, 'cause we don't talk about nothing no more. No, nothing, nothing.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Gally. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Zotac Gaming, the Esports Club Invitational supported by Ubisoft. And honestly, after what happened in match number 2, I'm a little bit on the edge because Triple, they really do need to start stepping up. I'm just going to state that plainly. I'm not going to sugarcoat it in any other way because of after what happened. It was so lackluster. It felt as though they were just hoping to play a team deathmatch by running into the site and outgunning their opposition. That's not going to work, especially against Geekay, who had a solid plan moving on forward with all of their setups. And as we head over onto Border, it's gonna be a lot more problematic because on Border, you can't really do that anymore now, can you? We're gonna be heading down over to the map recap to see exactly what the storyline has been for both of these teams. A 7-4 on the get-go. And of course, right at the very end, it was a 7-4 and also a 7-4 on the second one as well. 7-2, on Oregon. Looking at Border, though, on the other hand, I feel as though the members of GK should be playing this a little bit more comfortably when you think about it. Their playstyle matches Border and the slow burn strategies that Border normally introduces. So if they're starting off on the defensive side, I think that the members of GK, they're going to be a lot happier.
It's a controversial take here, to be honest, because, first of all, I'd like to apologise, because I think previously I did actually think we were going to Villa for this third and final map. I have no idea why I thought that, so I do apologise for that one. But yeah, no, Border. I personally feel, and this is something that even with old Border, I felt was apparent, because I felt it was very easy to approach on that attack. When I used to play comp, it was very swift to get control on those attacks because of the external walls going into that also important site of armory. And even with these changes nowadays, they've changed the external a lot. They've changed it so even the office external is now actually internal. And I touched on this the other day. You've still got a pretty much easy way in to get that wall open. And again, even with that external to armory, you can still get in very, very easily. So again, I think it can still be a very 50-50 kind of lineup. And again, it really depends what kind of strategy you bring. And the most important thing, and this is what I say to everyone, the most important part of Border really is things like that CCTV hold that you're going to do, because 9 times out of 10 people want to take that top floor control first. CCTV is such an important part of this map. The map, I think me and Blackjack were speaking about this the other day, you can almost split it in two, right? There's a half and half there. You need to get that first half under control, or the flanks that can come through, regardless of that kind of external pressure, can be so nasty, especially with some of the rotates you can make. Again, ban-wise, now we're getting stuck in though. I think this is still going to be pretty standard for nowadays when it comes to these bans. There we go. There's that classic Dokkaebi ban coming through from the side of Triple. How will Geekay respond, though, aggressive?
I'm expecting maybe a Flores here, but then again, he's not as strong, but having that Flores just opens up a lot of options. Ying getting banned out again. They just want to take that Warden off the board. I already understand why. There's a lot of strategies that Ying can do. I completely forgot. It's been a while since I last played Border. Whenever I play ranked, everyone just bans Border outright. I don't know why. No one wants to play that map. And last time I think I went to Skyscraper because for some goddamn reason people picked Skyscraper over Border. I don't know what's happening in the ranked meta, or it's just me. Ying, very strong. There's a lot of strategy. Just completely relies on her throwing the Candelas, and you can just run your way into side, and there's nothing that defenders can do about it when you're planting down the diffuser. Goyo getting banned out again, very standard. They want to get those rushes in. They don't want to get slowed down as much. And the Goyo is an absolute nuisance if the side is an armory. How do you even push into the goddamn site when the Goyo canisters are going off? The defenders don't even need to stand there at that point. They can just chill behind the half wall, and there's nothing that you need to worry about. The setups are just incredible with that particular character.
100%. This is a thing, like, again, if you're risking leaving the Goyo and the smoke in play, it's a little bit of a wombo combo. Of course, we're still going to see the smoke come through from Triple. I think a lot of the time when it comes to those kind of, you know, final collapse kind of utility, the utility you want to pocket to really delay that plant. Again, of course, we've spoken previously about the Vulcans. We've spoken about the preference for taking the Goyo over the smoke, things like that. The smoke, yes, you do have that shotgun in pocket. You have the SMG-11. 2 guns, it could be down to like preference as well. If you're really comfortable with using the Goyo, it's because you want to go for those kind of, okay, I'm going to just quickly swing out on you. You're going to go for more aggressive kind of swing outs like that. If you're playing on the smoke, you need to be a lot more precise. So again, when we consider the play styles of these two teams, how hyper-aggressive they can be, of course, they want to play with a bit more of a flexible utility to be a little bit more aggressive, even if you're playing on that anchor. So by forcing at least one of those players onto something like a smoke, of course, we do often see the smoke. But again, I think preference-wise, maybe there is a little bit of strategy there between these two around that idea. Just my speculation. But already we're not seeing the kind of, the initial kind of armory bomb site being picked. We're going instead to downstairs. We're going to that vents and workshop area, but the armory is still so important to maintain. Of course, you can go for that verticality. Well, as I say that, the vertical master himself on that sledge seriously is going to be yeeted and deleted from this server.
You know how important having that vertical is as well on this particular site. You cannot, and I repeat, you cannot run into tellers without getting completely bombarded by people who are holding vertical over onto armory. That's the first clearance that you need to go in for. And Dove too keen on that pulse could be a nuisance with John on his side. They're not opting for this fight just yet. Reddy's going to be able to throw off the determined push coming in from the other end of it. The armory push is on hold, but looking at the positioning, security is now completely under their control. This will open up a lot of options and also catch out this pulse in a pretty uncomfortable position. This IQ is playing with fire. Yep, that's one Pokeball. He's gonna be able to resist that one. But that second catch should be the thing that gives him away.
This is it. It's a little bit of ring around the rosy between the Pulse and the IQ, both using their utility to spot each other out, but a tale as old as time. Geekay maintaining a lot of this pressure still. I think due to the fact that they lost seriously so early, they decided to go a little bit more horizontal by taking that meeting site instead. But this is where the recollapse can come back from the side of Triple. If they start approaching towards that bomb site, Triple themselves could just start dropping down, coming down these staircases and holding them off. It's going to make that final execute very, very difficult.
I don't think they know that they have an IQ. That could be a problem down the line because that Pulse is just using that heartbeat sensor with reckless abandon. That's going to possibly catch him out here, but Easy on the other side is going to be able to hold down a fort with that smoke. Just getting kill after kill, and that Thunderbird heal saves out a little bit more of that HP. And because of that heal, they're able to take a lot more aggressive heals as well. Looking at the level of control, they don't really have much to play around with, and only 35 seconds left of the clock. They need to go in for this execute soon. But looking at Triple and their defensive side, they're just waiting. They're just chilling. They will not peek. Just as I say this, cars just get caught off guard. It's completely fine.
Yeah, 100% Dovklin getting that trade foe. So 2 versus 2. The plan is going down. Can Dovklin try and deny this? Can't quite land on the head. There we go. K has actually come off, gets taken out there by Dovklin. And poor Hashem is now left to try and retake this. Try and pick up that diffuser. Potentially take
Nice
down that
shot.
pulse for trade, though, to finish things off. Decent on both sides. Again, just constantly adjusting to what had happened. Constantly, building the momentum, changing it up, fixing any problems that were arising. We saw Geekay decide to go horizontal, but again, it's just the fact that the defense have so much more pressure they can apply to you there. Of course, K was going to come off the diffuser. It's a little bit uncomfy when you know there's so many hatches around you, so many potentials for verticality, as well as that horizontal pressure. It's a little bit risky.
All around, that was fast, systematic, and precise. The members of Triple, they had the map under control. They took no over-aggressive duels, and they were just playing off of the information given to them by the Pulse. They did nothing to just over-aggressively peek, give away map control for no apparent reason, because for one particular reason they did this. They knew the sledge was out of the picture. There is no chance they're going to be able to play proper vertical, so why don't we play inside of the sites? It's a lot more powerful. Play towards that first floor, because without that vertical level of play, that first floor hold is now solid. Not much to worry about. And that deterioration of that second floor take is one of the main reasons why Triple just had a solid hold on that entire round. GK, on the other hand, what is the adaptation? We saw a lot of swaps coming in, and the IQ once again getting picked up to maybe catch out Dovtukin in a very awkward position, but the way that Dovtukin is playing, he's playing for information. He's not really playing to get kills all by himself over on the side. So it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. He's in such a safe spot and he's playing for his teammates. And that is a playstyle that we have not seen often come out from Dovtukin.
100%. Already Dovklin getting a little bit spicy with it, Mancal falling down. We spoke of how powerful the IQ was last time about hunting him out. That's going to be a significant pick for him to get from the get-go.
Another problematic kill as well coming in from the side of Dovtukin. Is looking for one more. Already has a beeline on one of their positions because of the sound cues being given away from the outside. But I like the no aggressive peaks coming in from Triple. They're working the map flawlessly because of their setups. That slow burn strategy. Remember what I told you? It's all about that slow methodical play for both of these teams. They don't want to take it hyper aggressively unless they establish that proper level of control. But GK needs to force the hand of Triple in some way, shape, or form, because looking at the members of Triple, they are happy to just play off of the sides. They have Valk cams everywhere, and they have nothing to worry about whatsoever. Dovtukin, though, finally getting pressured out over from multiple different sides. John taking a pretty massive hit. Trix is going to be able to find another run over from the side on the guards, and one by one, their bodies just start dropping like flies. And Trix, he's in the charge for it all, baby.
100% ready now, left in a very uncomfortable position. There's one though. Can they get the second? The spray and pray through the wall. They do see the heads, but can't quite land their shots. They're the down though to finish things off. A 1 versus 2.
Still has a C4.
And yeah, as you say, it has the C4 in pocket, but there we go. Seriously has just found his way into that workshop, looking for your head. Finds his 1. Geekay around on the board. Back and forth already. Again, maybe a bit too early to make any kind of predictions, but this is the third and final map between these two. And as you say, it was a very swift cleanup from the get-go on the side of Geekay.
Smart and systematic is the name of the game here. GK, they played that one flawlessly. When I expected them to just maybe force the hand of Triple, I didn't expect a Lion Scan to come in with 3 players just rushing their way over onto the first floor. I expected with the Lion Scan to push into the second floor, the first floor players will hold out a little while longer, and then they would opt to go in for that push, but no, that wasn't the case. Lion Scan, 3-man rush over onto that first floor, take office control away from them, and then just brute force your way into these awkward positions that the defenders can't peek you out of. And because of that pressure on the first floor, the player playing inside of security needed to run on away and maybe give a little bit more support to the side players. he just got stuck, and he gave away so much information and so much space to the attackers that they had more than enough room to just slowly work their way in for those last couple of kills and finally get that plant off. It was pretty good though coming in from the Valkyrie. Being able to shut down all three of those players, he could have easily gotten that clutch there if he expected, if he had a slight little bit more information, of course. It's always these close rounds that really does get to you, that, and it says, hey, maybe the members of Triple, they're adapting, but GK are also adapting at the same pace. It's all about which one of these teams can run out of strats the quickest. And on Border, I do believe they have a lot to work around and play with. John,
No,
you're making a lot of noise. That could have been scary.
That could have been very scary, yeah. Again, just a little bit of intel work needed. East is pretty much completely clear too, though. So that does alleviate at least a little bit of the pressure for the attackers. Well, as I say that, we're going to see a repositioning there as John will get into place again. Okay, desperate to try and cause a little bit of a ruckus. Mankel and him looking to make this entry, looking to start to gain some of this map control on the top floor. Again, this is interesting because you do see that they're not really focusing too much around that kind of armory wall take. They are focusing on CCTV though, and this is something that you see, to be honest, a lot in kind of T1. People are focusing a lot on taking that office to get into this armory site just because of how nasty it can be if you do lose CCTV control, to try and go for that approach that way, despite it classically being the easiest approach. People are choosing to kind of stick more towards this office, but I personally think office is still difficult. Lots of nasty lines of sight. If someone is able to get into fountain as well, but look at this, seriously holding that long crossfire too. So if you want to try and go for a rotation through the site of archives, it's going to be a little bit difficult there for the defense. Seriously, however, as I say that, they're going to get down.
They get impacted? That's an impact.
I think they did, yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty good though. The Sham's gonna be able to shut down Ready over on an off angle. That's a 1-for-1. Pretty much a very standard and very methodical trait for them to get into. And Carl, what's your game plan here to try and survive this one? Did take a good chunk of damage coming in from the Legion Mines. Already his position's been given away, and guards with the SMG-11 just be an absolute nuisance for them to hold on to. Trix is finally getting that finish off kill, but he's giving away a lot of information, and with that lion scan forcing them into their unknown positions, they're going to be able to hold this one down for a little while longer. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 coming in from either side. Easy with the first kill. It's a 1v1. Good spray, and he's expecting it, baby. Give him the last kill, and the Legion's going to be able to get the final frag off on the board, getting the members of Triple another round to play around with. 2-1 is going to be the scorecard, but this round once again was down to the wire. Both of these teams, they know what to expect. They know how to work the map even when the time is against them. And GK, that was a very strong effort, but they just couldn't finish the plate there.
%. Love the fact again of just knowing, okay, I can isolate these 1 versus 1s, so I'm going to do so. And again, with little intel to go off at that point, it was a case of easy peasy squeezy lemons for the side of Triple. Going back to the start of the rotation now, both are choosing to go back down towards vent. So again, this went pretty well for them last time. Again, a little bit of ruckus when it came to the kind of pulse and IQ action between these two, and we're seeing already Monkal re-picking back onto that IQ. So I'm curious to see how the showdown between Monkal and Dovkin goes again.
10 seconds to go.
Going back to this setup though. Another swap from all of the members of GK. They want to try and bait out this Pulse as much as they can. And Pulse is arguably one of the strongest ops that you can have on Border because of the amount of information that he can gather for you. At the same time, doesn't really get as much value out of those C4s. Looking at the strat point that the members of Triple are going out for, that information is all that they need. It doesn't matter what happens to them as long as that info comes on down through. Dovkin already caught out one of the players, knows exactly where they are, so he's now relaying all of that information to his teammates so they can expect a push and paint a picture in their minds of where this attack could be coming from and how it will proceed down the line. Siege is one of those games that if you're ready for a fight, if you're ready for a peak, you're always going to be the ones to take that duel and win it out. Dovtakin, alerting his teammates for those plans could just work, but maybe, just maybe, one of these spams could just give away his entire life. My god, ready.
Beautiful wallbang there. Beautiful stuff there. Dovkin taking out well. So already Geekay being dealt with a little bit. Ready, however, is gonna fall. Hash on, we saw them pop off a little bit on that previous map. Already on 5 kills themselves. Going 5-2, not bad showing considering we're only on round 4. Again, being on the Nomad, those all-important air jabs. We speak of how important sometimes it can be to have those air jabs in pocket if you're trying to deal with the fact that you do have these staircases. Again, E-stairs particularly can be very, very nasty for every classic approach on this map. Dovlin taking out Mantical though as well. Triple already is looking pretty decent for them. If they can just hold on now, batten down the hatches, could be another round on the board. Going for the pre-fire around the default peak. The default little bullet hole, as you say. Seriously looking to try and contest that too, but for now, as I say, Triple being very safe with it. They've pulled back to that site. They've pulled back a little bit, trying to get some nasty lines of sight here, but John getting caught out. That's unfortunate. A little bit of ring around the rosy, around these corners, around these walls. So seriously is trying to find an additional pick for them, but Dovklin's just too quick with it. They had your number, and Hashom is now left in a 1 versus 2. Potentially a sound cue there to give him away, but I don't think actually they were close enough to hear it. This is where things get a bit awkward. All 3 air jabs, you know, I spoke about this earlier. Those air jabs can be so important when it comes to this map. A lot of time to work with, and 3 flashes still in pocket. So Hasham has so much utility right now that can really aid them. There we go, 1 flash goes out, an air jab as well, just to maybe give a bit of an audio cue or catch someone off guard. It's a little bit cheeky. We've seen how they work with it. There's 1 guard falling down. Dovklin, they just have to make sure they stay backwards. And as you just heard the call come, that is very low HP to go for this gunfight in. Again, the air jab going down, but yes, rightly so. Dovkin can just run away.
Why
did he not run away? Why are you running back into sight?
Confused, Dunga. Confused,
Do you know
Dunga. What just...
This is it. It's not often my voice goes as high as that. I'm going to be honest. I've got a pretty low voice, but goodness me, why are you running back into sight? If you have the time in your favor, your opponent
Plus
needs
you're
to
a
plant
pulse.
still.
You're a pulse. You can just take out the heartbeat sensor and watch for these aggressive pushes from 2 sides. There's no way he's gonna run into you there.
That's one of those moments where you turn to your teammate and you're like, that was stinky, and you owe us all take out later because that was atrocious. That was an easy round. Much. I'm upset about that. I'm not even in triple and I'm upset.
Yeah, that's not the way that Dovtakin even plays. The man got a triple kill. He worked those kills
exactly
flawlessly.
Such a good
right
player.
at the very
Why
end,
is
he just... No, I'm
Super
just confused. Right at the end, he just swiveled around. He's like surfing around the map. He goes left, he goes right, and he does a conga line back. And I'm like, why?
Did someone give that call for him to go back? Because no. This is right. Dovklin is too good to be doing stuff like that. That is the thing. If that was a call from someone, that is a stinky call.
Probably.
Moving on though, before we get even more frustrated by that.
There's a vigil? And someone's playing inside of the site? Okay. That's a bit new when you think about it, because normally this is one of the few sides that you always just want to play offsite. Very different strategy from the members of Triple, as this ventilation room is being held onto without any vertical lines of sight.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting one. Again, maybe just a way to counter some of the droning that has happened. I'm not a big fan of people taking utility to the table that can kind of go if you fall as well. And there we go, the Vigil being spotted out by a drone. It's an almost beautiful irony. Seriously being tagged up a little bit though. This approach into the internal starts to come through from Geekay. Key making good leg room here. Again, we've seen Kay almost do some entries at points, and that's exactly what's happening again. It's an interesting thing to see sometimes from the side of Geekay. Just the way that Habana, that support player almost, can just get these really aggressive pushes occasionally as well.
These are the moments that you just question, what exactly is the game plan for Geekay now? They don't really have a lot of information of what's really happening over towards the second floor. That's giving them a slight bit of an advantage. The C4 has now been picked back up by Dovtakin. Pretty smart on his part. He's going to be able to hold on to that for a little while longer, but look at this workshop hold. This is what happens when you don't have any of your players, mind you, over on that second floor. You need to worry about these vertical lines of sight, but the fact of the matter is there is no one that can play vertical. Oh, this just this is just going from bad to worse.
There we go, the hatch play coming through there. Kay taking on IEZ. Already the info should be coming through from Dovklin. Mancal taking him out though, that's going to significantly put a spammer in the works. Tracer getting downed as well. Finished off with the nade, but again that call is going to come through, and they do know the vigil is about somewhere, and the Legion has already fallen, so Plant being stuck. Uncontested as well. They're not willing to contest. I guess they did not get the audio cue. They did not get that information. But now they need to work out where that is. They need to work out where these players are. They do see the pings coming out a little bit from their teammates. And what I would assume is a few calls too. So here we go. How are they going to play this? All the guards getting tagged up a little bit. John looking to try and hold on to a little bit of this pressure. Maybe go for a little bit of a window peek here. This could be quite interesting to see. There we go. There's one. Guards has fallen, but at least John can try and make it work. But they're going to have his information. Now they know exactly where he is. They can just hold these lines of sight. Difficult duo plays to try and contest with here. The ring around the Rosie around the corner, going for these quick peeks on either side. A little bit scrappy, to be honest. And there we go. Hashom to finish things off. Geekay starting to look very good for them, to be honest.
They look smart and they look dandy on that one, but at the same time, Triple just opted for a very interesting hold over onto ventilation. I have never seen this. Players holding from inside of ventilation. I understand if you want to have a player over onto workshops, that is very standard. No players onto armory? Grace, come on. Even if you're going in for a 900 IQ strategy, if you don't have someone playing on the top side of armory, you're shooting yourself on the foot, because those vertical lines of sight is something that defenders cannot contest even if they're playing from workshop. Questionable choices from the side of Triple.
Yeah, isn't it? That's a perfect way. It's questionable choices. It's But again, I think this is the issue, right? Regardless of whether Triple lose or win here, they'll be more upset about just the general vibe of losing. They're still in playoffs, so they can make their revenge come through. I don't think the pressure is too high for either team. It's more just about the glory right now. It's about that glory. And competitive players, they love a bit of glory. They love those dubs. It is their life energy. So that the pressure really for Triple right now is the self-pressure. The self-pressure to secure that win, be like, we beat them, we're the best, etc, etc. But right now, again, Triple, just the amount of mistakes that they're making, the costly mistakes too, it's a little bit upsetting, to be honest. These are two very, very good teams. You kind of expect them to be performing at a certain standard. I think that drone, actually no, I think it was a multi-drone. Okay, never mind. But again, that's going to really enable them right now, and it's going to give that information to Ready to know exactly where Kay is. And again, we've seen Kay make these aggressive entry pushes themselves despite being on those supportive roles. The C4 coming out doesn't quite land on anything. If it would have gone out of the window, perhaps it would have. But again, potentially that may alert Kay now that there is someone holding East if they didn't know previously.
They already had the idea because of the drones coming in all over. John, though, playing from the archives window, looking to see if he can maybe get that fadeaway jiggle shot that we know him to get all these times. Needs to give away the angle. Lion Scan's gonna force him off it. Not really the spot that you want to be in, but it's just about the hold, and it's all about the timing. Ready, takes the first engagement.
There we go, Manco falling down. Roxanne giving a little bit of information, but again, I don't think it's really going to be too costly for the side of Geekay. Trixidbo is going to get tagged up. One of those drones left in pocket soon. Seriously, once again, coming to Vent's window, applying that cutoff, applying that pressure not only to this site, but all the way into, well, I was going to say all the way to Fountain, but those lines of sight work both ways. IEZ, beautiful shot there. Seriously falling down. There's that Lion Scanner. There's that exothermic charger. Gonna try and open up some of these lines of sight, hunt out this defense because they are at such a little bit, well, I say it is a bit of a disadvantage right now. Again, a lot of utility has already been used here. One exothermic charge left in pocket. No EMPs left on Trixid either.
Nice
so they can't even
shot,
get
John.
that Archives Vault open. And as you say, nice shot, John, but it's traded back there. IEZ and John both falling. Goodness me, Geekay. When they want to try and pull it back, they come through with a Storm. K, once again, the aggressive support player looking for the head already. Can they land it? Yes, they can. No immediate trade. They're looking for their second. Nobody is in Fountain. They're still wary of it, though, just face checking it around the corner. And that Mozzie drone's going to give the positioning of Trixid as well. This is where we want to see Triple try and make their approach. This 2 versus 2 scrap fest, as you just heard my co-caster say. 15 seconds on the clock. This plan needs to go down thick and fast.
10 seconds remaining.
Here we go, quiet before the storm. Potential C4.
No!
It missed! Trixid, beautiful shot there. Trixid does
He gets it with the C4.
Now K could just be in this 1v1. We've seen how aggressive they can be. We've seen them land their shots. Guard has a lot to work with. Not sure what information they might have on that site there.
Oh, he's faked it! He faked
no!
it! No way!
No!
He 180 that!
Goodness me. This is what we're talking about when it comes to K. They just can land their ones like it's nobody's business. I said it was going to be scrappy, and that certainly hit the nail on the head.
That was such a beautiful bait as well for the Mozzie. You have to give it to Guard. He played that flawlessly right up till the very end. He baited the shot out. He did have completed under 180, forcing Key to think that, oh, he's on the opposite side of the map. He took the swing. 2 seconds later, you would be already being like, okay, he's on that corner. I'm just going to swing. I'm going to get an easy fight. Back was turned. He was just about to take the shot. He was literally about to pinpoint that bullet onto his forehead. And Key's like, nope. I already know what's up. 180 insta-taps him in the head. And you're sitting here like, huh. This has happened to me so often. I see a player. I have the timing. Everyone is like, this is your kill. This is your round. 1v1 scenario. I bait him out with a drone. He's looking in the exact position that he's supposed to be looking at. I peek out. I want to take my time and guarantee that headshot. I take that 1 extra second. Suddenly he turns around, flicks his mouse, and insta-taps me in the head. And I'm thinking here, like, he has to be hacking. Right? Tell me that he's hacking. But no, he's just that good. Who else can hit a nutty shot like that and get away with it? This man can.
This is what I mean. Like, honestly, from map number 1, K has been doing just the most ridiculously fruity things. And it's when you see someone on those kind of anchor, more support roles. You know, we see K now already going onto that mute. But again, it's this idea of just playing slightly off the expected traditional checklist, I guess you'd say. You know, you go for your job interview as a Habana, and you're just like, oh yeah, I can open walls, I can be support, I can hold these lines of sight. K was like, you know, going to trophy doorway. The way that even on the Thermite, they're just like, I'm just gonna entry here. I'm holding. It's fine. Okay, I'm planting now. Oh, you're dead. Oh, I'm just gonna clutch out a 1v1 because I can flick a lot faster. Just another day in the K office, I guess. It's gorgeous stuff. It's really gorgeous. A very, very, very good player. And again, it's this roster of Geekay. They are a force to be reckoned with. You know, you see how they've played previously in the Saudi E-Leagues. It's been a little bit nuts. It's been a little bit disgusting. And this is why this tournament's so interesting. Of course, we've had the mix-up with the SA teams as well, you know, especially teams like Mercenaries who have just been a little bit nuts themselves. But it's this idea that, like, you get these standout players where it's just like, ooh, this is interesting. I'm going to keep my eye on you. It's that I will watch this progress closely vibe, you know? It makes me, this is the thing I find the most exciting about Siege, really. It's the progression of the players, the more they build themselves to strength and strength. And I think K is definitely one of those players to probably keep your eye on, I would say.
That's for certain. Triple is just... They are insanity. But at the same time, GK, they deserve to be in an insane asylum. The way that these guys can take over a round, it's a bonkers when you think about it, right? Because GK, you give them a hand of cards, it's a dud. Somehow they're able to still guarantee some... I mean, I guess? I've never seen someone just run out, place a barbed wire outside of the building, and there's just... I'm gonna use that in one of my ranked games. I swear to you not, I have to use that. That is such a good plan too, getting that early sound cue that someone's breaking the barbed wire and then swinging off of it. That's the closest thing to a defender can get to a flashbang.
I don't know, it's still a bit too fruity for me, I'd say. I think the castle pick's an interesting one. Again, it's something that we're seeing a little bit more. This setup looks certainly a little bit familiar. It's this idea of like using those castle barricades, having this aggressive wall open too. So far though, it's going in favor of Triple. So despite their best interior design attempts from the side of Geekay, Triple are making a good leeway already, getting that opening pick in their belt. Seriously though, this little trade back, IEZ falling down, but Ready is ready and waiting to shut you down before any more hyper aggression can be used against him.
They're playing this one smart as well. And that smart playstyle is what's giving them so many of these kills. DK, they have to show respect towards the members of Triple when it comes down to the attacking side. And this Montaigne's just casually walking in, taking all of that free real estate. He's now inside of your home, he's inside of your walls, and he's possibly going to go inside of your food as well if he can. He's everywhere, and you have to show him the respect. He is a drone that cannot be destroyed. For now? What? Wait, John? Hello, John?
John falls to K, of course, going on a little bit of a roam, a little bit of a tear, and now the distraction starts to come through. There we go, Devlin with a drop down is going to shut down K there before they can cause any more ruckus, but actually catching guards from doing their job here of trying to be a formidable door, almost, walking into sight. Not really a lot you can do about that, especially when the flash is following poor Mancal, potentially getting caught out. There we go, Ready shuts him down. And that's all up down to Trixid, but down onto Devlin though. Just melee the shield, my good friend, and you will... Oh, he doesn't even need to!
Never mind,
shot
who needs
there.
a meleeing the
Guards
shield?
is gonna fall down, so now it's down to a 1 versus 1. Ready versus Trixid. They are getting the nail. Goodness me, Ready falls down. Devlin versus Trixid. Devlin knows they have to try and find this mirror player. 10 seconds on the clock. The timer is ticking.
He doesn't even have diffuser.
You can't afford to hold these angles, my good friend. You have to take this gunfight. Trixid getting cheeky with it, trying to go for the bait.
Dude,
Trixid, there we
what?
go. Trixid securing that round for
So
the side
good.
of PK. And that was, as you say, so good.
This was his world and we were all just living in it. Honestly speaking, just look at this map. I want to see this instant replay and I want to watch it to its fullest glory. This man just went ham with the vector. He had a goddamn vector in his hand. And look at this guy.
That shot
Just playing them like a fiddle.
So nasty. So nasty. I was like, oh, this is where we go for the melee, and he just goes in with that lovely little shot because the shield comes up. The seconds count here. Edging yet again closer and closer to match point. Triple, you really need to get those rounds on the table. You don't want this to be another 7-2. Again, being on that attack, you have a little bit more flexibility here to work with. Intel, utility, the name of the game. Just go ham with it. Again, we've seen the setups from Geekay. They're these very defensive utility burn setups. So just bring as much soft destruction as you possibly can. It's interesting that we're on border and we're not even seeing like, I was going to say the sledge or the buck, but actually guards is going to 6-pick onto that buck. They see it's that vents room and they're going to bring that buck for that verticality of the skeleton key in this armory site. But look, ready and waiting Mancal. Look at this yet again, an aggressive setup. Half the wall being blown out at the bottom, the shield, the half reinforced as well. He knows where they have to approach from, and he's not going to make it easy for them.
Not at all. The setups, the plays, the systematic takeovers. It's just all around so beautiful coming in from the members of GK. And when they have that much of a clutch potential under their belt too, oh boy, the members of Triple have a lot to go through to try and even break in any of the setups that GK have set up. Get on back from this one though, Key. Where do you even throw that? Oh wait, I know. Remember that tiny entrance the ace opened up? Yeah, it backfired, alright. Goodbye.
Firing already, Hasham, however, taking down a second player of Triples already. Triple being whittled down, a 3 versus 5. John desperately trying to tag up K. K, try and punish him for his hyper aggression, but no cigar just yet. Quiet before the storm, as both teams just really holding on to these lines of sight. But it's as I say, remember, time is the 6th defender. You have to be making those approaches as those attackers. You have to be working for your checklist. Looks like we've seen a little bit of rotation underneath there. That audio cue is going to maybe give Geekay a little bit of an indication. A second dimension may come through. Seriously, beautiful shot down to Devclin. And already it's not looking good for Triple. John tries to fight back the best he can. IEZ as well. Hasham falls down. This is certainly a lot better, but K can take down John and IEZ on that Ash. No flashes in pocket. Relied on that soft destructibility because, of course, it's border, but now they're left in a 1 versus 3. They have to isolate these gunfights. Seriously getting tagged up a little bit. That certainly benefits a tiny second, but there we go. K once again getting hyper-aggressive, willing to finish things off. My.
He has the spray control for it, so of course he's going to take those duels. He is not afraid to take these fights and send them back to their makers. GK, they're pretty much rolling everything under the rug. Look at them. 2 and 6, and so many of these rounds have been tilting in the favor of the members of GK because their duels are spectacular. They have all the confidence in the entire world, and we have yet to see a pause come in from the members of Triple. They needed something to break this momentum, but Triple are willing to not even try for it yet. I understand it's getting pretty late, but you gotta fight for it from time to time, you know. The way that GK are playing, they're gonna walk away with this victory scotch-free. That's a lot of rounds they need to come on back to try and even, at the bare minimum, work a comeback. It really does depend on how much Triple even wants this, because this comeback will be a long and arduous one.
Certainly will, and again, we think of the utility they're choosing to bring to the table. Nothing really too spicy in terms of util. They've got the Lion, they've got the Buck, they've got the Twitch to remove util, the soft destructibility, the IQ to spot things out. So there's a little bit of information, but again, it's still classic. But the issue here is just making sure they're not being isolated into these 1v1s. They're not being caught off guard by the hyper-aggression. Of course, we do have the Claymores on the IQ, but again, we need to see them actually get used. We need to see them get placed, but preferably, you know, classically, top of these stairs is a good place to start.
It's one of those cases. Looking on back from this one, though, do need to see a bit more of an aggressive take over on from the sides, and Key once again. Look at this guy, but seriously on his side. Oh my god, they're just cleaning up house as the defenders, mind you, and they're just peeking all the corners. Nobody wants to peek. And look at the level of aggression, baby. He's gonna be able to work something out here. Key's not gonna be able to find that secondary, and now they're kind of stuck. Key pretty much in no man's land at this point, trying to save his buddy from an unwinnable situation, though. That's just 2 players gone. They wanted to fight that one tooth and nail up till the very end. They paid for it with their own lives. That's a lot of utility now down the drain, and also a lot of manpower. If he lived through that round for just a little while longer, maybe he could have saved his teammate, but that's a one and done situation. If it was me, even though it sounds really rude, letting your teammate die would have been the better call.
Potentially, again, sometimes just having that extra player can be a good thing, but again, it's just this idea of, okay, we just need to focus on securing and maintaining the control on site. They'll probably be starting to try and work towards that execute now. Claymore's still not used, I want to point out. Again, if you're not getting much use out of those, maybe go for it as a different secondary. It's these little things that slightly are my my bugbear, so to speak. Hashom pre-fires through the wall onto Ready. Doesn't quite take them out just yet. Oh, there we go. Tagging them up significantly. The trade back, though. The pinch fair from Trixid as well. Beautiful duo plays once again from the side of Geekay. Hashom, another kill down to Devclin. And Seriously is hunting for this last remaining player of Triple. This is it. There we go. A 2-1 Dubbington for the side of Geekay. Good stuff indeed.
Geekay really did pick up the pace right at the very end, didn't they? The whole team just went through a complete another 180 and instantly just ran over the sites. That is what you would love to see. The setups were good, and of course, at the end of the day, it really did come down to the experience. The members of Geekay showed their experience on how to play the map. They showed how they played on the buddy system, and they waited for Triple to make the mistakes. 2 over-aggressive peaks, not really playing for the trades, and sometimes the map control that they were establishing really just did not bear any fruit because they didn't know what to do with the map control. I saw Triple have so much control across all the portions of the map. They had security to play around with. They had the main staircase. They had east stairs, and I didn't really see them do anything with it. They just sat there waiting for Geekay to come into their crosshairs and be like, hey, we don't want to fight you for East Stairs. But why would Geekay even do that? They already did their job. They slowed you down from taking East Stairs a really long time ago. Now they're just going to play inside of the site. The way that Geekay set up all of their defensive rounds were like, okay, they take this portion of the map away. We're going to create lines of sight and open up the map in such a way that we can play from another side lane and still hold that Easter positions, or maybe, let's say, armory position from the opposite side of the map. Because if they lose security, that's a pretty big hit, yes, but you also have Easter, so you bolster up your defenses over towards Easter, so the players inside of security don't really have that free entry point over towards armory anymore. These type of small things is what really gave the members of Geekay such a good chance of taking over the map of Border. And you can see it from the scoreline as well. It doesn't happen that easily. The defense, as you just stated, it's your own caveat, but it's very true that Border is quick and fast when it comes down to those attack side rounds. You want to get in, get the plant, and just get out. Play for the post plants. But it's not that simple when you have such a well thought out defensive side. It's just insane when you think about it. And if Geekay is bringing this type of playstyle over onto playoffs, Mercenaries, they have a lot to fight for, because Mercenaries almost guaranteed a spot over onto the playoffs. We gotta see how this one goes.
I think this is it, right? Let's have a look at this summary, though, because again, that's really going to allow us to break things down. Personally, you know, I really love the side of Triple. I think that is a very good roster. I think what really cost them today was just tiny mistakes. Of course, Geekay are absolutely cracked. This is just a very known thing, especially if you do watch the Saudi circuits as well. You know, the Saudi E-League, they are just very dominant within that. So again, going into this, it's kind of like, okay, Geekay are a very good team, but Triple are too. And Triple have had such a good week already. The fact that they were making these mistakes today, maybe it was just a bit of like, yeah, the energy just wasn't quite there for them. Remember, both of these teams are still in playoffs. They went into this knowing they'd be in the playoffs, and they still are in the playoffs. It's just, again, going to come down to seeding, who they're going to go up against after tomorrow is done. That's when we'll start to work that out. But again, looking at the cost percentages, Nothing too razzle dazzle here. We have seriously Trixid and Hashom. Of course, we saw that a lot of those trades were coming through. It surprises me that K's cost is so low. We did see, the objective get secured at least once by him, but again, on that attack, it's more down to the fact that I think those trades were coming through quite nicely for him. On the side of Triple, it's this idea that, they couldn't quite get into those 2v1 situations where it favored them, two of them versus one of Geekay. And that's where I think their focus needs to be, especially before playoffs. It's how they want to work in those duos, how they're going to adapt as well if those duos start to fall. More focus on the trades. Jobs are good, and I think when it comes to the actual strategy and you can tell the depth of knowledge is there, it's just pushing that extra bit more, especially if you are going to go against an aggressive team and you are an aggressive team yourself. I think again it's all about playing into those duos and not really falling into the trap of maybe being a bit stylish about everything. I think that can sometimes cost you a little bit too. Again, we did see, that round was so frustrating. We saw them go out of the site literally seconds for the plant to go down, and they come back in, and then the attackers win. It's like this. It's those little things where you're just like, that was defo for style points. Whoever made that call, like, what is that? But let's see the player spotlight because I really want to see who this is going to be. And it is Trixid, of course.
Yeah, Trixid has to be the player.
100%.
The man didn't have a high headshot though, but he had his impact. Like, good God, with the vector, the guy just got the most insane 1v3 that we have seen in the longest time. But that's GK for you. These guys, they mean business, and they want to take out their opposition as quickly as they possibly can. And they deserve their spot on the playoffs. This is a team that are out here to win, and they want that $5,000 under their belt. They are not giving up on it anytime soon. And looking at their strategies here as well, Chalet seemingly looks to be one of their weakest maps, or maybe they want people to think that's their weakest map so that they can just do a 1-2 on them. That Thermite and Thatcher strategy still doesn't bode that well with me. They could be throwing that as a curveball, just making people once about thinking that, hey, they're just playing Thermite and Thatcher. This could work out in our favor. That could really not be the case. Playoffs are going to be quite interesting because each and every one of these teams, they have so much to show for us. And Trixid, if this is how he's going to be playing just off of his pure raw mechanical skill, mind you, there was no strategy behind a lot of this. Pure raw mechanics. And he got what? 27 kills as a support? He's just an insane being by himself.
Yeah, I think this is it though as well. It's Geekay support players and the aggression that comes through them. And I think we're seeing that more and more of these aggressive teams, like their support players, Key waltzing around doorways like it's nobody's business. Trixid just going for some really aggressive plays, some nice utility kills as well. So I think going forward again, there's about 3 days or so, 2-3 days or so for these teams to kind of get to a drawing board, be like, scrim time, lads, let's see what we can do. And again, speaking of a few days, let's have a look at these group standings, because that's what I'm a little bit curious about right now. Again, just to show everyone, this is what we were talking about. We see that Triple, they still had 2 wins. They're still in that second place spot. Geekay, of course, securing themselves in that top space for that group A. It's the group B now that we need to look to, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things get a little bit fruity, a little bit spicy, one might say. Again, we have a little bit of a kind of, I would say, revenge tour on both sides. We had Nobles and 25 that really wanted to get the dub on each other. Nobles unfortunately losing to 25. And then Kira Mercenaries, of course, that was always going to be a fun one. And so if you're Nobles and Kira, you want to be out for that revenge tour right now. Currently, Nobles are in second place. And again, depending on how tomorrow goes, they might not even get that revenge tour against 25. So it's all on the line right now. Mercenaries doing a really, really good job of absolutely tearing down 25 of all people too. But we love to see it, to be honest. Again, that's going to be an interesting one. I think certainly tomorrow's games are going to not only be impactful for obviously how these group standings are, but I would suggest that's when we can start making predictions about how those playoffs are going to go.
True. One of the other things that I'd like to highlight, Mercenaries versus Nobles is tomorrow. Because you said that Mercenaries won up against 25. So Mercenaries versus Nobles is happening tomorrow. Think about it like this, Grace. Mercenaries, if they take one map at the bare minimum, just one map, they're almost guaranteed in the playoffs. No one can touch them. Going back from it, if Nobles don't take one map away from Mercenaries, then they're going to be stuck on an island with 4 points. And if 25 Esports wins up against Kira with 2 points, then they're going to be tied. You can see where the problem is. Group B is full of uncertainty, and both of those matches carry so much weight, and it depends on how many maps are dropped. Mercenaries, if they want to guarantee their spot, they need to take a 2-0. Otherwise, they're leaving it to the other teams and chance to try and break their way through. Because imagine it like this. Nobles, they're going to have 5 points. Mercenaries, they're going to have 5 points. So they're on even playing fields. And if Nobles take a 2-0 victory, then Mercenaries, they're in the ditch, hoping that Kira are going to be able to shut down the members of 25 Esports. Tomorrow's matchup is going to be where it's all at, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, because I have to say, Group B has been the most interesting one for me, where I believe all of the teams are on equal footing and equal skill level. So we're going to see all of that happening soon enough. So make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also hit that notification bell down below. Do not miss out on any of that action, because, come on, when Group B is that spicy, when you know things are going to be close and down to the wire, it is going to be interesting. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's all that we're going to have for you today. It's been a long night. It's literally 2 a.m. for me. What am I saying? I'm looking at the clock right now. I'm going to be heading to get some Chalet, grabbing something to eat. But you guys, before you go on off, make sure to check out all the links down below in the description, as well as you're hitting the like and subscribe, because we got a lot of amazing deals from Zotac and, of course, Ubisoft if you want to pick up the game. For now, it's your boy Aggressive with Gray signing on off, and we're going to be seeing you tomorrow with a lot more action for the Zotac Gaming TEC Invitational for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. Good night and happy gaming, everyone.
I won't make it easy for you now. You got 2 minutes of my time, and I don't really break too easily, but I'm worth it, 'cause I'll slip into your dreams tonight. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Just watch me.
I got you wrapped around my finger, but don't you try to call me tomorrow. There's nothing personal in having a little fun. You wait and see if it's worth your while. Oh, so give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me.
Give me your all. I'll take it to Mars. Oh, I'll stick like glue inside your mind.
Just watch me. Watch me.
Enough's enough! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Gally. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now.
Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.